Yeah.
All right, we are live early. So, Mr. Gone with John, how was your live stream earlier?
Uh-oh, let me pause this. Uh-oh. Sorry. My live stream today, it was great. I did a quick little call in for some of the guys here in the MGTOW world, and
Yeah.
you know, interestingly enough, CGA called in, which was really cool to get to talk to a larger creator than myself. So that was kind of nice.
Yeah. How long did you guys talk for?
I think we probably talked for a few minutes. That guy's so busy doing so many streams and different videos and stuff. So he was, he politely said he couldn't stay long. So I went ahead, just asked him a couple questions, maybe 8 minutes tops, 5 minutes, something like that.
Yeah. That's cool he called, though.
Yeah, super cool. He subscribes to my channel, and I've been watching his stuff for years, so it's kind of cool to see that.
Yeah. Well, shall we say hi to the folks that are here? Rusty
Yeah,
Rivers, he speaks so highly of you.
Rusty's a great guy, man. He's a great guy. I see a couple of our people in here.
Doshira, Mr. Hemi,
Mr.
Timothy.
Hemi.
Timothy loves the crazy bitches of the week.
Oh, no problem. I actually wanted to ask you about that as well.
Yeah,
Well,
anything.
I think that you have such a level of respect with so many of the men in the MGTOW realm. Do you
Hmm.
think that might be why you kind of get so much hate from, whether it be the Alices or the celibate scorpions of the community, so to speak?
I think so. Um, I think they have a hard time understanding the level of respect, and that not only I give respect to people, and
Yeah.
so primarily I get it in return. I don't think they get that.
That's probably accurate. I don't think that many of them have probably put in the time to get the same level of respect from a lot of the guys.
Yeah. Well, I also think it's a symptom of this feminism crap, where women just feel entitled. Like that short chat I had with a celibate scorpion on Hermit stream. She was trying to hammer in like, well, no, respect is just given. And I was like, no, it's earned. Like, you just don't give respect freely,
Got to be,
especially to people who don't deserve it. Like,
yeah, that's the truth. It's got to be earned. It's got to be I don't hand it out.
yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, man, a lot of folks coming through. Hey, everybody, what's going on? Thank you, guys.
Like Ghost Shura. Hello. Yeah, there's a couple people I don't recognize. I do know I've seen Ghost Cog around. Um, Mr. Kush,
Mr. Cush, of course. Who's this Polska Bob guy? Never heard of him before.
Lawrence. Hello, Jr. Yeah, Saving Nation. I don't think I've seen.
He's one of my gentlemen. He's
Yeah.
always in the streams. Yeah. I've put it
Okay.
on my community tab. I'm hoping some of my people will come over and play along with us as well.
Yeah, and then Lord Jeremy Hirsch. I
It's
don't know
one
if
of my
I've seen that one.
He's one of my good guys as well.
Polska Bob.
Polska Bob.
Oh, and Billy
Oh,
and
Billy the
Hemi.
Goat.
Yeah. Well, something that oh, and D-Man, Master Wrench of many
Yes.
places.
Yes.
Yeah, so and Frank. That looks and Pliskin. I hope I didn't miss anybody, but
Snake.
yeah, something that I was talking about on that last stream where you were chiming in when you were talking about emotional hostages. I was specifically trying to talk about some of the gentlemen that seem to not I have a hard time calling them gentlemen because they kind of act like the Alice people.
Yeah.
And they're white knighting for her currently against me, which I think is really weird because I'm a chick and these are dudes. And me personally, I haven't seen it in any animal kingdom either, that men get in between women's stuff, for one. or men try to protect or defend women against other women. To me, that's weird.
I think it's symptomatic of the virtue signaling that we see in so many other different ways that it manifests. But this is, one way of saying, in not so many words, but I'm here for this lady. I'm going to protect this lady. I will defend this lady's quote unquote honor, the white knight syndrome. But
Right.
I think it's virtue signaling is really the only way I can think of to describe that. I mean, ultimately, I would think that most of these guys know that that's not going to actually garnish them any love and affection from the woman they're white knighting for. I would hope they know that.
Right. I
So
just think it's strange that men will actively go and join a quote unquote smear campaign um, to try to defend this other woman that they hold so dear. Strangely, because something that I get a lot of shit about is calling them bastard factories. Like
yeah.
these are super white trash. I mean, Alice, for instance, is LARPing as this traditional conservative woman, but she's never been married. She lives at home. She wears a grill in her mouth. She's been pregnant 3 times out of wedlock. There's nothing about this woman that screams traditional woman. And I just call it bullshit. And these guys are like freaking out. Like, no, this is our traditional woman we're pedestalizing. You can't talk bad about her.
Are these men that are typically in your live streams or on your channel, or are these
No.
men that came over from her channel? I guess.
Yeah, it came from a group that she hangs out in.
Okay, so I
Yeah.
guess she didn't like what you had to say, and then posted back something to maybe start
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, look, I see that a lot in the manosphere as well, and I think that a lot of people will create drama or try to answer into drama wherever possible to get their name in the same sentences with other names or other people that might be, like yourself, who are in with a lot of the men in the MGTOW community, so to
Hmm.
speak. I think that for them, it's like, well, I want my name to be said with her name in the same sentence. So a lot of them, I
Mm.
think, maybe foster some of this behavior. And she probably knows that a lot of what you said is true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
mean, yeah,
I don't think grills are ever going to make it around to the conservative group. I don't think that'll ever catch on.
never.
Mhm.
Never.
I hope.
Yeah. Well, so tell me your ideas about this emotional hostage. You mentioned
Uh,
it in the chat.
yeah. At the time you had your live stream going on the other night, I was thinking about that, and we were talking about kind of the disgusting behaviors of some of these women, like had mentioned with Alice.
Hmm.
And we had brought up kind of emotional tampons and being an emotional sponge for a lot of the negativity of some women and the way
Right.
that they hold people in a relationship. And for me personally, I mean, we all know what an emotional terrorist is, and we all know what an emotional hostage is. But I think what's so devious is the idea of a human being saying, I'm going to use your own love against you. I'm going to use your own
Right.
emotions against you. You
Right.
will do what it takes to make me happy, or you will be punished. And I don't know if that's kind of from a sadomasochistic place, because there seems to be a lot of leanings towards that right now, not just in the sexual realm, but if you look around right now, it's become a lot of young men are cupped to a woman and bending over and acting like a bench so she can sit on him. And you see these behaviors, and I don't. It's hard for me to imagine the humanity of a young woman who would do this to a man who cares about her, and even more so to a young man who would allow this to be done by someone that he quote unquote cares about and should
Right.
want to be strong for her. I mean,
Right.
as far as I can tell in the world we live in, that women still do like a strong man who is, not weak, will not cower down to just anything, will stand up for himself, even if it is to her. I mean, that still an attractive trait for a man to have?
Yeah. I mean, I think so. Unless you're a feminist and just want submission.
Yeah, and that's the other part of that is psychologically. We know that there's for any relationship, whether it's a normal relationship or a gay relationship or whatever, there's a sub and a dom. There has to be a dominant one, there has to be a submissive one. In order for that to work, two dominant people typically can't, they're going to butt heads the entire time, and two submissives, it's just going to be a big sissy fest, if you'll excuse my
Right.
French there.
Yeah.
um, there has to be that dynamic, but I think the roles have so reversed in recent years, because for years the man was the quote unquote dominant one and the pillar of strength, to, I don't want to say protect, but perhaps comfort his woman when she needed comforting, or when she felt like she might need her man to hold her or pick her up or protect her. Whereas now it seems like women say that they want that, and I mean feminine women, feminist women, obviously.
Yeah.
Say that they want that strength and that leader and that protector and provider, but as soon as he does anything that's masculine or dominant or protective, she says, well, he's controlling, or he is trying to dictate my behavior, or tell me who I can't be around or who I shouldn't
Right.
be around.
Right.
I know that in past relationships I've had with women that I did love and care about. I mean, truly did. There's no shame in that. But in some of those relationships, there were situations where maybe one of those girls was hanging out with someone who I knew had an addiction problem,
Right.
and I knew was a frequenter of the CC, and
Yep.
and I actually said, look, I don't want you hanging out with this person
Yep.
because it's bad for you. Human beings have proven, to be the sum of the five people they hang out with most.
Yep.
And if you run with a bunch of ducks and you quack like a duck, people will think you are a duck until you are a duck.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I was at that night when you brought up the emotional hostages.
Yeah. Something that I've noticed, because that I don't know how much of that dynamic plays in this particular situation, but the emotions. These crazy bitches have been preying on the fears of these men, and they've been able to penetrate the boundaries, I've noticed, by using race.
Yeah.
Like, you know how there's fear, white supremacist, Nazi, all the things, the feminists like to call us.
Sure, of course.
Racist,
Right.
that's how they've been able to get these guys on the hook to go, oh, you got to go destroy that person. And they've used racism.
And there is a lot of weak white people in general, white men and women that I've seen recently playing into this idea that white people are bad, and and it's white people doing it, and talking about these white people are racist without understanding the hypocrisy of their being racist, even though it is against their own color.
Right.
It is still rooted in racism.
Yeah. It's that white guilt thing.
Yeah, and I don't know what they're guilty for unless they are themselves racist or have been very recently. I mean, I know very, bad things happened in the past that had absolutely nothing to do with me.
Right.
I grew up in South Florida, down in Miami, Kendall area, and in Fort Lauderdale. I moved there, and there was a very large Latin American population from all over different areas, Cuban population, and a lot of Haitian individuals that had come from Haiti in that area. And I made friends with all of them. And I've actually had several Black men come to my defense in fights and stand by me and help protect me when I was a much younger man. So even though before I moved to Miami down there, I lived in Birmingham and was raised by, we'll say, some white folks, not my parents, but some white folks who were not a good example as a young man growing up, especially a white man growing up. Their mindset was a very poor mindset and rooted very much in race. And my personal experiences with other races of human beings have kind of dictated where I chose to go with it. And I get comments on some of my videos where I might have a black woman in the video who is doing what humans do, white and black and different.
Mhm.
And I've had black women come on in my comments and say, well, you're racist and you shouldn't have this black woman up there. And I've responded back by saying, I have a human being on my video.
Right.
You made it about race.
Right.
I didn't even see that didn't even occur to me when I was editing and making that video. I was just, this is a person saying something that doesn't seem right, whether they be white, Latino, it just, but I've got that on my channel before. Well, you're racist because of this. And I think that's a shaming language. I think that's a way to
Yeah.
silence people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And some people will fold to that. Some people will bend to that and say, well, I'll stop talking about it now.
Right.
You know,
But you don't?
no,
Good.
no,
Good.
because I don't look at it as race.
Right.
I still have videos where there are, white women, Latino women, Mexican women, whether Puerto Rican, and black women. And
Yeah.
if it's a video that I think helps to alliterate the point that we're talking about or discussing in that video, I put it up. I never
Yeah.
point and say anything awful about this person or a race of people. I just, here's a human being
Yeah.
displaying less than good character traits in dating.
Right.
Or husband wife situations. So
Yeah.
no, I don't. Not going to bend the knee for anybody because it's not coming from a place of hate.
Right. Yeah, that's why I think out of all the men's groups or the manosphere bubbles or whatever, that's what I appreciate about the MGTOW space the most is they understand that female nature is universal. Like there's no skin color behind it, and that's what some of these, I call them black white knights or whatever, that have been trying to come after me. A lot of them claim SYSBM, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So they're pedestalizing this piece of white fucking trash and trying to say that she's better than this black woman and all black women over here. That's kind of been my biggest problem with that particular little group because they have tons of toxic women around them, and they won't admit that any other skin color of women can be toxic. I'm like, this isn't just a black woman problem. This is a degeneracy problem, and it's cross cultures.
Yeah, it definitely is. Absolutely. And, I know a lot of men that are in the Save Yourself Black Men group will say that are good men, stand-up men. I have several black friends that are men that when we've hung out or gone on fishing trips together or whatnot, they'll get phone calls from their wife or girlfriend, and some of them get treated in a manner that might be considered disrespectful. But I've heard that from white men's wives screaming over the phone at them as well.
Yep.
So I think that some people don't realize that this isn't just black women or just white women. Or I've talked to men in Asia. I've talked to men all over the world on my channel that say this is going on here. I never thought it would come to this here. I've talked to Muslim men who have said they're starting to creep in here. Yeah. Which is, it's everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's infected everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There has to be some kind of, maybe it's a different type of crazy bitch. Because I do notice that paler complexion type crazy bitches tend to be more covert with their manipulation and their abuse than black women. Black women are more overt and I guess more masculine. That's a big complaint that I hear. But I don't think these guys are very calibrated to even acknowledge the other kinds of female abuse.
I don't think they recognize the covertness, and I think that a lot of that, what that is social awareness. I think that a lot of, we'll call it white women, as they're raised or grown from a young girl to a young woman, they're taught that their actions will be, it's like your permanent record, they used to call it in school. They're taught that, what you do is just going to follow you around all the time, and you got to be a certain way or you'll be seen like this or seen like this. And many of them are very good at social manipulation, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is probably why when, let's say, some women will cheat, perhaps they will then want to pull the man into an argument that might lead him to a physical place. That way they can
Right.
say, oh, well, it doesn't matter that I mean, he beat me up. He was the bad guy. He was the abuser. Yeah, I
Right.
mean, I was sleeping with so and so on the side, but it's almost like none of that matters now because the white
Right.
knights and the simps will come in and say, oh, well, I mean, I can't believe, that he would do that. And
Right.
typically, a lot of men wouldn't do that.
Right.
But
Until pushed to the point where
and I,
they've had enough.
and I've seen women that was in relationships with that you would never ever imagine that this person is capable of it. Get up in my face and dare me to hit them, beg me to put my hands
Right.
on them, and I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? You've known me for a long time. This is not who I am, and
Right.
I knew at that time that she was attempting to get me to do something out of character,
Yeah.
because then it didn't matter what she did. I would be the bad guy on all of the social,
Yeah.
through the families or the social medias, and he's the monster, not me. Look over there.
Yeah. 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 It's the sleight of hand. I watched my mom do that shit. I watched
Mm,
her destroy many men in my upbringing. I mean, my mom was kind of an equal opportunity abuser, so there wasn't any, oh, I'm going to hate and destroy men. It's like anybody she came in contact with was prey. So I got to witness a lot of tactics and what women will do to make it out to be somebody else's fault.
did she ever use that against you? Do you
Oh
think?
yeah. Oh yeah,
Okay.
big time.
So
Yeah, yeah.
it wasn't just a select, it was
It was
often
everybody.
I often wonder how true that is. I mean, I've seen it with a lot of women and young women that I've known and or dated or been friends with, that a lot of times their mothers will be kind of callous and underhanded with them covertly, but
Mhm.
outwardly seem like they're best friends. And then when I
Mhm.
would hear from the girl, it was, I can't stand her. If you only knew.
Right.
I guess that's more widespread than I thought it was.
Oh yeah. I mean, I know a few. I haven't really talked to my mom since my early 20s, so
Oh,
she
wow.
she is that toxic. That
Was
she,
your was your father in your life?
hmm yeah, my
Okay.
father
Okay.
and my stepdad. I had two great dads.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fantastic.
and a nana. My nana was good too.
Was that
But
your father's mother or your mother's mother?
my mother's mother.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I got.
Just just getting all the information here. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. No, I've seen it. Lots of things. I mean, because the last thing men want to do is physically hit a woman, right?
Yeah, it's
Like, but what do men do to fight back when they're being emotionally terrorized?
sadly most men. I mean, I'll speak for myself. I didn't want to break up the family. I didn't want to, and I don't talk specifically about my situation often, but I can say this. I didn't want to break up the family and I didn't
Yeah,
want to make ripples in the water. And I already knew at that point that there was fuckery afoot.
yeah,
So I knew that she wanted nothing more than me to do something out of character or to give her a reason to say, well, I'm leaving,
right,
and I'm, that was probably my biggest thing is I didn't want to bust up the family. I, had children involved and I of course didn't want to lose any time with them.
yeah,
But at some point there's not much you can do to fight back because you can't physically do anything. You can't
right,
use your man size and or strength.
right,
And I can even see that's a bad thing. I'm not saying that, oh, well, if only I could have. No, I don't
right,
want to dominate someone that I quote unquote love or care about.
right, right,
I don't, that wouldn't be love. But on the same hand, I mean, you can't even talk sense into someone when they are in a place where they no longer want to be under your leadership.
right.
Yeah.
So is that what led you to MGTOW? What's your MGTOW origin story?
Oof. Um, That's part of it. I mean, I was married twice.
Mm.
First wife and I, when that went down, of course, I had two children there with her, two sons, and I was extremely unhappy about that. They ended up moving away, states away, so visitation was extremely difficult because of that. I wasn't going to be in their day to day life, and I knew that right away. So
Yeah.
that was a tough one. The second divorce, we had been together 16 years, married for 15 years, and the idea at the time was we would do everything, amicably and as friends, and we would co-parent. And well, I think you know how that tends to turn out. And I was going to have all the visitation I wanted, and no types of constraints on that at all. She was a city over from where I was, so it wasn't a big deal. And of course, that was complicated by situations that at the time I was unaware of. But as I became aware of them, well, that had to come up in conversation. We had to discuss that a little bit.
Right.
But I've tended to not fight that fight and just been like, you know what, go do what you got to do. I will be as involved as I can given the situation. And when the situation is different, perhaps I can have more involvement in all of that. But I would say what really red pilled me the most was the girls that I messed with after that. I went through a bit of a phase where I made some bad decisions, and I think I was searching for validation more than anything, because at the time I think it was 42, coming up on 43, something like that, maybe 41 coming. And as a balding older man, I was like, I got to see if I can still even talk to women or get women, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And I was able to, and I went on a bit of a bender. And through dealing with lots and lots of different women, I found that didn't give me any sense of purpose. It didn't make me feel better. And it certainly didn't make me not have the sadness that I had.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, you know what? I ended up meeting this one girl. Her car had her battery had went out at the storage place that I was renting and putting all of my stuff in, because I was about to leave the apartment that I had lived in with my wife and kids. It's a townhouse, but I was leaving that. I was going to put all my stuff in storage and just go on this long road trip, so to speak, from work, and let them put me in hotels, and then I'd get one on the weekends myself. And kind of the way that happened, her car was broken down. I gave her a jump. We ended up talking and whatnot. And I was like, hey, this seems like a nice person. Seems like a good person.
Right.
I have to say this delicately. She was not exactly what you would call a looker. Not someone I would have seen myself going after, but her personality was so great that I was like, hey, I'm going to give this woman a chance, and I'm going to really, seems like a nice person. And we had hung out for probably 2 months here and there as I was back and forth. And it turned out that she was vegan or vegetarian. I
Oh
don't know
God.
how you
So
want
she was a
to
crazy
say.
bitch.
I was trying to skate around that, but yes. So here's the
I'll
thing:
say
is
it.
at
I'll say it.
first it was not an issue at all. She was like, "Oh, don't worry about that. That won't bother you." And I was like, "Oh, that's good, because I eat a lot of meat. I eat steak
Right.
and bacon and chicken, and I mean, I put chicken in my eggs. I get the egg from the chicken and put it back into the."
Right.
So, and then later on, as we were hanging out, oh, well, do you have to eat so much meat? And I'm like, why would you even try to control what I'm eating? Like, I get what you're doing.
Right.
And then it was, well, I don't want you to cook any steak in my house or any meat in my house, because then the house smells like, and I was like, that's fine. I get it. And it happened to be that one night I was bringing the kids over to her nice neighborhood for Halloween, and we were doing the Halloween thing. And there hadn't been like any real major issues or anything like that. But this one particular night, on Halloween night, when my kids are there, she went ape shit. I mean, just completely nutty, made the whole evening about herself. And I was like, hey, my kids are here. What are you doing? I've not brought them around any other women, and haven't brought them around you, because I wanted to make sure on the level, and you've been on the level, and now you're nutso. So, I mean, like,
Yeah.
I'd say it's probably 2 days later, I just kind of let her know that, hey, I will not be around you anymore for any reason. This is just not gonna, we can't even be friends at this point. But
Right.
it was in seeing that a lot of the young women that I was fornicating with were fornicating with other people. And then when I tried to
Right.
do the right quote unquote thing and give a woman that I might not have given a chance to be an actual human being,
Mm.
she was batshit. And I was
Yeah.
like, you know what? This is it. I'm done. I'm just done, because all the ones that I've met that were Christian and good women and nice women, and in the end just were not. They were
Right.
the complete opposite, and that's what red pilled me. And
Yeah.
that's when I was just like, I've got to focus on myself for a while, and it's been healthy for me since then.
Yeah, I've seen a strong correlation between veganism and soft authoritarianism.
Yeah, yeah. And she said she wasn't political, but she was a lefty. I
Yeah.
mean, you probably don't even have to say that, but she was, masked up, so to speak. So,
Yeah. Actually, we have a few more people that came in here. Hamster's here.
hamster.
Saunders, SCE.
The master wrench.
Yeah.
What's up, boys?
Joe Buddy.
There are a lot of people in here, aren't there?
Yeah.
Unwanted
Um.
contrivers here.
Oh shit. Hey, contriver. Oh, Joe's asking. Actually, I start a question. Rusty asked. GM asked John what he thinks about the general state of MGTOW online today.
That's a good question. I would love to answer that. In my personal opinion, there is a lot of splitting hairs going on, and a lot of men who want to dictate how another man goes his own way. They want to
Right.
say, well, it has to. I mean, we're aware of the three basic rules and tenets. No cohabitation, no marriage.
No
No
children.
no
Yeah.
children, obviously. But there are those other men, in that sphere that want to say, okay, well, you can't, sleep with a woman at all. And look, I don't think that's a good idea. It's not right for me because it's been so problematic. And I mean, I can honestly say that it ends badly for men, always.
Yeah.
You know, and there are so many men that want to say, well, you have to go your own way, my way. And if you're going to use the MGTOW word, you have to do it this way. You can't tarnish the image of this with that. And I find that to be problematic. And you have a lot of men that are like, well, if you're making MGTOW content, you shouldn't monetize it in any way. And
Right.
I am an unapologetic capitalist. I've been called a grifter.
Yeah.
I've been told that, look, I'm a conservative, so to speak.
Yeah.
You would say I'm not typically very political, but I'm a Republican. I carry guns. I am a capitalist. I believe in, my whole life I've had people that I'd look up to, men that I look up to, tell me, if you ever get a chance to do something you love and make money at it, you will
Yeah.
find happiness.
Yeah.
And I've had other people say that if you're really good at something, you should get paid for it.
Right.
And when I look at some of the comments I've gotten, I'm like, am I good at this? But I've saved 34 screenshots from different men all over the world that have said, you've saved my life, or
Mm-hmm.
you made me laugh when I didn't want to, or I really enjoy your content because I was in an extremely dark place and
Yeah.
I can't say anything else about that for legal reasons.
Yeah.
But those comments that I've gotten from men make me feel like, well, I want to do this and I don't want to censor myself or not be able to say 304s or any of these types of things that I do say. And I say some things that, well, may or may not have gotten me fired back in July on the 15th. And it would be very hard for me to keep a job in this environment right now because of the things I say. So it
Right.
came to a choice of, well, do I choose to try to monetize my content a little bit for the men that want to contribute?
Right.
Or do I completely cut my balls off and make censored, very cookie cutter, safe content that no
Right.
one wants to see that?
Right.
And quite frankly, I don't want to be that. and then I could go get a job somewhere, and HR wouldn't call me in every 2 or 3 days and say, "Hey, you gotta no." So I had to reach a point where I was like, I want to do this full time. I love doing this. I enjoy doing this. Not only do I enjoy making the content, but when I get a message from someone who's like, "Hey, this when you said this, it really clicked with me, and it
Yeah.
made a difference." So um, I think that a lot of the men that are in the MGTOW area right now, not all, but there are some that want to have a back and forth or an argument with a lot of the other men and say, well, I don't like this guy, and therefore you shouldn't like this guy. And it would serve us better if we all
Right.
came together. And look,
Yeah.
I've had guys I've known through my life that I've had fist fights with. We had a disagreement over something dumb. It came to
Hmm.
blows. Some of them are my best friends now. But the
Right.
idea is eventually you have to bury the hatchet and say we can do more together than we can separately. And I think
Right.
that's something that I would like to see more of in MGTOW right now is more men coming together with our similarities instead of saying, well, this guy's a little different than me on this issue,
Right.
so fuck him.
Yeah.
Because it's, one piece of hair is not very strong, but a bunch of hair in a
Right.
ponytail is
Yeah.
extreme. It can hold a lot of weight. It's very
Yes.
strong.
Yes.
But that's kind of what I think about that.
That's something that I notice with all the various different bubbles that I go into. It's like all the men are saying predominantly the same thing. And there's like 5% they disagree on, but they seem to spend the majority of the time arguing about that last 5% of shit they disagree on.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they realize how much all the men have in common.
Yeah. And I think that a lot of, I'd say a lot of our men should try to come together more with each other,
Yeah.
and maybe put aside some of the differences that they have. And I know that some of them are grieving because of this or grief because of that. Um, Obviously, I mean, there's only one man that comes to mind. I won't say his name because, it's just too much, but his actions and things that he did and said regarding a dead man, he's dead to me. I understand if all the other men are like, fuck that guy, I'm just not going there.
Yeah.
There's a
Well, that one man in particular, there's a crazy bitch behind it. So
huh.
that's speaking of going back to emotional hostage, terrorism, and extortion. There's women who like to applaud the shitty behavior of other people, and it causes them to do more.
So
Especially if you target a man that might be lacking a lot of female attention anyway,
yeah.
they'll like hammer on those terrible decisions if it matches what their agenda is, and they'll actually get those men to do really disgusting things.
And I think that's the danger of the white knight syndrome, is because when you are that pliable, that malleable, and can
Yeah.
be convinced to act in a way that clearly is despicable,
Yeah.
you could be talked into damn near anything.
Right.
That's the scariest part about that. And I think that any man that's willing to do something along those lines for the sake of female attention or female validation, just because he lacks that in his life,
Right.
is truly a dangerous person.
Yeah. Well, also peer pressure.
Yeah.
Like when these people get together in groups and you got 3 or 4 people behind you like egging you on, it gets out of hand.
I personally don't think that will never be a problem for me, because I am. It sounds cheesy saying it, but I'm very Sigma. I'm a loner. I do things the way I want to do them. I don't. Um, Sometimes it's against the grain. Sometimes people won't like me for it, at which point I won't even argue or have an argument or a fight with them. I just don't engage in it. I'm like,
Right.
well, this is what I'm going to do. So, and I think that may be why I've had so much so many new subscribers in the last year and a half. I think I was at 1,200 or 1,500 a year and a half ago, and we're closing in on 11,000 now. But I think it's because
Nice.
when people come in and say, well, you have to do it like this, or I don't like this particular thing, I'm just like, I don't care. It doesn't,
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't bend the knee for anyone. And it's not
Yeah.
out of disrespect for them. It's out of respect for myself. And I think that that's a genuine quality that a lot of men and younger men can appreciate.
Yeah.
You know, when a man can say, hey, look, I'm a bit of an asshole, but it's who I am. And I'm not going to, I can't placate to everyone. I just can't.
Yeah. You
Last,
can't. It'll never work.
no,
Somebody's always going to be unhappy,
you
no
know,
matter what you do.
it's something that I wanted to do at first. I wanted to be the guy that everyone liked because that's who I was. I was raised by, you know, single mother raised. I was told, well, you want people to like you, and you don't want people to. You can't speak your mind all the time. And because I am someone who suffers from Asperger's, I don't have that filter.
Right.
It's just not something that's in me. I wish sometimes that I did, because it would have made certain circumstances probably easier on me. But
Right.
um, you know, I think that's why my vibe has attracted my tribe, is because I don't filter myself. I don't want to filter myself, and I'm okay if some people don't like me. I'll just deal with the people that can appreciate that. So.
Saunders. Well, so what is the main thing that you want to accomplish with your channel besides getting paid to do what you love?
I do enjoy helping people. I've had several people reach out to me. I recreated an Instagram after I closed my Instagram and Facebook down a year or two ago. And I did that because I had men that wanted to send me messages. It was before I had established a website with a contact form that people could actually get in touch with me, because there were men who wanted to talk to me but didn't want to put it in a visible comment on YouTube.
Right.
And many of them have reached out to me there that were hurting or needing to talk to someone who at least could understand some of the complexities of what they were going through. So
Right.
I want to be able to reach more men, and I want to do it in a way that will benefit them also. And I don't just mean lifting them up, but freeing them from the constraints of everyone has to like me, or I have to be this certain thing. Because at the end of the day, to me, MGTOW is really more about a man learning that he has to stand on his own 2 feet and be able to tell the rest of the world, fuck you, if necessary. If necessary. Because I think that's where true freedom comes from as a man, is when you are able to say, I don't want to be someone I'm not for the sake of, you know, everyone liking me. I'm
Right.
okay with pushing those buttons. And I just hope to reach more men out there, and young men who are looking for this message or curious about it. And quite frankly, I enjoy doing it. I've always loved video editing and making videos. Since I was a young kid, my dad had gotten me this was 89 or something, this little cheesy tape fed thing, and it recorded video, and you could only play it back through the RCA, through the VCR to watch the video. But I used to rewind it back to the spot where I landed a skateboard trick, and then I would try the next trick 100 times till I got it perfect. And then I would have that as, so it wasn't even video editing, but
Right.
like I actually enjoy doing this. So if I'm not in Premiere Pro or Photoshop, I'll be in StreamYard or Streamlabs, and I like this.
Yeah.
You know, I like the challenge of learning it.
Well, I'm glad somebody likes it. I fucking hate it. Technologies. I'm not into the technologies. I think men are better at that kind of stuff. When I look at channels, like the majority of the channels that I've ever followed are like male channels produced by men. Like they seem to have better skills as far as creating online stuff goes.
I think men are fascinated by technology, whether it's gaming or phones or tablets or computers in general. I came from a background of computers. My dad was a computer program after Vietnam, and he did it for the rest of my time that I knew him and or lived with him. But he also, I think it was the early days of like AOL 3.0 when they first came out with their HTML editor. He got me into that and said, "You should learn to create websites." And I was like, what's a website? And at that time, before AOL and whatnot, they had what was called bulletin boards, BBCs, which is, you know, everyone could get together under different IP addresses and meet at one common IP address to talk. It was a chat room basically and share stuff
Okay.
back in the day.
Yeah.
But I think that a lot of men are more fascinated by technology because it's so, once you learn it, it's easy and predictable. There's an input and an output, and if everything is right, 0 + 1 + 0, it's predictable. There's
Mm,
no, as long as it's correct. Whereas
right.
everything else in life now is so subjective to so many different things, and then emotions from other people, and
Yeah.
computers just are what they are. I think that's why men like them. It's easy.
See, that's weird. I see people as more predictable than technology,
Well,
but maybe that's because that's kind of my lane, you know?
it is. I mean,
Yeah.
you as a woman, I mean, you have that certain understanding of social behaviors and social ideas that are so complicated for men. Because with
Yeah.
men, we're very socially with one another. Things are very easy. If I'm talking to another man and I say something or going to a zone that I know he doesn't like, I know what's coming next.
Right.
And all that might be frowned upon by society, it's black and white. It's
Yeah.
very easy to understand, and we can bark at each other and say, "Okay, we both agree that we disagree on this."
Right.
Whereas I've seen a lot of women, like you said previously, have more of a subtle undertones, and maybe they do kind of subtle digs at each other, and they eat away at each other for years slowly.
Right.
Where men were like, "We got to solve this right now."
Yeah.
So yeah, socially, I think that women are much more aware of behaviors.
Yeah. Rusty had another question. Ask John about his idea on red pill rage as related to the status quo of most manosphere content.
Oh, Rusty, coming up with some good
I
questions.
know.
Look, red pill rage has its place in every man's life. It is a tool to be used. It is not a place to live. It's very difficult to get out of that mindset because as men, when our testosterone is flowing strong and we are truly angered about something, that is consuming. It's something that I think if you can just as a man learn to channel that anger and that aggression into something more positive for you, it's better than acting on it in a way and kind of becoming what someone is trying to get you to become. If you can
Right.
understand from a psychological aspect that there are, let's say, perhaps an ex of someone wants him to become this monster, wants him to
Right.
become this emotionally broken, not only because it makes her look like the good guy if he does something bad, but a lot of women will actually enjoy angering this man, getting this man to this place. That's why a
Yep.
lot of women want two men to fight over her, and she wants to feel like, well, I got these guys so amped
Right.
up that now they're against each other because it's an ultimate form of validation and social control. And
Maybe for a sadist.
well, known a lot of women, and most of them at the root of it, at their core, tended to enjoy this type of manipulative behavior. But again, that doesn't, that's not all women, I understand,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
there are some that would enjoy that. I think as far in terms of the manosphere area, at some point, I don't want my content to be a constant where people come and get angry constantly or constantly fed this bitter rage I mean, I do still have the fuck 'em message in my videos,
Yeah.
but I try to do it from a place of humor and a place of personal growth where I encourage men to, don't delete yourself. Don't go over there and wreak havoc on everyone.
Right.
Learn to put that into a way where you can better yourself physically, your health, or your eating, or your job status. Better monetize yourself, because as you do that, you become a better version of yourself, and it will help you to have more productive hobbies, more productive habits. And I think that there are some in the manosphere content who are very good at bringing these emotions out in men, and
Yes.
and while that's not the route that I go, I don't look down on another man's avenue. I never want to be the guy that says, well, this guy should do it the way I think it should be done, or this guy's using this as his method to keep people on his channel, or forcing people to come into his channel because they feed off their anger. I try not to look at it like that, because some men have to go through that red pill anger stage. But I
Yes.
like to encourage men not to live there, and if you feel like you can't get away from that anger, channel that into something that will be productive for you as a man, because
Yes.
that's the way you will go forward. That's the way you will have growth as a human being. Um, I wish more men preached, and I understand why they don't do it. Look, those videos don't get views. I make videos about bettering yourself as a man, they'll get 100 views. But if I make a video that says fuck 304s, it'll have
Right.
5,000 views in a week.
Right.
So, I mean, I understand why this is what it is, but I wish that more men that watch our content were half as interested in bettering themselves as they were at being angry at this bitch or another man. I think that a lot of times that energy could be better used.
Yeah. Yeah, I've tried to, well, besides collecting crazy bitches online that like to terrorize other men,
Yeah.
I tried to give examples, because my whole thing is, I know during a rage period, like these monsters might seem all big and bad, and oh my god, they manipulated me, and oh, this was planned and it was by design, and I'm going, no, these cowardly crazy bitches are like so weak. That's the only reason that they do this, is because they're cowards. Like I understand that they've emotionally tormented people, but being able to look at them for what they are, I think, is really important. It kind of takes the power away from them,
I agree with
because
that. Yeah. Yeah.
they want you to be afraid of them. So
Yeah.
I try to focus on dissecting those crazy bitches, because a lot of guys won't even see passive aggressiveness in the start until they're like, a couple weeks into it, and this woman has said these nice things, but every now and then she gives him a little jab, and he wonders, like, was that a jab, or
Because
maybe she meant it different, and no, she's doing that on purpose to confuse you. Like,
yeah. Yeah. And again, that's where you have an advantage, because you are so much more in tune with the social aspect of it. And a lot of
yeah,
us men are raised, even if it's not by a single mother, a lot of us men are raised with the idea of, well, you got to be the hero, and you want to be the good guy, and the guy that comes in and saves her. And in doing that, we teach so many young men that women are all sugar and spice and all things nice, and they could never possibly do any wrong. And
right,
in the real world, that seldomly is the case.
right,
A lot of times it's the opposite, but we
right,
can't believe it, because
right.
I'll use my case in point, because I don't want it to be too personal for anyone else. But
Mhm.
my own mother taught me all of these things about women, but never that they like the bad boy, never that you shouldn't bend over for her every time. Never any of these things that I think would have been such important lessons to tell your son as a
Yeah.
woman, because she knows the
Mhm.
nature of women.
Mhm.
Never ever did we even have a conversation in which she said, "Hey, look, you really need to focus on getting your money right early on and
Yeah.
make lots of money because one day you're going to meet the girl of your dreams and she's going to be the pretty girl and everything's going to be great until you don't have money."
Right.
And that would have really been useful advice that I wish, I wish my mother had told me at one point that, when a woman really loves you, if things go really south, she might love you less.
Hmm.
That would have been useful information
Hmm.
for me. I never
Yeah.
even conceived that possibility. I thought it was, the way we had learned in church and the way that we had learned as a
Right.
young man grow. Oh, you're going to find the one true love, and the love is going to be so powerful, and you guys will live happily ever after. And
Right.
that leaves
So
a lot out.
so is that the blue pill mindset that I hear a lot about?
I would think so. That's definitely what I was raised in. I mean, hell, I was just, I don't even know if it was just blue pill or straight purple pill or just, I was clueless about all of this. I was clueless that any of this was even possible. I was one of those guys in my relationship phase, 4.5 years ago. If you'd have told me, well, 5, quite frankly, because of the fuckery, but if you'd have told me that women were capable of some of the things that some of them are capable of, or that, a woman who quote unquote loves you will sleep next to you, put good sex on you, and make you think that you're the most wonderful, the next day can be gone, like not just like it never even happened. And
Hmm.
that wouldn't have occurred to me at all because I'm from that male mindset of, well, if there's a problem, we got to talk about it, we got to address it. Whereas I realized that many of the women I've been with in my life, that when things were not what they wanted or were not, many of them didn't say anything. They just hung around for another 6, 8 months until the time was right to either monkey branch or leave when she had a place to go. But the
Mm.
entire time I found out this person hated me for X amount of months, for the
Yeah.
most part, would never let on to that at all. Made me still feel like I was the man and the great guy, and then just the next day it was like, I don't even know you. I never thought that was possible. It wouldn't have occurred to me.
I mean, was your mom like that though? Like, because I know my nana was very like she went through some stuff in her marriages that I mean it's kind of an old school thing that you know through thick and thin, like
My mom wasn't, and I think that is the thing that really got me the most. Is I always believed there were other women like my mother out there, and the truth is, no one is going to love you like your mother if you're a guy. If you're a
right,
man, no woman will ever have that level of love or admiration for you. And there will be mothers who, whether they have substance abuse problems or whatever the case is, they won't be capable of that. But my particular mother, after my dad left us and went off to do his thing when I was, I think, 3 or 4, she didn't remarry until I was almost in high school. And even then, it was under the guise that this guy was going to be good to me and take good care of me. And he wasn't a terrible dude to me. I mean, he was, in fairness, he was pretty cool with me and tried to teach me things. But she never brought any other men around me because she didn't want to be the 304 or the, what I mean? Like
yeah,
she shielded me from all of that other kind of stuff. And then when their marriage went south, that was it. No other men came around, no, none of that. If she did date somebody, it was, I was not a part of it at all.
yeah,
And I think that was largely because she wanted me to feel like I was the most important man to her. And
yeah,
while that was amazing, and I love her very much for it, um, I just assumed that one day I would find a woman that was capable of this same level of love.
right,
And had she say, "Look, no woman will ever love you like I'm not even sure I would have believed her. That's
right.
how blue pilled I was. I thought, well, yeah, there's certainly one day, and no, I was very blue pilled.
Your mother loves you for your survival. Your woman loves you for her survival. Mike Tyson.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Lord Jeremy, what's up, brother?
Hmm. Well, what do you think about these crazy bitches at these universities?
The teachers or the students?
The the professors. That's what I see as the fundamental problem. The
Yeah,
indoctrination camps.
yeah. I think that they're doing it younger and younger. I think that they're
Mhm.
trying to indoctrinate the much younger children at this point, but it really saddens me and it makes me feel a level of disgust when you think about some of the university professors that get sponsorships from corporations, and or some of them have government money coming in.
Mhm.
Some of those schools get government money, and
Yeah.
that government money isn't government money, it's our money.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
taxpayer money, and
Yep.
anyone that's ever paid taxes on the regular knows that, like, this is against what any parent would want for their child. I would think at some level, those certainly fathers, but there are some mothers that are, I don't want to say mental midgets, or I don't even know if I could say that word, mentally ill um, mothers out there that are like, well, yeah, I want my son to become a woman if he wants to, or I want my daughter to be,
No. No. No.
these,
That's child abuse.
yeah, this is
Yeah.
bad. This is bad for society. And at some level, look, I want everyone to do what they want to do and be able to be who they want to be. And the
Yeah.
only reason is because I don't have any stake in that other than it's ruining society. And I think
Yeah.
that at some point, that's what we really need to focus on, is some of this is absolutely toxic to a
Yeah.
developing mind. Now, look,
Yeah.
if someone's 25 years old and they decide, hey, I want to do this, do what you want to do. You're
Yeah.
an adult at this point. Do what you want to do. I'm not going to lose sleep over it if you decide to lose it and go AWOL.
Right.
But when you take a developing mind, and I mean even someone in college that's there to get a education
Educate.
based on science and mathematics and
An expensive, mind you, very,
uh,
very expensive education with lots of debt,
yes,
right?
lots of debt. A lot of these people, will go in and get their degree in what does AMS say, underwater basket weaving, and be $200,000-300,000 in debt when they come out of school, and now they can go and get a $40,000 a year job. It's toxic to society. It's poisonous to the students, and quite frankly, I think that when you take a young person going into college who has never really had any money training, because they don't teach that in school. They don't maybe a little bit know how to balance a checkbook if mom and dad helped them. They've never really had credit before. And you're like, hey, we'll give you this student loan for
Right.
100,000. And
Right.
they're like, oh, great, cool, I can go to school. Well, then who comes along next? The credit card vultures are like, well, look, I know you need a couch and a big screen TV and a new Xbox. Here's a credit card for $5,000 on it. You just make those monthly payments. Everything will be fine. Don't
Right.
worry about the 38% interest. That's no big deal. That's normal. A lot of these children, younger adults, don't know this. And by the time they realize it, they're $200,000 in debt to the school loans, and then they're $50,000 or $20,000 in debt to the credit card companies, and they had to have this $30,000 truck or car to get around because you got to have transportation, and especially in today's modern world, um, this is problematic. You start people off and they start out crippled because these
Yeah.
professors, like you said, have put them on this pathway. And by the time they realize how far in debt they are, they don't even know if they're male or female anymore.
Right. See, but where's the level of responsibility for that parent? Like that parent should have been teaching that kind of stuff, right?
I agree with you, but I think that the problem with that a lot of parents face, and I can only
Yeah.
say this because I've seen this in people I know. If you're the parent that says no, this way of living is wrong or not healthy for you,
Right.
you can be demonized by society. You can lose your job for saying, okay, well, I don't want my child to be this, or I want them to wait and make that decision later in life. You can actually be looked down upon. A social media post of you saying you don't want that for your child can go viral, and then you can have a million people in your DMs, hey, you're an awful parent. I can't believe you don't want your children to join the whatever cult of. It's
Right.
concerning. And then you have those other fringe people that are like, I can't believe they did this. We're going to show up at her house, at her
Right.
doorstep,
Right.
and yell at her face to face. So a lot of parents fear the reprieval of the nutsos in
Yeah.
society that want to push this agenda.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was just raised differently. I don't fear any crazy bitch.
Yeah, and you were. I mean, you and I come from a different time, and
Yeah.
the things that have changed in our lives alone are so
Yeah.
dramatic. I really don't know how we come back from this at this point. I mean, obviously, I know that it would take, I don't want to say a great reset, but if something, not something out of our control, some natural
Right.
thing or disaster or whatever happened,
Yeah.
that would be the way that we could then say enough is enough with the bullshit. We're not doing this anymore. But it would take the complete
Yeah.
downfall of the social media machine that
Right. Right.
keeps everyone so plugged in. And while I am a part of that machine, as are
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
we try to put out a message of, I would say to intellectuals, something that they can think about. And I can tell people, don't think like I do, just think about what I'm saying. And if you disagree, that's okay too.
Yeah.
But we got to be allowed to have the conversation. In society right now, you're not even allowed to have the conversation.
Yeah, because of the cancel culture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
recently had a girl face crazy bitch try to bring up the Americans Against Disability Act to try to say that YouTube was not holding true to its community standard guidelines by allowing me not to be canceled.
So is she mentally disabled or?
Oh, she's got like a negative 145 IQ, I swear.
Oh,
But
so the average then.
yeah, pretty
How do you
much.
meet these lovelies? I have to ask. How do you come across
I
all of
just
these wonderful people?
I witnessed them abusing men in my presence.
Ah,
So I'm like, "Hey, crazy bitch, knock it off." And then they start freaking out.
well, you're not
So,
allowed to push back against the hive. You should know this as a woman.
well, I don't know that actually. I've never been a part of any hive. So,
That's good. That's good.
um, something else that I've been thinking about, because these universities have all these departments, like all the studies departments that the feminists created.
Mhm.
Um, Mr. Pliskin said we need more underwater wood chipping classes. That's
Yes.
actually,
It's
I want to, if these lesbian man hating feminists can infiltrate the universities and found and co found gender studies or feminist studies or whatever man hating class, why can't I get crazy bitch boot camp classes in the universities to kind of counteract some of this stuff? I
because it
think,
doesn't support the narrative.
well,
It
the
doesn't.
narrative should be education, right? Academic freedom is what I keep hearing.
I agree with you. I think that it should be. I think that look, if I were a crazy evil genius, I wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
want educated people. I
Right.
wouldn't want people that questioned my authority. I wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
want people who discussed questioning my authority because it would be a threat to my power. I would need
Right.
everyone to be on one accord. And the best way to do that would have you fight with each other.
Right.
So if someone maybe wasn't on the same page you were,
Mm-hmm.
make them your de facto enemy because they were more on my side than on your side. Therefore, I could use them to get to you. They would be a tool
Mm-hmm.
that I would use because my hands are still clean over here.
Right. Right.
That's what I would do if I were in power. And I don't want any power over anything. This is why I've had people ask about the glasses a lot. I don't. As a young man, I was a Chad. I mean, I was 6 feet tall. I was, I've been told at that time I was good looking. I had long, pretty blonde hair. I was the, and my ego ran amok. So I have to keep my personal ego in check um, on a daily basis, not because I was that person, I didn't like that person. And that's one of my greatest pains in life is looking back and being able to say that I was, I thought my shit didn't stink. I thought that I was the end all be all.
Right.
Only in getting to know myself and being honest with myself and feeling a deep level of emotional turmoil that I've come to this idea of, as Sadhguru would say, I want to experience life, but not be the center of it. So
Mm.
it's kind of, I have to keep
That
my ego under check.
yeah, that sounds non-narcissistic though.
Um, it is, I guess, from that standpoint. But then, I also have people that say, well, you make these videos as if you're some kind of,
Right.
narcissist and you think people actually care. In my members area, I've done stuff about like a personal what I eat or going fishing, and people, well, no one wants to see that. And it's all, I would think it's all up to the end user and that the market kind of decides of those kinds of things. But
Yeah.
there was a time when I thought I was something special. And, you know, I didn't like being something special. I didn't like the way it made me feel. And I can assure you that the nail that stands out gets hammered down.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah. So what do you think drove that ego? Like what nurtured it?
I, this is going to sound awful. Because of the Asperger's and my inability to turn it off, I would stay up, late at night, all day long. I was thinking and thinking and reading and thinking and taking in all the knowledge I can. So at some point, I was convinced that I was a highly intelligent person. And
What's wrong with that exactly?
well, nothing in and of itself. However, if you make the assumption that you're smarter than 90% of the people that are around you or interact with you,
Hmm.
you begin to have this egotistical look at things, and you tend not to learn things from people who can teach you great lessons.
Right.
Um, if Tesla or Einstein or any of the other great minds in history had never learned anything from their apprentices or underlings,
Right.
um, I don't think they would have made some of the miraculous discoveries that they made. And I had become incapable of learning
Mm.
anything from anyone else. And this went against the grain of who I was as a person because I always like information coming in. I can't
Right.
sit still. I don't like silence. I always have something on or something going, whether it's a podcast or an audible book or a YouTuber, or because the constant flood of information coming in
Yeah.
cuts off what's going on back here. And
Hmm.
sometimes what's going on back here is very good and very productive, and sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
So knowing that about yourself and being able to say, okay, well, this is my strength and my superpower, but it can be a weakness if I don't keep it in check.
Hmm.
So for me personally, I had to be able to address that with a level of humility and say that, I'm not perfect. I am flawed. And I'm not as smart maybe as I thought I was. And
Mm.
I still think I'm smart and in a safe way, very calculating,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think that it's healthy for a man to be able to say that I have flaws. So,
Yeah. So you said you had kids.
mhm.
Are
Yes.
they of legal age? Are they looking at having families of their own type
Well,
stuff?
I have five children, four boys and one girl. So,
Hmm.
my first two sons from my first marriage, they are out and on their own now. They both moved out of mom's house. One of them works building cars. The other one works selling cars. Both of them are very successful and doing their own thing.
Right.
Both of them had plans to go to college,
Hmm.
but both of them decided it wasn't right for them. Thank God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Their mother actually called me at one point and was like, "Look, can you talk them back into going back to school?" And I said, "No, I won't do that." Not
Yeah.
to be disrespectful to you, but I find that that's look, school is an institution, and
Hmm.
institutions are a great place to be if you're a crazy person.
Right. Yeah.
You don't, it squashes creativity. It
Yeah.
teaches everyone to think exactly the same. And I know for um, my son Sean, he's very well. I shouldn't even get into that, but he's very hard headed. He's his own man. He's like his dad. He wants to follow his own path. So I encouraged him to do that. And
Yeah.
for my other older son, he is like me, extremely analytical and can't escape from that. But he's so brilliant that I know he'll do well at whatever he does. I don't have to
Yeah.
worry about, oh, he needs this piece of paperwork to make it as a young
Right.
man, because
Right.
I just know he doesn't, and he doesn't need the debt. And I think he knew that as well. So that was good. My other children, my other three, are much younger, and they're doing their thing. Let's see, two of them will be in high school for a few more years. One of them hasn't even hit middle school yet, or is getting close to. So they still have some time to go with that
Yeah.
ex-wife. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So the two older boys, do they want families?
I would think potentially. I don't know if one of them does or doesn't, because he is extremely analytical like I am. I don't know how
Hmm.
much of my content he's watched, but he's certainly seen the fallout and repercussions of what happened with his mother and I. And he
Yeah.
knows that he knows that I wasn't responsible for that. He knows that his dad was removed from his life. He's used those
Right.
words before. So,
Right.
I mean, he knows that wasn't something I chose, and he knows that that could be him in that situation. My
Right.
other son actually watches my content and has purchased my merch, and he's doing very well in life. He got married, not too long ago,
Hmm.
so I'm sure at some point they will have, a child, and I'm sure
Yeah.
that that's what he wants and the path that he wants to go down. So I encouraged him and said, look, at the end of the day, I can say this:
Yeah.
while I don't recommend it, while I think it's a bad thing, I would go through all of that pain again tomorrow just to make sure that I still have my 5 kids. Even though I
Right.
don't have them, even though I'm missing out on their lives, even though because I know them, I could never not know them now. I could never
Right.
undo that. So
Right.
it's ultimately them, myself and them. We all pay the price for that, because I mean we all feel the pain from it. I don't know if either of the two ex-wives even looked up from what they were doing in terms of feeling, but I just don't think that it would be wise for most people to go down that road. If you
Right.
don't have kids, the best course of action is probably not have kids. But I also know that my son, who has recently married, he's as hard-headed or hard-headeder than myself, if that's a word.
Yeah.
He's not. If I tell him, "Hey, don't do this. This is problematic. It can end badly for you," he's going to do what he wants to do. And
Yeah.
you know, I got to respect that as a man. So
Yeah. They have to learn their own lessons.
yeah, they do. And that plays back to what I said earlier about men. I try not to tell another man how to live his life. I try to give him information and let him go his own way in his own way. So
Yeah.
hopefully it ends well for him. I have high hopes for it.
Yeah. Well, good. I'm glad he found one that isn't necessarily a crazy bitch. I mean, she could be with the right kind of inspiration, though.
Yeah,
Going
yeah,
back to what you were saying about how kind of keeping a tabs on the kind of people they spend time with. I have
yes,
a I have well, an old friend, I guess, somebody that I trained when I used to work in a salon. I recently got a notification that she was on Twitter And when I opened it up, there's a whole bunch of OnlyFans shit. And I
Hmm.
was like, this is weird. I mean, I hadn't talked to her in years. And last time I saw her, she was hanging out with some new girls that worked at the salon that I was trying to tell her not to hang out with.
Oh.
And they were taking her out drinking, and it was pissing her husband off. And I mean,
Oh.
this is a lesbian couple, right?
Hmm.
And I saw it unfold. Like, she just listened to these two girls instead of her husband. Fast forward, she's divorced, and now her ass is on OnlyFans.
Hmm.
So I'm like, ugh.
Some people have to learn by their own actions, I think, and I
Yeah,
think that all of us humans get so caught up in what feels good right now that we
yeah,
tend not to think of how it will affect us later on. And
right,
yeah, how do you tell someone, hey, this is bad for you later when right now they're like, I'm having fun, I've got a few drinks in me, everything's good.
right, right. I mean, I tried to tell her because these girls would like hit on her, but say I'm just kidding, and I'm
Yeah,
like, they're not joking. They're literally a lesbian couple. They want to do you, so I would watch your
yeah,
drinks if I were you.
yeah.
Fast forward to, I mean, her husband's like, I don't like you going out with them, and then they're in her other ear going, oh, he's so controlling. Why do you listen to him?
The dirty Mac,
Yeah,
the dirty Mac. Yeah, they get in there and they become the friend, and oh, he's bad for you. You don't
right,
need him
right,
around. Yeah, and they're just like you said, they're just trying to get to her.
yeah,
I think that in my boy's case, she is. I guess the correct way to say it would be a Latina, and
mm-hmm.
her family is very good. I've met with her father. It's a very close knit family. They seem to be, you know, of the family dynamic, so to
Good,
speak.
good,
Their wedding was absolutely insane. There was so much family members there. I feel like
yeah,
it's the best, safest bet for him since
yeah,
he's going down that road. She seems very family oriented. Now, again, anything's
yeah,
possible. Anything's
yeah.
obviously possible. So, yeah.
All right. Have you heard? I haven't been watching the news much lately. I keep hearing mixed signals about this chick in Italy. This fascist. I guess the feminists are not happy about the new prime
Hmm.
minister.
I haven't heard anything about it. I probably need to research that. I've gone through great lengths to eliminate advertising from my life, and I don't watch any news on YouTube, so I never get
Yep.
recommended any because I don't go through the news category there. I've
Yeah.
got what do they call it? It's like $11 a month, but I've got the YouTube Premium is what it's called.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
don't ever see any ads on my YouTube videos,
Yep.
and it gives me YouTube Music, which you can download and have any music you want at the press of a button through YouTube Music's program with
Yeah.
no ads. So I don't keep cable TV at the house, just the high speed internet. So I literally zero advertise. I don't hear anything about anything typically.
Yeah.
I do know that Italy's history has had some. There's been a lot of interesting things there. What do you know why they're saying this about this woman or what she did that is?
Um. No. I mean, Bandit brought it up. Did anyone see the new PM speech out of Italy? That woman is based as hell. It's inspiring.
Oh,
So I don't know. It totally goes against my women in government ideal. I don't think women belong in fucking government.
oh, well, hold on
Isn't
now. Go back to that first. We're not just going to gloss right over that. Can, can you explain? I'm curious. You got my curiosity there. Why do you?
well, I mean, our government's way too big anyway.
Well,
Uh,
yes,
I
yes,
think I'm a firm believer that if it wasn't for all the damn women who got degrees because of universities and then got into political power, that our government wouldn't be as big. I mean,
hmm,
we have so many damn programs that are designed to take care of people like women like
right,
to do, right?
right.
So, I mean, as far as I'm aware, our government was designed to protect people. And that seems like a very man ish realm. So,
I agree with you on that 110%. And
Yeah.
kind of my thought process on that is when, in order to protect someone or something, that someone or something must be not, I don't want to say subservient, but must be, have a
Willing.
level, yes, have a level of respect for you as the protector
Yeah.
and willing. So if a husband tells a wife, hey, I don't want you hanging out with this friend because of this reason,
Yeah.
under his protection model, she needs to say, I understand your concern or I don't, but I
Yeah.
won't do that because it's against your protection model. Rather
Yeah.
than coming back and then saying, well, you're overprotective or you're controlling or you're, in order for me to defend my house, for instance,
Hmm.
I have to be in control of the situation here. I have to know where certain things are located and why they're there and how, if they're ready to go or not. And when the problem is, when you get a lot of women, in my opinion, in government,
Hmm.
their maternal instinct to protect comes in, but then
Yeah.
they also use the same mindset that I've just described as you will be subservient to me and my rules and do things my way because this is the way that I'm going to protect you. It's the idea Isaac Asimov wrote in the book I, Robot, before the movie came out, which it's
Hmm.
still applicable in the movie. But the reason the robots revolted was because it was the best way to protect us, was to get us under their control. In a
Mm.
controlled environment, under their, it wasn't a malicious thing, it was the most logical decision, still feasibly possible, that if I am controlling your well-being from every direction, you will be safe,
Yeah.
but you will be controlled.
Yeah.
So this is the sad state of government today. Is everyone has been so petrified by media and media
Hmm.
influence. We're all going to die. It's all coming to an end. That
Fear
everyone,
porn.
exactly, fear porn,
Yeah.
and people are
Yeah.
just spanking it to it and thinking, well, the
Yep.
government's going to come save. The government doesn't give a shit about any of us.
Right.
I think it
The
was
government just wants, and well, the women in government just want more tax money.
more tax
That's all
money
they
and
want.
control.
Yeah.
Ultimately, a lot of women love the idea of power, especially women that have been masculine, have become masculine. They want that power, they want that fear. And a lot of that is, some of that in some of these women is psychologically based in the terrible thing that happened to them as a young child, where someone dominated them or used control against them in a perhaps sexual situation.
Mm.
Psychologically, now, as these women, they don't ever want to be in that feeling again where they feel that helpless. And to do
Hmm.
that, they have to have the power, they have to have the control. And it makes them feel more in control to be more masculine or to have more masculine traits.
Hmm.
And I think that the real danger of that is, where does it stop? Where do we draw
Hmm.
that line and say, enough is enough of this?
Hmm.
And we've had it so good, at least in this country, for so long, that no one is capable of surviving. If you go back to my great grandparents and your great grandparents, like, they probably had gardens, they probably saved meat fats under the sink in a jar. They were
Yeah.
probably capable of drying their clothes on a clothes dryer, or washing them
Yeah.
in the river, or skipping not having a hot shower if they had to. Or we've become so soft as
Hmm.
a race now,
Spoiled.
spoiled, and we look to mommy and daddy government to save us from this, and I'm afraid of that. And there are, thank God, still many people who would fall under typically the Republican or conservative mindset, that are like, you know what, I've got my own guns, I don't mind working hard, paying taxes, and getting a little piece of land, and if anyone I'll take care of myself.
Yeah.
But sadly, that level of empowerment is not there on the other side. The other side talks about empowerment, but not personal empowerment, empowerment through the tools of the system, which is not
Right.
true power or safety, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah. You brought up the psychological, like the compensatory psychology behind, the women getting oppressed or abused, or the trauma from childhood.
Sure.
I think that's quite a minority of the actual things that happen. I've seen a lot of vicarious trauma. A lot of these women getting manipulated and
Mhm.
traumatized, just like emotionally,
Mhm.
and fed the fear like, oh, it could happen. That's why you need to be extra dominating. So,
Mhm.
so this doesn't happen to you. That's how the majority of these women are acting.
It
Not because
doesn't.
something bad happened to them, because they got this story that something bad happened to somebody else, and oh, you don't
Ah,
want this.
I see. I see.
Yeah,
I'm unaware of the numbers on that, so I can't obviously speak on it much because I don't
yeah,
know the math on it, but I
yeah,
do know the numbers on grape. And while no one talks about this, it is a if you look at the math and you
yeah.
include the prison system, men are graped more
More.
than anyone else. And
Well,
sadly, that is by men. It's not like women are doing it. But
right.
this is
Yeah,
the math. So.
yeah. No, you can say all the words on this channel. We don't. Yeah.
Well,
No,
I
well,
was.
but going back to rape, this emotional terrorism is
Mhm.
like emotional and mental rape. That's kind of the paradigm that I'm looking at it in, and trying to figure out what laws we have that match up with it, that people can actually use to try to fight back some of these terrorists.
I think that the system of power that's in place now has such a tight grip on the media, which has such a tight grip on the individual citizens. And I don't necessarily just mean news networks because they're almost dead at this point,
Right.
numbers wise,
Yeah.
but social media has become more powerful and popular than movies, anything else.
Yeah.
Gaming is a bigger industry now than Hollywood is,
Yeah.
which is a good thing. But social media in and of itself, I mean, just on YouTube alone, I looked this up like a month or two ago, and I want to say it's something like 1 million videos are uploaded on YouTube every single minute of the day. And that's such a when you think about that and you think, well, I'm trying hard to grow here and it's slow going, and the social media attention thing is so prevalent
Right.
and has such a grip on people. And as far as the youth are concerned, I mean, if you look at TikTok, TikTok has more eyes on it most of the time than YouTube, but it's younger eyes. It's where the younger eyes are when they're not on YouTube. And quite frankly, it's making everyone's attention span, the younger generation's attention span, boiled down to a 30-second clip, a 30-second soundbite in which you can
Right.
be scared or fed a tiny bit of information. And you see
Right.
that 20, 30, 40 times a day on your feed, and you feel like, well, I know everything about this thing now because I
Yeah.
just watched 13 other teenagers tell me about it.
Right.
And I think that's why we have so many unfortunate circumstances where young people harm themselves, not on purpose, but by doing some stupid TikTok challenge or TikTok trend, and then they're impressionable. And the
Yeah.
people that they're getting their impressions from are these twisted teachers and
Mm-hmm.
other people on TikTok who have no life experience.
Crazy bitches.
Crazy bitches. Yeah. Yeah.
Lawrence. He has the funniest dreams about me, I swear. He dreamt I had a bunch of crazy women lock me in a basement and they were all screaming and I was sitting on her couch sipping tea and laughing. Yeah. I just don't take these crazy bitches that serious.
Why? Again, I mean, we touched on this
Hmm?
briefly, but
Yeah.
it's so perplexing to me that you are someone who is in a we'll say so respected in a group full of men who quite frankly don't trust a lot of women,
Yeah.
but you get so much trust and admiration. And why do you think that is, in your opinion?
Um, Probably because I'm one of the most emotionally and mentally stable people that I mean, I also don't lie. I try
Yeah.
to say things how they are, as direct and straightforward as possible. Um, And I think in the past, I don't know, 7, 8 months that these crazy bitches have been trying to cancel me. They keep doing all the things because these are man hating abusers, right? Who
Sure.
usually do this
Yeah.
shit to men and have the men like maybe back off. Well, they're using the same tactics to fight me as they do men, and it's not working. It keeps backfiring. I mean, even down to because I'm very vocal about where I live in
Mhm.
College Station, Texas, where Texas A&M University is. One crazy bitch thought I worked at Texas A&M University, so she called up there to try to get me fired.
Hmm.
And I literally had a campus security dude and a dude from my local sheriff's department, like a member of the Joint Terrorism Task Force, like
Hmm.
FBI dude, come to my house because they called in and tried to have me swatted. So,
Yeah.
I mean, but they sent two straight white men to my house to talk about how I'm harassing women online. Like, if I was a dude, that could have probably ended up different.
Sure, of course. You seem
So,
very, I watched a lot of your content before deciding I would ever even come on your,
yeah,
I'm very, like I said, I'm very to myself. I'm
yeah.
very, but I was so intrigued in listening to you, keep the same frame on all of your shows and listening to you. And I'm like, she doesn't come across as a chameleon. She comes across as genuine. And I think maybe that's why so many men see you as not one of the
Crazy
damaged,
bitches.
broken, crazy bitches. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, you don't come
Yeah.
across that way at all. So I
Well,
think,
and I could probably have my crazy bitch ass mother to thank for that. I mean, learning how to control my emotions or whatever
mhm.
was something that I learned pretty young.
Mm,
And there's really nothing that any of these crazy bitches can say to me to make me triggered.
right.
So it's like they go on their little tirades, and I mean, I've been in so many situations so far when they're like literally spurging out and freaking out and yelling and can't keep their fucking mouth shut, and I'm just like, like saying all the things, throwing out so much shit to see what'll stick, and I'm like, are you gonna answer my fucking question? Like, you want to keep going with this? But
Hmm.
I don't think they know how to really get me. And I know they're trying. Like these crazy bitches have been trying to cancel me since like day one. Like reporting all my stuff and using many of the on the drop down menu when you hit the report button, all the different excuses people make when they have their feelings hurt.
I have never reported anyone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I have
Well,
no idea.
it's a thing. It's a
So
thing.
I
The
guess,
crazy bitches report people. That's how videos get strikes.
so you're saying
It's
they have a drop down menu of options of
yeah,
how you hurt them, I guess.
yeah, yeah. Which feelings I hurt, pretty much.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah,
It's interesting that to see that YouTube is going down this road where I'm very, I guess this is I'm very old school in the belief that either we have freedom of speech or we don't have freedom of speech. And whereas I know that these companies use it as their bulletproof shield to say,
right,
well, it's our private platform, so we have the right to say, well, you can't say this or you can't see.
right.
That's so abhorrent to me. That's so disgusting to
Mm-hmm.
hide behind this legal loophole when you, as a big, powerful company, should be the ones that are like, you know what, we're going to stand for
Mm-hmm.
what made this country. We're going to stand for the freedom of, excuse me, the
Right.
you in YouTube. We're going to I don't know if you ever watch any of Russell Brandt's stuff. He put out a video not too long ago where he made a mistake about the little cough cough situation, and YouTube recently went back and deleted that video about it and gave him a strike, a community strike, and a
Mm,
stern warning to say that if this happens again, we'll blow up your channel for the most part.
really.
And he's pretty lenient. He's not really what I would call hardcore in any direction, but
Yeah.
the
No, he's super
idea.
left. He's super left.
I was I was beating around the bush a little, but
Yeah.
I would say he's pretty lefty but in the interestingness of that, MSNBC still has up on YouTube the Rachel Maddow bit that she did about if you get the poke, you can't get the illness, which is, as we know at this point, is not true. It would
Yeah.
still fall under the same medical misinformation circumstance that Russell's video came under, but the hypocrisy of, well, we're only interested in protecting freedom of.
Women.
I hate seeing companies that should be standing for the freedom of speech aspect. I mean, if you remember years ago, there were different countries that were going through things and their government wasn't allowing them to communicate, but these social media platforms like Twitter and several others were allowing those people to use dummy accounts through virtual private networks to get out their message out of that country to the rest of the world. And it was because of social media's involvement in that we got to see some of the atrocities that were going on there and happening, where now that's not even a thing anymore, because the countries, this particular space, can say, no, you're not allowed to say anything that we don't like you saying,
Right.
or we don't completely agree with, or doesn't align with our advertising dollars that are coming in. Because at the end of the day, it's money. I mean,
Right.
so,
Right.
I don't see how we get back to a place of freedom of speech. And as long as social media is run by the left, controlled by the left, and the powers that be dictate through lobbyist and corporate control what we can and can't say, think, or hear.
Yeah. Well, I blame crazy bitches, because all these crazy bitches have degrees that they got from university, and they were taught that this is how you're supposed to operate in the world. That your feelings matter over facts.
Yeah.
That you're allowed to tyrannize people and get them to shut the hell up if you just cry like a little bitch.
Yeah. And it is, in my opinion, one of the saddest forms of mental illness.
Yeah.
Whether you're a crazy bitch or a crazy Mitch, so to speak, to think that my feelings are more important than everything else, logic, anyone else's thoughts or feelings. I've been wronged. It's all about me.
Right.
That's that level of ego I was telling you before that I'm so adamantly against, because even under a controlled circumstance or situation where I see myself as fairly reasonable, it was dangerous in my hands. But in the hands of someone who is mentally unstable and thinks, well, everything has to be tailored around what I think.
Yep.
That is a level of narcissistic social ineptitude that will be the downfall of our society.
Oh, yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. By the way, let's say bye to Johnny. See you, Johnny.
Take it easy, Johnny Midnight.
Looking forward to it. He's going to, tomorrow at 6 p.m., he's officially going to be a fascist rock star.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, I blame the humanities departments the most, and we seem to have a disproportionate saturation of crazy feminist bitches in psychology field. So these women that have these degrees are completely incompetent because they're feminists.
Mm-hmm.
So they're doing the public a disservice by, coddling all these adult children when they shouldn't be.
Psychology, a knowledge of psychology, is a very powerful tool in being able to manipulate people, which goes back to what we talked about when I first got. It's so abhorrent to me that someone could use this understanding of how someone loves them so I can manipulate them. It's that psychological understanding that I know how people will react if I do this, and then therefore if I do that, it gets me over here to where I want to be. And it's such a calculated use of human psychology against another human being, which really takes the humanity out of all of it.
Right. It's actually a crime against humanity
I would
to
say,
abuse your power and authority like that. I
yeah.
know they always blame men for, abuse of authority, but women do it more in our society.
Yeah, but I mean, I can understand from we'll take Sun Tzu's The Art of War. I can
Mhm.
understand from The Art of War the idea behind it and the reasoning behind it. If I make a lot of noise over here and I make
Mhm.
everyone look at the problem over here, it's these men, it's these men, it's these men, I can do whatever I want to over here. Once I've
Right.
got everyone focused, all of their
Yeah.
energy laser focused on these men and what they're doing, I can get away with anything over here.
Right.
I just have to get everyone focused on this.
Yeah.
And as a society, our attention span has been whittled down to next to nothing. So if someone says something we don't like over here, everyone's like, oh my God, I can't believe that. Meanwhile, they're loading their trucks with money out of the till, over
Right.
here on the other side.
Man, Bandit really Would you like to watch a 2-minute speech with me?
Of course.
Here, let's see. Open link
It's
in
not a
chat.
Joe Biden speech, is it?
I don't think so. Oh, okay. So it's the prime minister. I guess the
Oh,
feminists are
okay.
freaking
Sure.
out about. I haven't
Ah,
I haven't seen her. It looks like it's translated too. All right, this is it, Bandit. Let's see. This is why they fear us. All right, it's 2 minutes.
I'm all in.
Okay. Let's see what they're freaking out about.
Potrei farne tante altre di queste domande. A monte c'è quella che ci facciamo oggi: perché la famiglia è un nemico? Perché la famiglia fa così paura? C'è una risposta unica per tutte queste domande. Perché ci finisce, perché è la nostra identità.
Mm.
Tutto quello che ci definisce in questo tempo è un nemico, per chi vorrebbe che non avessimo più un'identità e che fossimo solamente schiavi, consumatori perfetti. E allora è sotto attacco l'identità nazionale, è sotto attacco l'identità religiosa, è sotto attacco l'identità di genere, è sotto attacco l'identità familiare. Non devo potermi definire italiana, cristiana, donna, madre, no. Io devo essere cittadino X, genere X, genitore 1, genitore 2, devo essere un numero.
Mm.
Quando sarò solamente un numero, quando non avrò più un'identità, quando non avrò più radici, allora sarò lo schiavo perfetto in balia della grande speculazione finanziaria, il consumatore perfetto. Questa è la ragione per la quale oggi noi facciamo tanta paura. Questa è la ragione per la quale oggi questo appuntamento fa tanta paura. Perché noi non vogliamo essere dei numeri, noi siamo qui per dire che noi non siamo dei numeri, noi difenderemo il valore della persona umana, di ogni singola persona umana, perché ognuno di noi ha un codice genetico unico e irripetibile. E questo, piaccia o no, ha del sacro. Lo difenderemo Dio, la patria e la famiglia. Fanno tanto schifo a qualcuno. Lo faremo per difendere la nostra libertà, perché noi non saremo mai schiavi e semplici consumatori in balia della speculazione finanziaria. Ecco la nostra missione, ecco perché oggi sono venuta qui. Scriveva Chesterton ormai più di un secolo fa, vediamo se ve lo trovo: fuochi verranno attizzati per dimostrare che 2 più 2 fa 4. Spade verranno sguainate per dimostrare che le foglie sono verdi in estate. Quel tempo è arrivato, signori. Siamo pronti. Grazie.
Mm. I fucking love her.
What's so bad about that?
Well, they see she's not wrong. I mean, she's very blunt about it, but this is the idea that is absolutely correct, that they are trying to make everything that makes us definable
Yeah.
not apply. You can't define what a woman is. You can be a boy or a girl, or you can't make any definitions about any of those things, because once we are all exactly the same, a
Yeah.
number in the system, we are easily controlled. This number owes this amount of money, and this is what their credit rating is, and this is their behavior and their social credit score. And once you remove everything that defines us as an individual, we will be broken because it's our individual things that make us different, that make us stronger or more self-aware, for instance. My need to express that I'm flawed and I'm different and admit that I was an egomaniac and that I was a narcissistic, out of control person, they don't want that. They don't want any labels on any one thing, because when we're all the same, we're very easy to manipulate, very easy to control, because it's like breaking an animal. I don't know if you've ever spent any time on a farm, but I'll use the circus as an example for this. The elephant is an extremely powerful beast. A raging elephant can be an extremely dangerous situation. So they take this elephant when this elephant is very young, and they have it on this little thin rope, and they have it attached to the stake that they have driven into the ground 2, 3, 4 feet. And the baby elephant, it can't get away from this little stake. No matter how hard it pulls, its neck is still attached to this little stake in the ground that holds it there. And it breaks the elephant. It destroys the elephant's idea of what it is in nature, this powerful beast that will one day be this unstoppable force. And as that elephant gets into old age, it is still can be controlled by one little stake in the ground that it could easily rip up and destroy the whole tent, and has before on certain occasions. But most of the time, that multi-thousand-pound beast is controlled simply by the idea of one tiny little stake, because it's been broken of who it really is.
Yeah, it's that learned helplessness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this experiment with the fleas. You know, the fleas in the jar. How they put fleas. Oh, they put this family of fleas. Well, a bunch of fleas in a jar, and so I mean, because fleas can jump pretty high, but this jar, it constricted their jumping, and so just after a couple days of constricting the jumping, you could take the cap off, and the fleas wouldn't jump out. They thought that they would hit the top. Even their progeny that they had following that only jumped that high.
Oh man, because it was constrained, it was broken.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So I know one of your goals is helping more men. I'm still trying to figure out what in a man's mind would make them afraid after so long to speak the truth. I mean, going back to them being broken and them being pretty much terrorized by society and told to shut up. How can we get more men to feel comfortable just speaking the truth?
We want to be accepted, ultimately. Not just by society or women, or, I mean, look, obviously us in the MGTOW sphere are a little jaded perhaps, but men in general have been raised with the hero mindset that one day you'll be the hero and you'll save the day and you'll do all these wonderful things that will give you valor. And we aspire to have that and to achieve that. That's why young men go into battle. That's why young men sign up for the military. It's because they want to feel like they're fighting for a greater good or achieving something that is difficult, not something that is easy. Men want that ultimate level of acceptance. But the more we fight back, the more we see other men get canceled or yanked off of social media, or like I said before, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Every strong man ever that has stood up and said, we got to do things differently, or we got to make this change, has been taken out. And you can look at just society in general today, or you can look at men throughout the course of history from, and again, none of this is political, but you could look at Kennedy, you could look at Malcolm X, Medgar Evans, so many men that have said, and take it back to Gandhi and Christ, and anyone that says we got to all have peace and get along with each other and learn to live together. That man has been killed. I mean, whether figuratively or literally, everyone that has said, I want to bring forth a better way of society to get us out of this perpetual conflict that we always seem to be in, those men have all been taken down. And, when I said I want to help men, I don't just want to help them through MGTOW or understanding women or being aware of female nature, or I want to help them find the best version of themselves.
Yeah.
Because that's what will free us. But it's not until we are all mentally free that any real change can happen, because we're still attached to that little peg and that little rope around our neck that says, well, you're not supposed to do this. Since we were a young man, we've been told, you don't buck the system. Don't think for yourself. Don't fight back. Just go along and be a dutiful little good boy. And we've taken the nature out of what it means to be a man. We're destroying masculinity, because masculinity is the greatest threat to society. If strong, powerful men actually stood up and said, enough of this shit, enough is enough, we ain't doing it anymore, that would be a bad thing. That would be bad for, the powers that be. It would be, it's better to castrate all these men is the idea, I think, of today's modern society, rather than having strong men that are capable of critical thinking and action. They don't want that. They don't want that.
Yeah, when I first came into this online space, and when I first figured out what the hell was going on, and I kind of traced it to the root, I was like, okay, it's feminists, it's universities, it's all these women that are telling these men to shut up. Here, I'm going to make some videos, and being since these men are listening to these crazy bitches, I'll just tell them it's okay to speak the truth now, and they'll listen to me because I'm a woman, right? No. That didn't really work out too well. Yeah. So I was like, okay, I'm a woman. Hey, you guys have permission now. Fuck these crazy cowardly bitches. They're just cowards. You guys can speak the truth now. Nope. I was like, damn. What? Why are they listening to the crazy bitches and not me? I'm a woman. Like, I don't get it.
A lot of people love that necklace that's attached to the spike in the ground. A lot of people, a lot of men even. I don't know if this is psychosexual, if it's some level of sub-dom behavior, but a lot of people are comfortable where they are and don't want to make any ripples in the water or behave in a manner that society might not be on board with. And we have so many strong men in this area and in these groups that make these videos, and they're like, damn it all to hell. I know eventually, look, they'll catch up to me at some point, even though I'm softer than a lot of guys in my message, and I'm more, I'm trying to make it long enough to get to reach 1 million men, let alone 5,000 before I get canceled. But some people like a certain level of subservience. And I think that's why so many men white knight. I think that's why there are so many blue pill beta male men that are bending over to be the bench for their woman to sit on all these social media. We've seen these posts a lot lately of men that are like, I let my girlfriend walk over me. If there's a puddle, I dive in it and let her step on me. And it's a lot of cucked out behavior. And I think that on some level, again, whether it's strictly mental or if there's some psychosexual thing going on there where they're like, well, I'll let my woman peg me or dominate me, and I'll let her, Sometimes there is, Stockholm syndrome, I believe. The idea of I love my captor. I love when my captor beats me and hits me, and I want to be the good little slave to this thing that is hurting me, that isn't good for me, that is, I can visibly see this is bad for me, but I'm not going anywhere.
Right. So do you think that they don't because they feel like that's all that they deserve? Do you think they've been beaten down to that point? Like they don't think they deserve anything better?
I think that the male ego is a delicate thing, and that when it is bruised, it needs to feel like it's wanted or needed. And I think that a lot of times men will think, even if I think I deserve better, if I don't think that better or worse is available to me, I wouldn't want to risk it because at least I have something. And sometimes
Right.
for someone who is an emotional hostage,
Yeah.
sometimes they need that level of negativity because it is something.
Right.
There was a case of, I forget who it was years ago, that they had this thing where their body didn't experience pain at all, and they just never knew. And through whatever it was that happened to them in their life later on, it got to be where they could feel,
Yeah.
sensation in their body again. The sensation came back, but they were constantly in pain. And famously, the doctor asked and said, "Well, was it, in your opinion, better before?" And their answer was remarkable because it was no. I'd rather be in pain all the time than not feel anything, because at least I feel something.
Mm,
Sometimes the absence of love or hate or admiration or anger, or the overwhelming loneliness and absence of feeling, can be more consuming and detrimental to some people than this thing over here that is still hurting them.
right.
So, and I think that's why a lot of people deal with loneliness and delete themselves, is because sometimes for some people that have been broken or convinced that no one would ever want them by this other extremely toxic person,
Right.
is, I would rather feel something than nothing. I don't think that way anymore, but there was a
Yeah.
time in my life where I wouldn't have broken up my family. I would have stayed through anything at all because I had something.
Right. Right.
So,
Yeah, that sounds a lot like narcissists with attention. Good attention's good, but bad attention is better than zero. like it's like they're
and
afraid to be with just themselves.
and I've been that person before. I mean, that's
Yeah.
an easy rut to fall into. I'd love to come up here and say, "Oh no, I'm the strongest manly man," and I've never. It's important for every man that's going through it right now or going through it later, watching this on a replay later on, that, look, men and women operate in spectrums.
Yeah.
And I have been the absolute most alpha, egotistical asshole. And I've been the most beta, cucked, sorry, stuck in a terrible relationship where I was miserable, and stayed by my choice, to where I am now, comfortably landed in more of a Sigma mindset of I'm okay with me. I can trust me with my best interest. It's like that meme that says, "I'd like to thank my arms for always being by my side."
Yeah.
Thank my, I trust me, and I'm okay with that right now. But at one point, I needed validation desperately.
Yeah.
So
Huh. Do you think your channel has some to do with that? Or how long have you had your channel?
2013.
Jeez.
I never went niche with it, which you're supposed to do, is make it about something. And I never
Yeah.
did that because I'm not necessarily scatterbrained, but I'm all over, and I'm into so many different things that I could have
Yeah.
made 30 channels out of that one channel with just my interest alone. So
Yeah.
I never did, but about a year and a half ago, I made my first man related content, and it was about, never dating a single mother. It's almost an hour long on my channel.
Mm-hmm.
And it got a bunch of views and whatnot. And that video, I started getting messages from men on my, at that time, still existing Instagram account. I saw
Mm-hmm.
your video on YouTube, and I wanted to talk to you and have all these questions for you. And I started getting comments from men that are like, "Man, this is so amazing that someone alliterated this, or perfectly worded this and put it in a way that, I mean, this makes sense and you're right about all of this. And
Right.
It got to the point where I was helping so many people, their words, not mine,
Yeah.
that thought, well, this is what my channel will be about. This will be my purpose that I've been looking for, because I liked the idea of helping these men. Now, always on my channel, even from day one back in 2013 when I did the video about homemade weed killer, I've worn sunglasses in my videos that entire time. Just, I didn't care. It wasn't about me. I was just having a good time and cutting
Yeah.
up. But as I started getting more popular making men's content then, and more people were subscribing, I had a bunch of people, hey, take the glasses off. I knew at that time the glasses would probably always be a part of my content, because
Yeah.
I could feel that part of me coming back to life that was like, well, hey, I'm getting a little attention here. And that's when I decided, look, this can't ever be about me per se as an individual. So
Right.
I don't talk much about my story. I've never really talked much at all about my origin story for MGTOW or anything, because I don't talk about the X. I don't talk about my
Yeah.
personal situations as far as what's brought me to the red pill understanding or anything. In fact, the only person that even knows the whole story, I would say, probably is Rusty. And that's just because Rusty and I have spoken so much over the phone about our personal issues and talking and whatnot. But
Yeah.
I just couldn't let it be about me anymore. But I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah. Well, that's exciting. So your purpose is it kind of runs alongside of my purpose. I'm just gathering all the crazy bitches and I'm going to put them through a boot camp eventually. So I'm trying to get the men just to tell them no, fire all these women. Let's cut these government programs, repeal the 19th. I am all for all of that shit.
You seem very smart and capable, but I don't know if you can reach these people.
The men?
No, the women.
No, fuck the women. No, that's what I'm saying to the men. I'm like, the only reason they're getting away with this shit is because you guys let them.
Yeah.
Like, their power comes from you giving up yours.
That's yeah, I would agree with that 100%.
Because I mean, the majority of these crazy bitches are so incompetent. You know, that they're trying to wield this, legal thing like, oh, you can't fire me though because it's discrimination. Yeah, that's bullshit. Like, they just terrorize people.
Yeah.
And yeah. So
I think. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
No, I was gonna say, like, if all the men collectively were like, fuck these bitches, like, I can sort out the women easy. It's just there's men in my way.
It's going that way.
Yeah.
The numbers, the birth rates are declining, which is very sad. I mean, just as a race, not even a race, a living being on this planet, we should not be. Yeah, we should not be at a place where at the top of this food chain, sending people into orbit. Yet we're dying. We're, you know what I mean, as a species.
Yeah.
You know, we're at a point where we're moving backwards as a species, and you have the WHO, you know who I'm talking about, telling us, oh, well, it's overpopulated, and really it's not. If you look at a map of where the populations of people live on this planet, there are certain cities, certain places where all the people live here, and then there's all these areas where there's one tiny dot or no dots at all. Yeah. And
it's a lie. It's a university indoctrinated lie.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't understand what they would hope to accomplish by that, but at no, if you would have told me as like I said, somewhat smart person that as a species, we would be at the top of the food chain doing all of these amazing things with science and technology, and then allowing ourselves to look at the math of we're not making enough people to continue at the rate we're going, giving the number of things in creative ways that we're killing ourselves, quite frankly, between facefuls of pharmaceuticals, drunk driving accidents, people are eating themselves slowly to death, and
drinking, drugging.
And some of the foods that we eat are not even really food. And
right.
I never would have believed that as a semi-intelligent creature on this planet, we would be allowing ourselves to decline in birth in rates.
Wow.
And men are waking up. Women are becoming less and less something a man would want to be with.
Yeah.
And
well, we've been under replacement rate since the early 70s.
Has it been that long?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It would be unfortunate for us to continue down this road for a long time, or much longer, I would say, because even with all of the things that are taking us out as a species, there is still the undeniable fact that men and women both are wanting to come together a lot less. And as we normalize same-sex relationships, which I could care less. It just doesn't affect me. But as we normalize this, that's even less people that will be hooking up with the opposite sex and having children.
Yep.
At some point, mathematically, you can't deny that.
Right.
Enough subtraction, eventually you get into the negative numbers.
Oh yeah, with a ever growing aging population.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the us older folks are the ones that are. Well, I say that for myself. I apologize, but us that have been on this planet for a long time are the ones that are capable of critical thinking. We were raised learning how to do math by hand and how to write in cursive and how to all of these complex things that this younger generation hasn't been taught at all. The things that we were taught in elementary school, a lot of these younger people don't even know at this point.
Right.
And one thing we know is those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. But what about those who don't even know about history?
Right.
I mean,
or learn a false history.
Yeah,
that's white men bad. White men did all these terrible things. Yeah. No, there's been a lot of really shitty history.
I think that the war on white men is a direct result of what we were talking about earlier. If you make enough noise over here, you can do whatever you want over here. And the sad part is it's not even, while there are pockets of African Americans that might be on that boat, it's not all of them. And while there are many white people on that boat doing it, that's what puzzles me. It makes me wonder, well, what are you trying to get away with? If the narrative that you as a white person are pushing is this, what exactly is your end game? I mean,
they feel sorry for people. They've been fed a whole bunch of bullshit and they feel sorry. And that is kind of like the most egregious form of racism that I've seen. Because I have clients that work at the university, and I've seen interactions between them and their students that are BIPOC, as they call it.
What does that mean?
Black and indigenous people of color. It's
a lot of new words to keep up with.
Yeah, it's all just a whole bunch of bullshit. But like they treat them with kid gloves. It's like they don't expect them to have any standards to succeed. They expect to have to cater to them and like kind of powder their ass. And they're like, oh, well, yeah, because, you know, they're from this place, or, you know, the past oppression. I'm like, you're literally treating them different because of the color of their skin. That's fucking racist.
Yeah.
Like, and you want to talk white supremacy, like you think you're fucking better, that you deserve to be held to a different standard than them. That's also fucking racist. Like, I'm like, why are these people so damn racist?
I think that the irony is they never see the error of their own ways, whether it's the race-related thing or I could go on about so many different examples here, but they will want rules for thee, but not for me. They have that mentality of, well, you can't do this. And when you say, well, you're doing this, you know, it's the men can't have standards in what they want out of a woman. But on the same hand, there are so many women that are like, well, I want a guy that's 6 feet tall and makes 6 figures and has a six pack well, you're doing the same thing. No, it's not the same thing.
Right.
It's that argument of like, but it is.
But if they didn't have double standards, John, they wouldn't have any.
This is actually a good point. That's
Um,
you're right.
let me just point this out because I have a habit of torturing people for many, many, many hours during these streams. You are free to leave at any point. I don't know if you had, because we're going on a little over 2 hours.
I planned for this.
Okay. So whenever you're tired of being interrogated, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was funny. Me and Kush, we started a stream the other day and had many people come in to join the chats, and then we ended it. It was like 6 hours.
Kush is great, man. He's good like that. You can always count on Kush, and I'm excited to see him starting to find a little bit more comfort on the YouTubes. He's since I first became aware of him here on YouTube, I've seen him start to do some shorts here and there, and he did one where he was singing, and he's starting to test the waters a little bit, and I love that because it's along that line of what I'm all about is man finding himself and saying, even though if he doesn't want to be like a full-time YouTuber or anything like that, finding that he's like, you know what, I like talking to people. I'm going to get on here and talk to some people, and I'm going to shake it up a little bit. And it's so good to see someone get out of this perfect bubble and make a few ripples in the water. And I'm excited to see that. So
yeah, he I saw him. He was
today.
Yeah, today. I don't think he ever started it though.
I think he did one test stream earlier.
Oh.
And not stream, maybe he just did a recording, I believe. He might have deleted it.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't see it on there right now. But he did a test and asked if you could hear him, and I said, yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
That's it, I think, right there.
Just a test here to see if everybody can hear me.
Nice.
So the coolest thing about this is that through self-expression, we free ourselves.
Yeah.
As we are all brought up as children, we're taught to refrain from our artistic things, our creative things, you've got to all make a macaroni Christmas tree. No, don't make a macaroni boot, or we're making Christmas trees right now. And
right.
It takes away from our creativity as humans, and the things that make us unique are these types of where we're like, you know what, this is what I want to do right now. And that was one thing I always battled with YouTube for so long and not getting so many subscribers, is because I don't want to be a niche. I want to do what I want to do. Yeah. And I did it very well, and to a very small group of people for a long time. So it's nice to see him getting in there and being like, you know what, I'm going to do this. I'm going to give this a shot. I'm going to talk to people. And I've seen several different men do this. Absolute Knowledge Seekers is another guy who I've been helping kind of coach along the way of, try this with OBS. This is how you do this. You should give this a shot and see what you think. I have another guy that went by the name of Mark Aurelius, who hit me up on YouTube back in July. And July, and said, hey, I'm thinking about making a YouTube channel. I watch your channel. I like what you're doing. What do you think? And I said, I don't think you have time to be talking to me anymore. You need to go and make your YouTube channel. And he has since done that, and actually has gained quite a following as a result. He's growing rapidly, but every single day he used to come on and he would do a video or two a week. I'm trying to look for his link real quick so I can show you, but
let's
because
share it.
He's such an interesting character as well. But he started out and he was making a couple of videos a week, and he made a few shorts, and a few of those shorts got lots and lots of views on it. And he sent me a message and said, hey, you were a tremendous influence on me actually getting this started, and I appreciate it, so much. I'm grateful for it. Where is the chat thing? All right, it's on this other screen. Let me drop this in here for you.
Yeah,
that's his channel there. So in him doing this, he's starting to grow a little bit on YouTube and catching a little traction. But recently he had sent me a message, and I said, okay, well, that's fantastic. You need to make more. You need to put out more content. You need to be doing it even more. You're going to reach more people. Now that you're getting a little traction, you don't want to back down. You want to keep doing this. But in every video he puts out is well thought out. It's actual content. It's not, you know what I mean? But he's doing it as a direct result of someone said, okay, well, if you want to do this, either you're all in or you're not about shit.
Right.
Either that's how I see things. If you're wanting to do something and you're wanting to produce content or write a book or anything at all, you're either all in or you're not about shit. So these are, some of these videos. And I mean, it's very much in line with the things we talk about here in the men's groups and the men's sphere, but he's a younger cat. And if he keeps going at the rate that he's going now, he'll be successful at it. So
that's good. Yeah, I have so many channels that I support. I love it. I love to see all the men saying all the things. I'm just like the free speech. That's what I totally support.
Yeah, I wish that I always thought that would be something we wouldn't have to defend. Like when I was a child and learned about freedom of speech and all these other things, and I never thought we would have to defend that. I never thought we would have to defend religion. When I was growing up, everybody was like, even if they were a different religion, everyone knew that like, hey, everyone's got their religion and we get it. And it's a known. And all of these things that I thought were, quite frankly, pillars of a healthy society have now been pretty much eroded away.
Right. All of our institutions are corrupted by feminists.
Yeah, I would say
I blame when I look at a problem, and I've been trying to get a lot of people in the Black community woken up to this fact, especially the Black men, man. All the many list of problems they have. I'm like, why are you blaming white people when you should be blaming feminists?
That's
like,
true.
Because I can take that problem and I can trace it back, and I'm like, oh, look at that crazy bitch. She's the one that started it. Wow, she's a feminist.
And what's sad to me is, look, the feminists are a tool of the powers that be. And the feminists use the Black community as a tool to push forward on things. And they very disingenuously placate to them every 4 years when elections come around. But the rest of the time, where are they?
But you know what? And that's what I think I differ.
Please explain.
I blame those feminists.
Well, I blame them too, but
they are the powers that be. Like, I know SCE is always like, follow the money, follow the money. Look at this dude that paid all this. Look at this dude, this corporation that paid all this. I'm like, yeah, but who are they giving the money to? Follow the money. It's always women who are extracting these resources from all these places.
It is, but if you were someone who had all of the money on the monopoly board, so to speak, and you had most all the money out of the bank from the monopoly board as well, and you could spend $1,000 to have another player eliminated off the board and gone, that $1,000 wouldn't really hold any value to you. You would just be using that person as, a tool, someone to get your will done for a couple of bucks, a couple of dollars. While I do absolutely blame the feminists, they were put in power or given this power by somewhere. They didn't stumble onto it on accident. Someone opened the barn door to let the cows out.
Right. But have you ever done something that a woman persuaded you to do that you first didn't want to do, but after her influence and inspiration, you decided to do because she wanted you to do it?
She said it wouldn't hurt if she used enough Vaseline.
You know what I mean, though?
Yes,
because these women are like, oh, I want this. I want to do this. Like, man, let me do this, or arrange this thing, or fund this thing so I can do this. Like, it's these women who are orchestrating these things. And they're not even working as really a collective. They only gather around in their little sisterhood when they're fighting men. They'll only get together on that front. When it comes to the individual self-centeredness, they will throw each other under the bus in a split second.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think so. Yeah. It's definitely a feeding frenzy mentality, I would think. And I think that's apparent in that when you see so many of the younger women that are aligned with that narrative, they all parrot the same things, and none of them will admit when someone in an interview calls them out or points out a flaw in their logic. They're always like, I don't know. I don't know. They won't dare go against what they know to be because they know what will happen to them if they do.
What? They get kicked out of the Mean Girl Club?
Or they get devoured by the rest of the female powers that, dictate those things. I mean, imagine a young girl that goes to college and her professor has put all these things in her head and said all these things to her. And then she is recorded on a street interview by some YouTuber who puts it on their channel, and that video goes viral. She can't have her professor see her saying something that's anti what she's been taught, because there would be repercussions, whether it be through grades or she would unleash the blue-headed meanies at the school on her. Or, I mean, it's very much a culture of
emotional hostages.
Emotional hostages. Very well said. Very well. Yeah.
And terrorism. Absolute terrorism.
I would say so.
Yeah, I want these universities to disband all these studies departments, this feminist bullshit. I also want them to hold these man-hating lesbian fascists accountable for their crimes against humanity. Because fundamentally, they're just trying to create more sex cult members.
Yeah, I would think so. It's amazing what's been normalized, quote unquote.
Yeah. And what we put up with.
Yeah. And they are trying to involve children younger and younger and younger into this.
Yeah.
I see that being a problem at some point. When enough parents have had enough of it and realize it and say, okay, well, this definitely is indeed going on and enough is enough. At some point that will boil over, while it's not exactly a watched pot, but it's the unwatched pot that does boil over. And I think that this is one where people are just looking at it from a distance saying, it's getting hotter, but at some point it will happen. I don't know how it'll happen or how it'll go down, but I would say family, like the Italian prime minister said, at some point, someone somewhere will value family enough, and enough of those people will come together. And it will actually include not just fathers, but there will be some mothers that are like, you're not doing this to my children anymore.
Yeah.
In my opinion. I mean, I like to think there are a lot of women out there who are of the mindset that this is just simply not okay, and the direction things are going in is problematic, to say the least.
Problematic.
Sure, of course. You got to be very diplomatic,
That's what the feminists say. Oh, this is problematic.
Well,
they ruined that word for me.
Yeah, I don't know where we go from here as a culture of people, but I do know that the eroding of all culture and all society and the things that separate us and make us different is going to be bad. Because when no one is special, or when everyone is special, no one's
special. Yeah.
Exactly. And right now, the things that make us special are our differences. And we're not even allowed to have differences anymore. Well, what's a female? What's a male? And he can be this and she could be that. And well, it doesn't matter. And before long, people are going to be, well, this is my dolphin husband and this is my giraffe, it's just at some point, like our differences have to be the things that make us special, not our similarities that are different. And look at tattoo culture. It used to be men that had tattoos. And I'm not saying women shouldn't get tattoos or can't get tattoos. Do what you want to do. I mean, is a red flag for a lot of men, but
Mhm.
when not a lot of people had them, it was unique. But now
Right.
that everyone has them, it's not unique anymore. You're another, member of the herd. You've become another exactly like the next one, trendy ass person. It
Yeah.
used to be the trendy people where you're wearing the Z Cavaricis or you're wearing your khaki pants and your nice shoes and you're trendy. And well, now the people that used to be the outcast or outliers of society have become the trendy people, and everyone's got a nose ring and a tattoo, and it no longer separates us in that way.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Right. No, no. Contriver just came up and went, dropped this link in the private chat.
Hmm.
It's a article. What the hell is this, Contriver? Yeah, he came here to torture us. A Spanish minister said children can have sexual relations with whoever they want.
Hmm.
What?
Shouldn't the adult then take the initiative to say this is not right?
You would think so. What is this, Contriver? If you're up here, explain this, sir. You know I'm not the article person.
Hello, Mr. John. First of
Hello,
all,
Contriver. Good to see you, sir.
a very good evening to you. It is around almost 8 o'clock in the morning over here,
Hmm.
and I'm so elated actually to see you on our platform. And Godmother is the one who is always pulling the strings from behind for all these streams. Anyways, the current article is regarding a Spanish Minister of Equality of Spain,
Hmm.
the
Okay.
communist Irene Montero, and she had a hysterical response actually. And this is all about sexualizing children. And whenever I say the word salad or LGBT community in general or anything, that
Mm-hmm.
was which I was saying around 10 years ago or something, people did not want to listen to me, but they are certainly listening to me now. The fact of the matter is that they cannot do anything about it right now.
Hmm.
So you just have to take it lying down, and that's it. And this is our quote unquote brave new world in which we are living in.
So stunning. Contriver, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention here, sir. It's good to see you again, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
actually,
I will take my leave.
Contriver.
No, you don't have to leave.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
don't.
no, Contriver. Actually, will you stay? Because I need a potty break.
Okay. Whatever.
John will
Um,
be right back.
You got it.
okay.
You got to read your article, Contriver.
Oh, surely, surely. I shall remove your screen and add my
Okay.
screen.
Okay.
Okay. So you take your break. I shall be. How is it? My laptop is actually my office laptop, so it is a little bit slower as compared to other things. But whatever. Remove, and this is my article. Yes, but where is my article? Okay. So this is the article, and this is the communist Irene Montero who actually accept, and she's a Spanish minister for equality, and she says children have sexual relations with whoever they want. Why is that? Yesterday, the Minister of Equality of Spain, and by the way, this is not any other country, this is Spain we are talking about. The Minister of Equality of Spain, the communist Irene Montero, starred in an unusual intervention in Congress that has generated great controversy. the spooky ultimate purpose of gender ideology explained by one of its creators, Simone de Beauvoir, the pedophilia supporter who laid the foundations of gender ideology. Whatever. Montero's hysterical response to a Vox deputy. Yesterday, the minister showed her most hysterical and fanatical attitude in a response to Lourdes Mendes Monasterio, the deputy of the Conservative Party Vox, insulting her several times, addressing her in a deranged reply, and gesturing ostentatiously, of course, as she usually does at Podemos' far leftist party meetings. Irene Montero referred to sex education in these terms. All boys, girls, nenes, other unknown sex in this country have the right to know their own body, to know that no adult can touch their body if they don't want to, and that this is a form of violence. Montero's words about children and sexual relations. But things did not stop there. In addition, Montero affirmed that children have the right to know that they can love or have sexual relations with whoever they want, based, yes, on consent, and these are rights that they are recognized and that you don't like, he stated, addressing the deputy from Vox. Here you can see the video. It is just a glimpse.
No sound contriver. Contriver.
I couldn't see if he was on Firefox or not. That might be why.
Mm.
It doesn't play well with StreamYard.
Oh, you cannot hear the video?
No.
Oh, okay. I know it. I know it. I know what is the fault. Actually, what is wrong with my StreamYard account is I have to go into settings and in audio, and then I have to rectify it. Actually, sorry for that sort of trouble, sir.
It's
No
because he
problem.
shares the entire thing instead of just a just a tab. Don't tell him. Reproductive rights. Guarantee effective voluntary. See? That's why women don't belong in government. What? See,
They're destroying these children's innocence. When I was a
Yeah.
child, I was more worried about PE or hide and go seek and everything. There was a reason I, was so glad I didn't even know about sex until a certain age, because I was busy being an innocent child and not being caught up in these emotional relationships.
yeah.
That's sad to see.
Yeah. I mean, you saw in the article it said communist. Yeah, a lot of people blame communists, but that's a woman. If that was a man sitting up there, there's no way in hell the men would let him get away with that shit.
We would put him under the jail.
Right.
Yeah.
He would be lynched before he could even enunciate what he would be saying.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
if you come for my children, then it is all out war.
Yeah.
And
That's
most of the people don't realize as to what women can do,
Yeah.
because biologically we are hardwired to actually protect women and children. So they could self destruct or be a suicide bomber in that case,
yep.
and destroy the entire building. Doesn't matter.
But I think feminism has destroyed the man's ability to protect children from women.
Yep. And women are a threat.
Yeah,
I know that's not everyone likes to talk about that, but a large swath of women are mentally unstable or emotionally unstable and will ruin their own children to get back at the man that they perceived that wronged them,
Right.
or simply for fun.
Yeah.
I uh, I have a high court video up there in which a female lawyer, actually in India by the way, of all places, is saying that the woman was schizophrenic. They are discussing a matrimonial divorce case,
Hmm.
and she is saying that it is cruelty against husband, that because of her schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, she is sleeping around and she is having extramarital affairs.
Right.
And the judge, who was also by the way, a man, he was saying that, I mean, bipolar disorder, if it has to do with the disease, then he should look after the woman even more, regardless, totally bypassing the fact that she was sleeping around under the guise of the quote unquote disease.
Right.
I mean, in a legal jargon, we could say that it was sub silentio, that he wanted to mitigate and do some of the damage control for the woman, because ultimately, mollycoddling a vagina is the biological imperative.
Yeah. I think that a lot of these pharmaceutical companies should look into cock and see what is about cock that helps solve bipolar disorder or soothe the pain from it. It's always that
Right.
Oh,
excuse of, well, I'm mentally ill and that's why I slept with the football team.
Right.
What? How
w-
did that
Right.
help? How did that help?
well, uh, Well, with respect, sir, with the greatest possible respect, I tend to disagree. According to the American Psychological Association, traditional masculinity is toxic, and so are you and me.
That
You
makes
can't.
that makes perfect sense. I am. You changed my opinion. I agree, sir. I
Not
had
me.
forgotten.
Sorry. I'm not buying that shit.
I
I
had
know all the.
forgotten.
I don't listen to those crazy bitches. What? Why you guys believe that bullshit?
It's been, when you repeat a lie so many times, eventually you're like, must be true. It's got to be.
Goebbels, Goebbels' truth.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
No.
He
Guys,
was one of the great German military strategists.
Are you,
it
are you
is.
ready? You
It's
ready,
been a
John?
blast. I got to go eat
Yeah.
some dinner. I just
Okay.
realized I started at 7 and I was like, I'll eat around 9 and it's coming up
Right.
9:40 and
Yeah.
it has been an honor. Contriver, very good to hear from you again, sir. Very nice to speak with you. Good mother, let me know anytime. I'll be more than happy to come back on and chit chat. I've had a blast and
Yeah.
felt,
Thank
felt
you.
felt very welcome. So thank you guys so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you for all
We
your
also
insight.
loved it, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you
It's
guys.
good.
Well, I'll see y'all soon. And like
Okay.
I said, if you want to just stop by sometime, we'll get back together. I enjoyed the chat.
Okay. Yeah. Me too. It was
Sure,
fun.
sir.
Have a
See you
good night.
guys.
Bye. Good night.
Shout out John Boy from JR. Yeah, Iridium Krish has got his. He's
When
testing.
Mr. Iridium would start streaming, oh my
Mhm.
god.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Mhm.
if anyone wants to come up, please come up, because it is 8:10 a.m. and within an hour I have to go to, not within an hour, but 1.5 hour after an hour and 30 minutes, I have to go to the office. So please, gentlemen, if you want to come up, please come up. And real talk, my friend. I have not talked to you for a long time.
I know. I
And
haven't seen Real Talk around for a while.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean he's in the chats always, but
Yeah.
I want to actually have a conversation with him, like a full-fledged conversation. I have DM'd you something regarding Germany and Gray. So
Yeah.
please,
Did you get the message he sent back? I sent you.
oh, I did not see it.
Oh,
Let me see.
yeah. He wrote back.
Oh,
Hello,
the
Mr.
Hey,
Kush.
hello.
How
How
are
you
you, sir?
doing? Good. I'm doing good. I'm just going to pull up the comments here because I just got into your StreamYard. So I could see everybody that's going on there, see everything that's going on there. So yeah, I'm going to start streaming here pretty soon.
Okay.
I still got to figure out all the ins and outs of StreamYard. Anything I've done there, I've just figured it out myself.
Yeah.
So I just got to figure out like how to play like YouTube videos, like do replay of content and stuff like that. And maybe somebody can just show me how to do that, or
You know what? I will show you right now because Contriver does it here. I'll share the. Here is.
She
Let's
is,
see.
by
I'll
the
share
way,
the
my
window.
tech support.
Yeah, I'm Contriver's tech support, if you can believe it. Here you
I'm
go.
that much of a technological peasant.
Here's the entire screen. So you're using StreamYard.
yep.
All right. So comments, banners, if you want to make any banners. You can upload pictures and stuff for background or overlays. I
Okay.
barely use these overlays, but you just click them and then, it's an overlay or the
Or you can
background.
pull something off your hard drive too if you wanted to, right?
Yeah. Because when you say you add it, it'll bring that up.
Yeah.
So you can, because everything I've added, I've had to email myself from my phone.
So that kind of formatting stuff is pretty easy. It's just like actually. So I figured out how to schedule a stream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about the recording part, and I'm not sure about how to wrench people, unwrench people, do all that stuff.
Okay. So with the wrenching, you have to do it from your from here. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, here. So I have this paused.
Yep.
Like Lego. You have to do. You can't do it from StreamYard. Here, I'll add Lego as a moderator.
Yeah, because he should be anyway.
Yeah.
So how did you do that? You just clicked on him?
Mm-hmm.
And then what'd you do?
See at the bottom of the list it says remove moderator.
It said make a moderator or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll say add
so
moderator.
you actually have control of that then when you're doing that. Okay.
Yeah. But you have to do it from YouTube.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I see that. Yep. Okay.
So Lego should be. But when you share a screen, let's see. I don't know if I could do it from here. Can I show you? I wonder if I have to open up a new. Let me try this. Okay. Ooh. See, I'm currently sharing the entire screen.
Mm-hmm.
But what you want to do is share tab.
Okay.
and then click on it and make sure if you don't have any earphones, if you want to play it through your speaker and have your mic pick it up, you don't click share audio because you'll get an echo.
Okay.
But if you have headphones, this is what Contriver does. Or this is what he should do. He should share the tab and then just share the audio with his headphones. But he goes around and messes with the controls.
That's probably what I'll do too.
Yeah.
So looks like Scorpion's watching or somebody. Huh. Okay. All right, but I got medical shit tomorrow I got to take care of, and then it'll probably be the weekend. And even the weekend here, I'm going to be busy because I'm going to be trimming herbs. So that's a pain in the ass to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes a lot of time. If anything, it would be like a weekend night stream or something like that.
Yeah.
And maybe I could talk to you, Mandy, or something like that beforehand, just to maybe go through a dry run or something like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just get a sense of how it works because I've just never worked the controls before. So
Yeah. Yeah, it took me a minute to kind of get a handle on it. I'm still learning all the different things you can do with it. It's the easiest one that I found. A lot of people will use Streamlabs.
Yeah.
And OSB or OBS or whatever they call it.
Yeah,
That's
OBS
way
is
too.
another one that I downloaded.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I just have the standard Streamlabs, and I got like the base, like the middle package or whatever that was, so that you can do pretty much everything you need to do.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Cool. So, and trimming kush can be so annoying, especially when you have a big harvest. Oh, you have no idea, Hermit. It's terrible. Luckily, I have a machine that you can get on Amazon that you just basically chop them up and you put like a whole bunch of them in there and you can do like an ounce at a time. So that makes quick work of it. But still, I've got my work cut out for me. And I still have plants to harvest as well. So yeah. So it's gonna be a good winter.
Well, good.
Yeah. So unwanted contriver. What time is it there in India again?
8:18 a.m.
8:18 a.m. Okay. So I work for a French company, and so they're always 6 hours ahead of us. So always have to remember that any business you want to do, but you want to do it before about 10 a.m. here, if you want to get something or if you want to reach them on the phone. So, yep. The sticky icky.
Yes, sir, but I have to compliment you again on your hair because it certainly looks like an 80s rock star,
Okay, I appreciate
like
that.
from a metal band or something. So I'm an 80s baby. I love my 80s where I was born, and there were so much masculine figures all around. So I love it. Yes. That was the death metal band and heavy metal band and all that stuff. I love metal, by the way.
Yeah, I like metal. I
So
like old school rap. Really like old school
hip
rap.
hop, Rakim and Eric B and Rakim,
Awesome.
follow the leader.
Yeah, that's an awesome song. What's another one? Love Me or Leave Me Alone.
Yes,
You know that one?
yes,
What's another one?
yes.
They're all they're
Eric
both
B and
really like,
Rakim had a blast.
yep. Yep.
When I be on the mic,
Yep. What was the other one that I Ain't No Joke. That's another one.
yes.
That one had that one had good lyrics to it too. But one of my all-time favorite old school guys is LL Cool J.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
LL
Mm-hmm.
Cool J, KRS-One, Big Daddy Kane, Rakim, uh, you know,
Oh no, all those
I
folks.
loved the.
Yeah, I was on Teapot's stream a couple weeks ago, and he was talking about like when he must be about my age, um,
Mm-hmm.
because
Yes.
he was in like high school age when those guys were performing in the Bronx and stuff. That is freaking awesome. I am so jealous of that
I
shit.
s- Straight out of Compton, Easy E,
Oh
Hmm.
and
yeah, all the
all
West
these
Coast stuff. I
guys.
love that too. All the old school West Coast stuff. Um, yeah. So
Ghost Cog wants to know if we got a crazy bitch lineup tonight. I'm actually in the process of ignoring crazy bitches, and they're freaking out. They really don't like no attention, it seems.
Well, that is their currency, just like
Yeah,
it is vasopressin for men. So,
yeah, you.
I mean, it is good that you, devoid them of their currency.
yeah. Well, Alice went from doing a 2-hour stream, really upset that, I was so mean to disabled crazy bitches. She ended it by saying that she was going to pray for my broken mind, and that she was just going to
Oh,
let God handle it, and she wasn't going to do anything. About 10 hours later, she posts a video talking about, what was it? Something about how she found something on my Facebook that told her I was bi, and then she was accusing me of wanting to date her. I was like,
well, whatever. I
it
mean,
How do you even come up? How do you even
we
come up with that?
I don't know. I wasn't aware there was anything on my Facebook that told her I was bi, but that she would be like, just say I am bi. She would probably be the last crazy bitch I'd ever want to date.
Well, the thing is, I, I used to get that a lot because I was not hanging out when I was in Canada all the time. This was after Me Too, by the way,
Yeah,
when I got that case of sexual harassment against me.
right, right.
So after that, I was completely like shut in, sort of a chap who was only going to my workplace, which was a private bank, investment bank, and I was coming back. And by the way, good mother, for the
Hmm.
record,
Yeah.
Mr. Kush and I have the same qualification. We both are MBA in finance.
Nice. No, but
It is just that.
how was that sorry to steer it back to me. How is
It's all
that?
about you. It's always all about you.
No, but how is that praying for somebody? Like trying to find some shit on their Facebook to, it's like the same shaming language you guys get.
Oh
It's like, what are
yes,
you,
we are
gay?
called as gay. Gay. What are
Yeah,
you, gay? Even if I am, how? What does it matter? I know that I am not. That is certainly for
right,
sure.
right.
Yeah,
But
exactly. All I know is that I'm not. That's all I care about. Um,
shaming tactic, it is just a matter of semantics, I would say.
Yeah. I just thought that was a strange kind of prayer. Who's the black okie, by the way? Is that Frank?
I don't know. But
He's
um,
backstage.
what was I? What was I thinking? It was like, well, the point for me is she went digging into your shit,
Oh, yeah.
looking for something. I mean, if it's somebody I don't particularly care for, I mean, I just ignore that person because that's how you strip them of their power in the first place. You
Right,
don't give them any reverence or any regard. Uh,
right.
you strip them of their power. That actually happened to me at work earlier this week. I just kind of I was listening to Chaos 728 streams and just listening to his stuff and just listening to it at work. And by ignoring people, more people were coming into my office asking me about shit to review shit and stuff. I'm like, and one time, guy came in and it's like, "What do you want me to do with this? Review it, proofread it, send it,
Right.
follow up?" It's like, no, it's just for your information. You can throw it in the trash if you want. I'm like, okay, would you come in here for me?
Right.
Yeah.
What's
So,
the point?
yeah, what's the point? No, just people. It's like you said, you strip people of their ability to think they control you. And when you take away that control, and I just can say, and as he said, as the boss man said, we are overworked and understaffed. I'm like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Right.
And what are you gonna do? You gonna replace me? Good luck with
Right.
that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know who you are, Black Okie, but
I
let
think
me
it
in
is
in
real
all
talk.
caps. I don't know.
Who is Black Okie?
I don't know.
I don't know. Let us see who is. Shall we? Let
Well,
me
not-
see. Let me see.
I'm
care.
Okie's black brother. I don't trust that kind of trolling. I've had too many helicopters pop up on my stream, if y'all know what I mean.
Oh yes. I think it is either Frankie or Real Talk.
I mean, it's all caps.
Yes. So it could
No.
be Frankie.
Well, here, let me put up a thing just in case. Here. Okay. Now we can let him up.
Okay.
Just in case.
Hello.
Oh, that queen size bed sheet I just smelled smells so good. Oh,
Yes, but
oh.
yes, but sir, who are you? I mean,
You know who it is.
It's real talk.
it's Real Talk. I said I thought it was Real Talk. I thought it was. I was conflicted between the two. It is either Frankie or it is Real
Mhm.
Talk, because Frankie also writes sometimes in caps lock.
Mm.
So it is always that.
Tell me,
How are you
tell me
doing,
this.
real talk?
Tell me this isn't Oki's brother from another mother.
It looks like
No, it
Linwood.
is not.
Oh, I gotta send you guys. This was from some guy. He was like a hater who called in on Austin Holloman's stream.
Mhm.
And he was just kind of shaming the guy for doing the passport thing. And
Mm.
literally, this dude, when you see him like in full screen, it's literally Oki's brother. They have to be related. It's crazy. But how you guys doing?
I'm
Good.
doing well. How are you, sir?
Good, good. Let me. I just had to turn my mic up for the sniffing, just so you guys could hear it. But I'm doing well. Just knocking out some work tonight, and just trying to get ahead. I've been swamped. Haven't really had time to jump on anyone's stream or anything like that, but you guys been holding the fort down. I can tell. A lot of content rolling out. It's good. Just you got to keep expanding the thoughts and the understandings.
Yeah.
But by the way, Real Talk. Since our last stream, I did not had a chance to have a conversation with you. Your concept of what was the arch nemesis of Susan B. Anthony's educate, organize, agitate was educate. For the record, I would just say for the audience, the option given to us by MGTOW philosophy is, according to Real Talk, it is educate, elevate, separate. And I loved that line so much that it has been I had been reminiscing all about it, because it is literally giving men their power back. via claiming their self-sovereignty to be of prime importance. And for that very term that you coined, sir, perhaps you should get a copyright.
Well, I appreciate you captivating those words and bringing them back to life, because like I had thought about it at the time, but it was only through my own personal example of what I lived to understand what it took. There's so many different avenues that we all go through down in life, but no matter which way you cut it, if you're going to be able to get to the next level, you have to have the knowledge. We look at a lot of these oligarchs. We look at
Sorry, real talk. Hermit interrupted with this really funny shit.
oh damn.
He said your avatar looks like Oki and Lidwood did the fusion dance from Dragon Ball Z.
Hell no.
Fusion!
Oh man.
Sorry,
Sorry, I totally messed up your flow.
No, it's all good. I was just saying we go through different avenues in life, so it doesn't matter what cloth you're cut from, where you were born, socioeconomic status, none of that shit really matters, because whatever hole you're in order to get out of it, you're going to have some sort of knowledge. These people that run the world, they were born into families that empowered them with a lot of fucking knowledge, a lot of insight and foreknowledge, basically giving them control. So you have to get your own insight. You got to build yourself up. But I got my phone away from me. I don't even see the chat. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, fusion. Oh hell no. Yeah, look, I think that's Hermit's original thought right there. All right, no one can steal that from Hermit. But I need to find the original stream. I'm serious.
Which one?
I never laughed this hard in a single entire year.
Well, think about it like this.
Oh, Hermit's coming up.
Got to go back to this stream. I'm going to find it that Austin did, that this dude jumped on, because Austin's been doing these streams and it's been getting pretty lit over there, because there's a lot of simps. He spells his name a little bit different. It's Auston, Holleman, Holleman, I think. He's the dude who's been like blowing up with his Passport channel, young black dude. I think he's a barber. Yeah. He's cracking me up. He's got some lines where he says, it's that bad out here, get your passport. But he was dropping some, personal experience, trying to like let these guys know that, yes, women are the same everywhere you go, as far as women requiring materials and some sort of wealth and security. That's just the standard across the board. But the wanting to lead the relationship, wanting to be the head, the artificial head outside of the natural order of things, basically saying women want to be women in these foreign countries because they haven't been brainwashed, and things are a little bit harder in those countries as well. Like life isn't as easy. So the patriarchy is always going to thrive where it's not as easy. And you had this whole simp army rolling in trying to like knock down his talking points, but these are logical talking points. These are observable. These are objective talking points. There's nothing subjective about it. We can go through our personal experiences, but when 1,000 men from different parts of the world or different parts of the Western world, whether it's the United States, the UK, Australia, you name it, they're all reporting the same details about feminism and how the women who are the most educated, touching on your points with the universities, are even like they're the worst of the worst. Like, okay, you have the different type of nuclear bombs. What are they like? The I can't remember the classifications, but the most powerful is what, the hydrogen bomb. That's what. Yeah, exactly. Yes. That's what the feminist who goes to college, who's at 90% divorce rate. That's what she is. She's the fucking hydrogen bomb. And he's saying to avoid these crazy bitches, get your passport. Don't bring them back here. Keep them there, but have your time. That's the thing is, men, like, you can't just work like a fucking dog and not play. No
Right.
one can do that because we're humans. Like, we have to have our free time, but this shit,
It is
that
I,
live
the
stream.
real Okie.
Wait, but before you guys start, is this him? Real talk? Austin Holman?
Yeah,
Can you say
that's
it?
him.
Okay. All right. I'll drop his
I
link
still got
for
to
you
check
guys.
out more of this guy's videos, real talk. Every time you sent me him, I was busy doing something, but I got to check him out.
Well,
But
he roasted.
I am the real Okie. You are the imposter, Black Okie.
It is I. You've caught me.
That is my final form. I did the fusion dance with Linwood, and we fucked the fat black girl, and then turned into this.
Oh.
It really
You
does
have
look like
got that ultra instinct.
it really does look like fucking Okie and Linwood did the fusion dance with Dragon Ball Z. Because you
We've
can see
got the
like the face is all fat and retarded like Okie, but you can see like the simp look like fucking Linwood.
So who's got the thicker glasses, Okie or the black Okie?
Black Okie.
What the fuck?
Hey, whose prescription's the strongest?
Yeah, you can definitely see like the Linwood cuck face in that like Black Okie. Like he's ready to worship black queens.
Yeah, he was bragging. I have a girlfriend to this Austin dude, this black Okie, and it was just unfucking real. I'm like, holy shit, that's Okie's fucking blood relative. It has to be.
He was like, I have a girlfriend and I smell her underwear every day.
Basically, he had a land whale that he lets that land whale beach herself on his face.
Ugh. So we got Okie and the Black Okie. GM looks like she's gonna die of laughter over there.
It's
I swear to
awful.
God, when Real Talk came in the first and you said the comment about fusion dance, I was literally remembering. I was reminiscing about the fusion.
It's like
Yeah.
what happens when the fusion. You remember the fusion dance from Dragon Ball Z when it gets fucked up and you turn all fat and retarded? That's what happens if you don't get your fingers right.
Oh yeah.
And we've tried to cast these simps out and keep them in the hyperbolic time chamber, but they were powerful enough they fused, and with that fused energy, they were able to create a fucking hole through the hyperbolic time chamber. They're literally shattering our space. Somehow they've gotten the energy. We don't know where it's come from, but
It's
this
the
fusion
cuck
is just
energy. It's what happens.
exactly.
It's what happens when they watch their girlfriend get fucked by Tyrone a million times. All the cuck energy builds up, and then their hair just turns gold. Well, no, their hair doesn't turn gold. Instead of the gold hair, they get the Jack Murphy beard starts to appear, and that's the equivalent to their Super Saiyan form.
Yeah, it's the inverse of Super Saiyan 3, where the hair grows out, the
Yeah, but
fucking
the
beard goes
grows
down to the
out.
ground.
So,
And there's
on
more
a serious
bacon at every
note,
time.
on a serious note, Hermit, how is your trip going to Hawaii? I mean, have you settled down over there?
No, I'm still in Michigan. I'm just saving and planning. Everybody keeps asking me like, why don't I just move right away? And it's because this is the biggest move of my life. I got to be very smart. I got to plan everything out. I'm still saving a little bit more money. I have the land. I just need to have like a couple years of I want to go over there with at least 2 years of savings. That way I can chill, enjoy the island, take my time getting the property going, and set up my Airbnb. I want to set up my Airbnb super nice because I want that to be one of my main sources of income. I want to at least match what I showed you guys the article of that one girl. She makes $28,000 a year off Airbnb, and with a fancy glamping tent. I want to at least match what she's making. So I have to make it as nice as I can. So I'm thinking I will go over there in April, and I'll get the driveway put in on the property. There's an area I want to clear some trees of. I'll probably do that. Lay down some red cinder and do like a few things, and then I'll head back to the
Yes,
mainland.
but you have prepared. You have given the deposit that was required for purchasing the land.
Yeah,
Is
I
it?
own the whole thing. I have the title. I don't owe any money on it. I put down the $1,000 deposit because I had to wait for some paperwork to check out to see. I had to see how much clearing I had of the property, because when they did, so technically my property wasn't supposed to have any clearing at all, and the property next to it wasn't supposed to have any at all either. But the dozer company fucked up. They went to the wrong property, and they cleared some of my property, and they cleared some of the property next to mine. So I had to figure out how much of that clearing was mine, how much was the other guy's. So I waited for that paperwork and figured that out. I have a 1/4 acre that's cleared, which is good enough to get started. So I was like, all right. And then I bought the rest, $24,000 cash.
Nice.
Cool.
Hey.
Nice. On that very same property, could you build an indoor gym for yourself?
I'm going to build an outdoor gym because the weather is so nice there. Like, the only thing I have to do is like build like some sort of roof for when it rains, but I'm going to have an outdoor gym.
Nice. And like a dojo.
Yeah, like in a tin shed.
It's
Like in a
mainly
tin
going to be
shed or something.
It's mainly going to be a calisthenic gym because I've been doing a lot of calisthenics lately. So I'm going to have a pull-up bar, dip bar. I might have some dumbbells, but I've been like 90% of my workouts these days are calisthenics. I just enjoy it more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
gotta
then
hit you
That
with
is good.
I gotta hit you with one of those racks I got that has the pull-up bar and like everything, like 500 pounds capacity for like a Olympic bar. Just fucking because I got the bitch for like $40. I just
Yeah, I
tossed
think
this
you
shit
showed
to
me
you.
that's a squat rack, right? Real talk.
Yeah, it's the power rack. You can pretty much adjust it however many different ways. It's got the Olympic bar holder. It's got the Olympic plate holder, and there's a shit ton of attachments, dip bar, and all that other shit that they made to go along with it. And I saw them for $40 sitting in the Walmart's clearance, and they were like retailed for like $200. I bought fucking 4 of them bitches. So yeah, I still
really, dude. Hey, really, that's all you need, though, because people think you need like a bunch of shit. If you want a minimalistic gym and you can basically hit anything, get a squat rack that has a pull-up bar attachment, a dip bar attachment, and a bench, and some dumbbells, and yeah, it's really all you need.
Yeah,
You
the
don't need a
bench,
whole bunch.
it has 500-pound capacity. You know, you don't need more than that. Like, you're not going to be fucking deadlifting or squatting like 500 pounds. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's
Just make sure you get a bench that does an incline, because if you do a lot of incline bench or incline dumbbell press, it works your upper chest and it makes your chest look bigger. So I only really do like incline.
for sure.
Well, I do overhead dumbbell press.
Yeah,
So
overhead
that
press.
works
Overhead
for the
press is a great
yes.
movement. For anybody in the chat, if you want to get in shape, do incline dumbbell, overhead press, and weighted chin-ups. If you get good at those 3 movements, you're gonna look like a fucking warrior.
Cool. No, I wanted
So,
to
I
say
mean,
I wanted to say to you, Hermit, you have been an inspiration for me to get me into working out, exercise every day. So
Yep. And here's the thing, you don't have to be Mr. Olympia. Just take steps, get your diet in check, do what you can. Like, I understand a lot of people aren't going to be able to go crazy like I do right away. It takes time to build up to that. And what I would say, if you want to get started, this is what I tell everybody. You have to download MyFitnessPal. You have to track calories. At the end of the day, it's calories in versus calories out. So, for example, to maintain my current body weight of 200 pounds, I have to eat 3,000 calories every day. So if I eat 2,500 calories, I'm going to lose a pound a week.
Yep.
So, and it doesn't matter if those calories are like the cleanest calories or if they're like from kind of like shitty foods. Like I'll eat McDonald's sometimes and people will be like, how do you look the way you're eating McDonald's? Because I'm like, these 2 double cheeseburgers are only 874 grams or 874 calories and about 50 grams of protein. And I
No,
fit
exactly. It's counting. It's counting, like you said. It'll make you feel like shit, but it's still energy regardless. It's just
like
bad energy
if
versus
you
good.
It don't matter. Hey, give me a cheeseburger, man. I'm the Black Okie.
But yeah, if you get your calories from mainly shitty foods, you're gonna feel shitty. Like you should eat 80% of your diet clean, and then like if you want to sneak in, like say it's the end of the day, you ate 80% clean, and then you have enough calories for like a donut or something or a piece of pizza, sure, fit it in. As long as you hit your protein and calories for the day, you're good. But yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to inspire people to get in shape. That's another reason why I can't wait to start my off-grid channel. And once I get to Hawaii, because every Friday is going to be a workout video. I got to figure out how to do this without doxing myself. Honestly, I just might fucking dox myself because I think that might be just the best way to do it. But I don't know. I got to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like, I was trying to figure out how to get a ride for my medical procedure because I can't drive home from it. But it's only 3 miles away. I just said, fuck it. I'm just going to get up early tomorrow and walk.
Yep. Yeah, the only reason why I'm hesitant on doxing myself is I say a lot of crazy shit to piss people off. So,
yeah.
Well, instead of doxing yourself while making the videos about your workout regime and everything, why don't you wear a mask? That's it.
I guess I was thinking about that. The only thing that I was thinking of, it might be hard to breathe because, you're fucking doing all this shit. And if I can find one where I can breathe in it, sure, and it looks cool, I'll do that. But if I can't, then I don't know.
Talking about hard to breathe. Hey. Give me some hippopotamus panties. Give me some of those panties. Hey.
Oki was having a hard time breathing when he was sniffing them panties.
Who is this Oki guy exactly?
So he hold on, I'll say it really fast. He was this guy who was in the MGTOW community, and I guess he's been around for a while. And then one day he decided he wasn't MGTOW anymore, which is fine. If you decide you're not MGTOW anymore and you want to do your own thing, I got no problem with it. Go do what you want to do. But he decided to shit on everybody on the way out. He made a video trying to call out Chronic, saying that his content was breeding incels, which it's not. And then he just there was a ton of people he talked shit about on his way out. And then we found out his girlfriend that he turned his back on the community for was like 400 pounds. And then he did a video sniffing her underwear, and then the whole internet roasted him, and then he deleted his channel.
Kind of sounds like he deserved it.
Yeah, and here's the thing: we don't care if you're not MGTOW anymore and you want to go do your own thing.
Yeah,
cool. It's your life. Go live it how you want. But the fact how he literally shit on everybody on his way out, and then tried to act like he was better than everybody. It's like, dude. First off, you talk about going to the gym all the time. You're fat. Your girlfriend's fat. Her fucking underwear looks like you could jump out of a plane and go fucking parachuting with. And have you seen the video, Kush, of
Oh yeah, that is called as granny panties.
He folded it 10 times. It was huge underwear.
Don't talk about Big Mama like that.
Parachuting.
Could you imagine a white Okie and black Okie fighting over the underwear? No, that's my underwear. That's my sniff. No, that's my sniff. Dog, get back.
I want that sheet.
You know what? Actually, and this is something I wanted to ask real talk. You know how, these crazy bitches that are on my list, right? Well, there's been...
I haven't studied it extensively. I've kind of just laughed from here, from here to there, but never.
Yeah. Well, but there's been an accumulation of dudes that are white knighting for these crazy bitches. So, in talking with Kush,
The audio's being
The-
weird on my end.
oh, is it weird for everybody else?
No.
Everybody
No,
sounds
it's-
weird.
Oh,
No,
Hold
that
on, I'll
is
be right
fine.
back.
okay.
Okay.
Anyway, talking to Kush the other night, I wondered because they seem to be upset that I call Alice a bastard factory. So I'm wondering the connection if these black white knights and these white knights are actually bastards. If there's a way these crazy bitches are able to, you know, terrorize these men and get them to come to their defense because they're bastards.
Well, there's a strong chance because that simp energy,
Yeah.
it's brought along by a single mother. You know, you can
Absolutely.
tell if a man had any masculine role models
Right.
in his life, and just depending on what his household situation was, if they're up in open arms about defending women that they do not know personally in their personal life, they're just in this online beef. Any dude who's really just going ham on an online beef, that's
Mhm.
like some female shit. You know, like a man who's got priorities, who's got a lot of shit going on, who's actually challenging himself, doesn't have time for that mentally challenged exercise. That's what a mentally challenged and mentally deranged man would do. A man who's duplicitous, like a double-minded creature here. He has so much feminine energy, he gets off to defending something he's never going to touch, never going to sniff, smell, or taste.
Right. Right.
You know,
Don't talk
it's
about my
a travesty.
girlfriend like that.
But see, and that's what I kind of wondered, like what, like, because I don't see it as being natural for these men to like come at me like in a very toxically feminine way. Because historically and throughout the animal kingdom, like the females sort out the females, and then the men will, you know, the males will protect the children from the females, but men don't protect females from other females. Like that's weird. Like women?
They don't understand that two female dogs will fight to the death.
Right.
They don't have that in them if they were actually in that arena. That's the sad part, is those simps they couldn't fight you to the death. They're a simp.
Right.
What strength do they have? They're going to stop
Right.
themselves and say, I'm not being a gentleman. You could literally punch them in the face a few times and they would sit there and take it because they're weaklings. They have no spine.
Oki would try to fight somebody to the death to sniff them panties, dude. If you try to take his panties away, like, you know how if a dog's eating, you try to take his bowl away and he freaks out and tries to bite your hand? That's what Oki would do.
Because there's a fine line between the tough guys. Like I think I was saying this to Hermit earlier. There's a fine line between acting hard, getting a particular haircut, primping yourself a certain way, wearing certain clothes, and not to shame Hermit or anyone like that who's into tattoos, but going and getting all these tattoos that have no purpose just so you can have a particular look, right? It's easy to look hard. It's very difficult to actually be hard. And when I say be hard, that means you're a person capable of doing very hard things continuously, efficiently, and productively. Hard motherfuckers can do hard things.
Right.
And that's a type of person that will fight you to the death. That's a person that's not scared to die. That's that person that's not scared to take risks and literally put their lives on the line. You don't want to fuck with a person like that. So we got a bunch of bitch-made simps trying to get the affection of women by being hard because they might have hit the genetic lottery. Then you got a bunch of bitch-made simps that didn't hit the genetic lottery that have to protest and fight with other women on the behalf of other fucking crazy maniacs that we call human beings. I like to call them creatures. You know, I don't get down with these creatures. These succubi, these demons, all right? These are Babylonian beasts. that we're
Yeah.
talking about here. And these men want to defend a beast that needs to be chained. It needs to
Right.
be medicated, and it needs
Yep.
to go through heavy therapy.
Yeah.
Now, my type of therapy is fart therapy, okay? Actually,
Yeah.
with that the succubi demon that we're referring to, they
Yeah.
would get fart warfare, okay? I
Yeah.
couldn't even bring the therapy. It would just be straight warfare, fart warfare.
I bet you Oki would love it if she
Yes,
farted on them
but
panties and then he sniffed them.
but jokes apart, seriously, on that very note which you touched on, real talk. This is something which my mother used to say to me when I was a little child. She used to say, "Those who are strong, literally strong, they have a certain sense of carrying themselves as well as how they behave in public or private, and they remain strong for the rest of their lives." Now, strength could either be inherited or it could be developed. Now, for 80% of the people, they are not born strong, they have to become strong. And for becoming strong, so that you would have that sort of self confidence and self respect for yourself, that could only happen when you practice diligently, as well as you actually pay attention to getting strong every day, rather than focusing on different aspects of what is going around in the world. So your sole focus means 100% determination towards that very aspect. Nothing more, nothing less. So if you would do that, you would be able to actually, become strong and have that self confidence which other strong people have.
Fucking Kush, I hear you.
I think it's funny because Kush and GM are trying not to laugh.
I know. We're trying to be serious.
What is it? Is it
The shit in the chat.
I know.
well, yeah, it's because you got
Oh
the
no,
black
it's fine.
Loki
It's
and then
fine.
the real Loki, and I'm sure the chat's going crazy right now. So
Oh yeah. Well, but something. Oh, who was it that brought it up?
No,
Oh,
but
shit, who was it that? Man, I was either listening to or talking with. I can't even remember right now. But they were saying how men love women, kind of like children, kind of more in an unconditional way. So I'm wondering if these crazy bitches are enacting something in these men, like by being childlike, or saying, "Oh my God, this person's being mean to me," and doing that and kind of manipulating them on that level. Because then they're like, "Oh, I need to protect this child from this woman."
well, we all know women are really good at manipulating men. So a lot of times they can just bat their eyelashes, act cute, and some simp will fall for it.
Right.
It's just
But
the thing about this is like these creatures are from the pit of fucking hell. I mean, it's a
Right.
viper's nest we're talking about here. You know,
Right.
they're just ready to pop out and tear your fucking arm off and hit you
Right.
with that venom, man. These aren't chased. These aren't like anything special. This is bottom of the motherfucking barrel, the pit here. And these
Yes.
dudes are jumping on these fucking grenades, these landmines. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah.
that's how Oki jumps on the underwear. But yeah, I want to say something about
that's how the black ogre jumps on a big fat set of juicy wet panties.
But yeah, I want to say something about the tattoos really fast because real talk, you mentioned the tattoos. Now with me being like, I really like tattoos. I've been getting tattoos since I was 15, and I think why I got hooked was because my mom took me to get my first tattoo when I was 15. So I know, like, she did it. Like, you should not take your kid to get a tattoo at 15. But my mom was like, "Oh, I want to get back at your dad, blah blah blah." And I'm a stupid kid, so I'm like, "Sure."
Fuck, that sucks, man. I wasn't like, I was saying those people who don't have a purpose besides trying to look hard. You know what I'm saying? Once you get associated and affiliated and you like the art and you like the designs, how like it wraps your body. Because here's the thing: who else has your definition and muscle structure besides you?
Not a lot of
Nobody.
people.
So like
Right.
your tattoos are actually a piece of art on your body and only your body, because if you transform that same image or picture, whatever it is, to someone else's arm, it's not going to look the same.
Honestly, I think my tattoos make my arms look bigger. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten laid because girls, like, I ask them, like, what did you like about me? It's always the same fucking thing. Your big tatted arms. It's like every single one of them is an NPC. They don't care about my personality. They just see
Right.
18-inch arms with sleeves and they fucking can't control
Aw.
themselves.
That's all they care about.
Yep. But now if I looked like my avatar, they'd legit throw up on me.
Speaking of Dragon Ball Z, Cam did a tattoo of Majin Buu the other day that turned out pretty good.
I've been wanting to get a Dragon Ball Z tattoo because I love Dragon Ball Z. That's one of the main reasons why I started working out as a kid. I remember as like a teenager fucking watching Dragon Ball Z and doing like hundreds of push-ups. So
Yeah. Yeah, Majin
Goku is a
Buu.
numbskull fanatic. Yeah. So is
Fat Boo,
Vegeta, by the way.
Fat Boo or Kid Boo?
Big Boo.
Majin Buu. Big Boo.
Well, let's call that one Oki Boo.
Mm.
If you think about it, Oki is kind of like the fucked up version of Majin Buu. He sneaks into your fucking house when you're sleeping, rummages through your panties, and if he catches you, he turns you into a cookie, like how he did in Dragon Ball Z.
Instead of a cookie, it's just going to be a set of panties that he's going to eat.
Or like a purple dildo.
He'll make what are those edible? What were they? Edible thongs? That's what he's going to fucking zap into the air.
And then he's like, now I must find a 500-pound woman to wear these for a week.
So I can eat them off her.
I shall eat the shit stains on you.
Hey,
that's some fudge on top of that sundae. And it's gotta be after she has a big meal and a little bit slips out of the poop chute on accident. She farts on accident and there's residue left over. There's a timetable to which the black okie has to have that whopper.
Man, I have
It's
to
gotta
eat my
be
breakfast.
fresh.
I'm sure
What?
he has, instead of a spider scent, a fart
I would
scent.
not be able to have my breakfast.
Well, I'm sure, you know how Spider-Man has a spidey sense? He has a fart scent. So, like, as soon as the fart is about to leave her butthole, his face is just right there.
You guys,
Okay, that's it.
wait,
That's
you guys are making Kush smoke some more weed just so he can have an appetite again.
Yeah,
So messed up.
Yeah, we got him laughing, contrivers throwing up.
I'm doing
I am
both.
about to have my breakfast, sir. I mean, please have mercy on me.
Contriver's not going to be able to eat for 3 hours now because the images of black Okie and white Okie fighting over the shit stain underwear. No, I told you that's my underwear. No, that's my underwear. Pulls out a Glock and starts shooting at white Okie while he's wearing his do-rag.
Hey, those are my panties, man.
Golly, you guys are just something, huh?
So what are you having for breakfast over there, contriver?
Brown
Nothing
bread,
now.
milk. I mean, that explains everything.
I was say you don't want to be drinking milk after this conversation.
Well, usually what I do is scrambled eggs, brown bread, a cup full of milk with a lukewarm milk with turmeric, and apart from that, some dry fruits like almonds, raisins, nuts. That's it.
You know what I'm mad about? Okie owes me $20. Scorpion said she'd go on a date with him. You guys remember that?
Right? Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
never got my fucking $20. She said that, and I was like,
She's
"Holy
a 20.
fuck."
She's a $20 whore.
Yeah, she's a $20 hoe.
Here, look.
Wow.
Yeah. Okie, we know you're watching. Cash App Ermit that $20.
Yeah, I need that 20.
Ignore the sorry jar. That was for Frank.
So Frankie's sorry jar might be having some $10,000
Well, the
or
sad thing
something
is,
right
if
now.
Oki went on a date with Scorpion, that would have been the best puniti he ever got. Unfortunately,
Oh man.
I don't know about that, but if
well,
they
I'm just saying, like
both are.
her or the 400-pound land whale, the underwear that he sniffed, like it's kind of a no-brainer.
No, I'm just saying that even her girlfriend would be, bringing along her man to his first date. I mean, in that case, he would be that much of a virgin there. So she
You know,
would
it'd
be
be
saying
funny if
like,
we
"Go
found out
ahead."
that wasn't
Yeah.
actually Oki's panties; those were his, and he just dresses up like that.
Jesus.
It's from a secret stash. Come on,
Erotic-
I got a lot of
Guys,
guys. Tell 'em I got a
guys,
girlfriend.
Erotigynophilia.
guys. Well, then he would be sniffing his own syphilis or gonorrhea or something. But whatever. What I'm trying to say is this, guys. I have to go now.
All right,
And it has
contriver.
been a pleasure talking to all
Yeah, you
of the
gotta go
people
throw up.
and
Have a good day at work.
Well, I'm having some vomiting sensation,
Yeah.
and that's it. But I'm bearing it for now because for the closing the plenary from my side,
Yeah.
I would say I
Just
had
try not
a
to think of
very
these two cuck faces while you're eating. He's gonna be eating every bite. The black okie pops into his head, and then the white okie pops into his head while he's trying to eat his fucking Captain Crunch or whatever he's eating over there.
You gotta be careful when you put the salt and pepper on your eggs.
No, I'm not eating right now.
He gets down to the
I
milk
lost
and he
my
just sees the
appetite.
reflection of Jack Murphy looking at him.
Thank you, contriver.
And now
Thank
I
you.
have to go.
Okay.
Bye.
Peace out,
Bye.
Contriver. Good talking to you, brother.
Oh.
All right, who has more of a cuck face, you guys? Black okie or white okie?
I'd say the white okie.
Yeah, like this is right after he sniffed the underwear. Look at the excitement in his eyes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the black okie, he has like more of a normal look to him, but where like the real okie, like he's got like that total like cuck boy. Like I just like saw pussy for the first time on TV.
Yeah, like he just stole one of his dad's Playboys.
Exactly.
And then black okie, you can see like a lot of the Linwood look. So like you can tell he just wants to start debating. He wants to call you he wants to get on and call you racist immediately, and then
Oh my gosh.
with you for 15 minutes.
He was here a couple days ago. You guys missed him.
He's probably he's gonna watch this and he's gonna get all upset, like, oh, they made fun of me.
Well, I asked him because I've made it clear that he's not welcome here, but since he can't
remember when
seem
you
to
tried
resist.
Remember when he tried to enter my stream?
Yeah.
And then he brought up the racist shit and I just booted him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who do we? Oh, there he goes. Okay.
Well, I tried to ask him because I'm working on this theory. Like, are all these crazy bitch white and black white knights bastards? I'm trying to take a poll, and I asked him if he was a bastard, and he never responded. So
Because he is.
I see that behavior in my neighbors' kids. They're 19 and 20, and they're fatherless, and they show the same kind of outward aggressive, feminine aggression that I see the older son give off, just like super just like cucky kind of just aggressive, but you can tell there's nothing behind it, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have boys raised without fathers. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
most boys today don't have fathers because the moms, they either pick the bad boy or I'm not happy and decided to break up the family. Like my mom, she's like, "Oh, I'm not happy. I think I can do better." Even though my dad's in the music business and makes a ton of money, she thought she could do better, and it got her nowhere.
Oh yeah, and that's normal. Just a bigger, better deal. It amazes me when I travel, whenever I go to a bar or restaurant. These women being married doesn't mean a thing to them.
I can't tell you how many girls that I've smashed from the gym and then later found out they were married,
I
and
don't
I'm like,
doubt it.
oh, fuck. And there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. What, do they not wear their wedding rings or?
Yeah, they take their wedding rings. Oh, I got a story. I was in the gym today, and I was doing pistol squats. I don't know, real talk. Do you know what pistol squats are?
Are you there,
I
real
don't know if
talk?
he's there.
Yeah. No, I think I know what you're talking about. Can
So
you
I
hear
was
me?
I was doing pistol squats in the aerobic room, and this fucking girl walks in. She looks like an IG model. She's like 20, 21, and she fucking gets as close to me as she can. And I'm like looking over, like, what are you trying to do? Are you about to hit on me or something? And she starts taking fucking mad pictures for, I'm guessing, her Instagram, and she's doing like all these poses and shit. And I'm just like looking at her. I'm probably in this girl's picture, and she's probably gonna lie and be like, "Oh, look at my fucking boyfriend" or whatever. And it's like she got super fucking close to me. Like I thought she was about to like spark up a conversation, but she didn't. And yeah, it was fucking weird. She didn't work out. She just took like 40 pictures and then left.
I wonder, like, how does it feel to be used as a tool, as a pseudo? She's probably trying to make an ex-boyfriend jealous.
Probably
online.
like, oh, this is my new gym boyfriend.
Right. Yeah, I saw something today about Amber Heard. You know how I guess, there was some stuff going around that she had a kid, a baby. Apparently it's come out that she was renting this child, that she was just trying to gain sympathy during her court stuff and from the public, like pretending this child was hers.
Amber Heard. Somebody
Yeah.
said that she was going to get into adult movies because like nobody will give her any work. So I wonder if that's true or not. See her on Bank Boss.
No. You'll see her there, not me.
I'll be on accident if I do.
No, but it's funny, Hermit. I had a similar occurrence happen to me just Sunday, 2 days ago at the diner. I was sitting there, and this older guy who was like, I don't know, 15 years older than me, had to be in his mid-60s. And this girl must have been like his granddaughter or something. Was like in her mid-20s, a little heavy set, but she was like talking to him, face away, but she's like rubbing up against me pretty aggressively. And it's just like while I'm eating, and it's just like I kind of moved away a little bit, and she pushed against me a little bit more, and like I almost said something like, excuse me. I mean, and there was it was pretty obvious. I mean, it was not like it was casual anything. It was that kind of thing. And it was kind of the point where I wanted to scooch away, but then she left. And
right before the coup happened, I had a girl try to blow me at work on my break. It was like a new girl. She was blonde, and she was like, it was kind of like cold, so I was wearing hoodies and stuff a lot. And then it got hot one day, so I took the hoodie off. And then she went to this other girl that I know really well, and she's like, "Oh my God, why didn't you tell me his arms were like that?" And like, I almost let her do it, but then I seen too many red flags, and like, I can't be doing this at fucking work, so I just like left work early. So.
Oh no, I had an occurrence in New York City. This is an interesting one. This is a while ago when I was still pretty young. I was at this it's a Mexican restaurant right down on 42nd Street, and I'm sitting there just eating my dinner, And these 3 girls start looking at me, ogling me, and then they kind of usher me over. And they were all pretty hot. One was white girl, blonde, long blonde hair. Another girl was Asian. I think she was Korean. And the other one was half black, half white, biracial. They're both all super hot. They wanted me to take. They were real estate agents. They had just closed out a big real estate deal there in New York, and they had closed out a deal, gotten their big commission. They wanted to celebrate their commission by inviting me over to their apartment and having some booger sugar.
Oh
So you
yeah,
didn't go,
huh?
you didn't go over there?
No. If it were just the 3 girls at that time, I'd have probably said yes to it. But with the booger sugar involved, no.
Yeah, I don't like do drugs or anything, so I wouldn't have got involved either. There was one time where well, no, it was actually 2 times. So I lived by the bridge to Canada. So one time I got these girls to come over off of Tinder. They were like dating each other, but they would like mess around with guys too. So I got them to come over and had a 3-way with them. And then there was another time on Tinder, these 2 girls, I don't even fucking remember any of these girls' names. And I was talking to these 2 different girls, and I guess they're like, oh, you know so-and-so? That's my friend. I'm like, ah, fuck, I'm screwed. Because normally you get caught like that, they tell you to fuck off. So I'm like, all right, they're already going to tell me to fuck off. So I'm like, so I guess a 3-way is out of the question, huh? And then they fucking got back to me, and they're like, all right, we're going to bring some Jaeger over. I'm like, all right, fuck it. I guess I'm going to be late to work tomorrow.
I had a similar occurrence just this summer. I'm not going to talk about that one just yet, but it was a similar kind of thing. I just started like talking trash to this girl, and like she just like went like velociraptor on me, just like crazy, just like tore me apart. And it was just
yeah, they like it when you're a dick to them, unfortunately.
Oh, absolutely.
Which sucks because as guys, we don't want to be a dick. We don't want to be an asshole all the time. But if we do what society tells us and we're the nice guy, they just look at us like we're some weak simp, and then they go fuck some other dude. And it's like, I don't want to fucking do this, but you give me no option. If this is what works, I guess this is what I have to do.
Yeah.
Right. See how fucked up that is? Yeah. And then they're like, toxic masculinity.
Yeah, but when you give them what they say they want, a nice, sensitive guy, they fucking friend zone you, and they think you're some beta. What do you think about that, real talk?
They literally use your hard wiring against you. And when you're not that, and it sinks in that like you've caught on to the game, they hate it because they're like, okay, it is this guy who should be a fucking simp, but he's not worshiping me. He doesn't want to get cucked out. He doesn't want to fucking be my orbiter. That's the whole thing. Is as bad as it sounds, fucking they have to deal with the fucking Chad, or they have to deal with the simp. They can't deal with the guy who's fucking aware, man. That's all I know.
Here's the thing: the simp doesn't get anything from them. They just use the simp for an emotional tampon. They tell you their problems, all their bullshit, but they don't fuck that guy. They fuck the guy that doesn't care about their problems.
Yep.
All right.
And unfortunately, that's just how it is.
Yeah, it's fucked up because when you think about the provision and protection that a man should be willing to give a woman, that would be valid if our society wasn't turned upside down from feminism.
Right.
Those tenets and principles that built society with the patriarchy are going to be valid as things get harder. It's going to come back. But it's just crazy to think that just for women to be able to jump from D to D to D while screaming, "Wee!" society has to crumble. The fucking cock carousel, in order for the cock carousel to never end, society is going to have to become hell on earth, literally. And all those good guys are just looking around like, well, I guess I'm going to have to turn bad or I'm going to have to vacate from the situation. And that's what Contriver was kind of bringing up earlier. The way for a MGTOW, you got to educate yourself with the right information. And once you've educated yourself, then you can start to elevate yourself. And once you're elevated, then you can start to put yourself in a position to sever, to separate from this society and kind of live on your own terms. That's what I would say is like the MGTOW and Sigma lifestyle is pretty much one and the same. You can't have one without the other because the Sigma creates his own game and he abides to his own rules. He doesn't fucking get down in the weeds battling out with the alphas because men are more competitive today than they ever have been to find, a worthy quote unquote woman. I would say none of them are worthy at this point, but it's just,
I'll agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
So basically those guys, those Sigmas, it happened because they were sick and tired of being pushed into beta zone. These women, when they don't find you to be up to society's standards of what we're being told is attractive, if you don't have the steps in your eyebrows, the fuckboy haircut, all the fucking dumbass fashion trends, you're not deemed attractive. So when you're playing by those rules, the betas are trying to catch up to the alphas who have the genetic advantage. The alphas just can do whatever the fuck they want, but they're deteriorating society by worshiping themselves. The Sigmas are like, I don't care to worship myself. I'd rather build myself up, but I want nothing to do with this game of this never-ending pleasing and insatiable woman. Like if the woman could be satiated, then all of these efforts wouldn't go in vain. But women can't be satiated, especially under feminism. It's impossible.
Right.
These guys are chasing bullshit.
I'd say men need to just learn to live life for themselves. That's what I do. I don't give a fuck about impressing anybody. I do what I want to do. If you don't like it, fuck you. Pretty much I just work and go to the gym all day, and I'm totally fine doing that. I work, I go to the gym, I plan for when I go off grid, and I'm totally fine being alone. I don't need women. Now, if something falls in my lap, sure, I'm a guy. I'll have a little bit of fun, but that's about it.
And you're gonna adopt a sun monkey because fuck
I'm gonna
those
have a
bitches.
son monkey, and his name's gonna be George Floyd Jr.
Well, and what you're going to find in time, Herbert, or what I've found just to experience through living alone, and just having my job and my personal life to me is you will come to just embrace coming home, and it's peaceful and it's quiet. You just come home, you just sit, it's quiet, you don't hear shit. You just hear the world around you, and it's beautiful.
And I like being alone, and I tell people, and they don't believe me. It's like, yeah, I'm okay with having a couple of friends, but overall, I don't want friends. I don't want a whole bunch of friends. I just want to be alone. Yeah, I'll have a few people in the community, like you guys I talk to, a couple of friends from the gym, but that's all I need. I don't want a whole bunch of friends. I just want to be left alone. I want to fucking go to the gym and fucking do what I want to do. And, I have more peace, quiet, and freedom than I've ever had. And people think I'm fucking crazy. I'm like my parents.
You are not.
I don't understand.
Nope. No, you are not. And that's the conundrum I ran into is I thought I was crazy and I didn't have a place like this to go to.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Society tells you shouldn't be that way. You should be seeking validation from all these people that don't care about you. That's why a lot of these PUAs, they get fucking these fancy cars and these $60,000 chains to impress people that don't care about them. It's like, fuck that. I'd rather save my money.
This whole platform, this whole YouTube platform, just look at all the fucking weak ass shorts. It's always some emotional music with something that's supposed to be touching or heart filled.
Right.
All this fucking garbage is supposed to keep us in this soft, docile, emotional state where we're highly impressionable. And it's like when the fuck are these dudes going to realize? And I'm going to be honest with you. I seen some fucking bozo at this place I eat breakfast at. He was wearing the shorts that are available for men today. His boxers were longer than his shorts, and they were beneath his fucking shorts. And I've been saying it, and it's not like, hey, I'm throwing my business out there, but like, for real, I couldn't wear some of this shit because, hey, my shit might slip out the fucking bottom, and I'm not advertising. These fucking retards don't understand when they look in the mirror and they see those short 1970 shorts. Dog, they're emasculating you.
Are we
They're
talking about the shorts?
Yeah, man. I seen this goofball and I just wanted to put his head underneath like the coffee dispenser and just give him a nice fucking bath in that shit. Like, dog, wake the fuck up, man. What's going through your head?
Crazy guys will wear a borderline like girls' clothes to like, and they think, I don't know, like it's the Gen Z that normally does this, and it's just like the Gen Z style is so fucked up, and it's like I couldn't fucking wear that. Like you said, my dick would fucking fall out of my pants.
And what's crazy is this, like I'm noticing some weird shit. I'm talking sandals that the sorority girls were wearing like 4 years ago. The dudes are wearing now. The girls are dressing more masculine. It's crazy. These chicks are dressing more masculine than their boyfriends that are out. I seen some fucking cuck this morning. You know, I'm not going to lie. Like, his girl was attractive and no homo. Pause. This dude wasn't a bad looking dude. Like, they were an above average couple. I'm sitting there kicking it. I got one leg up and I'm just OG back in my fucking booth that I'm always sitting in with my buddy I eat breakfast with like every day. And we see these fucking two walk in. And as soon as this dude looks me up and down, and I haven't even stood up so he can see my 6'2", 6'3" frame and be really intimidated just by looking at me and acknowledging that he's a fucking weasel, weakling cuck boy. He literally starts to mate guard his girl. He stands in front of her butt at first. Then he's looking at me like, studying me like, is this guy more alpha than me? And then he puts his arms around the chick. I'm getting so sick and tired of seeing these fucking pathetic weaklings. These fucking, what's the proper word to use for them? It's just so weak to know. And he had this long ass, like, feminine hairstyle. He was trying to be John Wick, but he had a little rat face. It's like, nah, dog, you got poor genetics. You can't pull it off, bro. Go hit the weight room. Go do something for yourself. Stop trying to fucking hide your girl from me, because if I wanted to, I'll throw a bat net over that bitch and I'll reel her over here and I'll be saying sweet nothings to her. But I don't care. Like, motherfuckers think that you're trying to pull their girl just by being yourself, and it's like, dude, like, you have a mental illness.
But you know what? That might be a sign that does his girl have a habit of, because that seems like a very insecure relationship for him to even be doing that. She must have a habit of trying to draw attention. Maybe he was saving you. Like,
maybe he wanted to release his inner Jack Murphy and he wanted to watch Real Talk.
Oh
no! When I say at this particular establishment, it's a fucking Panera Bread. This place, literally, when I say the relationships that I see come in there, it's always those places
are terrible.
You know, it's always like a good-looking girl. She's fit, she's sexy, and she either has some like real beta bucks type dude, or she has some purported alpha who's doing everything in his possible like reach to look a certain way, act a certain way, talk a certain way. And as soon as they see me, it's like, oh shit, I'm not that alpha. It's like, you fucking retards. I'm cut from a completely different cloth as you, dude. I've literally been fucking, I created I call it a solitary confinement. It's like I've fucking been in a hole for the past 10 years, a black hole, building up my life.
The hyperbolic time chamber.
Literally, like, I'm not living for the world, dude. Right. You're living for the world. And when you're living for the world, you're living for women, because women are of the world. They can't help themselves but being material, having a lust of the flesh, always needing to be seen. That's the thing, is like, if you're the type of motherfucker that needs eyes on you at all times, you're a weak, like Hermit said, validation seeking fucking weenie. You're fucking pathetic. Get a life. Find a purpose. Instead
Well, that's
of
the thing.
being
Most people can't live for themselves today. They don't know how. They care about what the herd, what the sheep are doing, and they want to fit in and they want to conform, where guys like me and you don't give a fuck about that. I'm going to go whatever opposite way the sheep are going.
I've always been against the group, against the crowd, not to be defiant, but I just look at them as mind-controlled lemmings. They're useful idiots that are serving out a purpose, and that purpose is to deteriorate any social fabric that's left in society. So essentially, every single one of these retards are making my life as like an old school type person. People say I'm a fucking old man trapped in a young man's body. They're making my life harder because they're willing idiots that, honest to God, I mean, they're a cancer that you can't cut out. Like, we've all thought about hockey mask time, but literally, we're civil people. We're not evil. We have restraint.
Real talk, you know what we can do, right? We can encourage them to get all their booster shots.
That's a good point. Like Doug,
I want these people to get every booster and then take all the cold showers, because you hear what's happening. They're getting their boosters, they're taking their cold showers, and then next thing you know, heart attack. So I want them to get all their, I want them to be safe. Make sure you get all 10 of your boosters.
Yeah,
Here
shout
comes
out,
the
shout out to Doug Edwards. He says, I tell my buddies at work who are blue-pilled, simp harder.
Oh yeah, I remember
that. Go buy the bigger ring. Get her the nicer car. Like, that's any which way we can get these idiots to shoot themselves in the foot, it's going to make our lives easier. And it sounds cynical, but how else can the fucking trash? Basically, it's like this. We need these pieces of trash to jump in a 55-gallon drum bag, hop in the trash can themselves, and then wheel themselves down to the street. If we can get them to do that effectively without having to raise our emotions.
Here's the thing. That's why you encourage them to get all their booster shots, because they think you're being friendly, but they don't realize that you're actually wishing horrible things upon them. It's like, oh, are you up to date on all of your booster shots, Susie? Oh, no, you better go get your 10th one. Oh, no, Susie had a heart attack.
Well, that's what we can do. We could start a group where it's a virtue signaling group. We find something that all these idiots are attracted to. They all show up wanting to virtue signal, and then they publicly get shamed if they're not up to date on this, that, and everything else. And they'll keep getting encouraged to keep getting vaxxed. And as people drop off and literally die, you're just going to say, the memo must have not got sent out to that person. It's probably in their spam email. I don't think they got that direct message. Something happened. Dog ate their homework. Fucking, they caught a train. One of those.
They were wearing a KN9505 plus mask.
Did you guys see that video today? Salty Cracker posted it. It was like a drag kid thing. And like the kid was basically jerking off one of these fucking trannies. It was disgusting.
Oh no!
What?
Yeah, Salty Cracker posted the video, and the fucking kid is like all rubbing the fucking front of this tranny, and everybody's like cheering it on. It's absolutely disgusting. Like, I think he posted it today. So
this stuff is just Luciferian, man.
Yeah.
It's gone too far, and then when you try to point it out, it's the third one on the top, I believe.
I got 20. But who cares?
See, look. What the fuck are they doing?
Oh my fucking god!
It's the only way to be sure.
They weren't lying when they were telling you they coming for your kids. They straight up come. Look, there you go. There you go. This is yet another one of these drag weirdo events appropriate for all ages. Bring us your small baby infants. Bring us your small children, ladies without husbands.
Hey, pause
ladies without husbands.
How are people cheering that on? You guys seen that? Like, you should go to fucking jail for letting a kid do that. You should get thrown in a fucking wood chipper. How are they fucking cheering that on?
That's a sex offender crime. That's
yeah,
a
but
sex crime.
when you're in the alphabet community, though, you can almost do anything and you won't go to jail. They give
The majority of the people
free pants and everything.
And believe it or not, the organizers of these events, they farm out demonic vessels that have a rap sheet of doing this said thing. They literally invite those motherfuckers to these places. That's the community organizers, these event organizers, because what they were doing initially was going to the large city.
They're women.
Oh, yeah,
let's not ignore that shit. These event organizers that are women.
Well, they're the nurturers. They're the nurturers, right? They're the ones that are going to make the sound decisions because they're the morally upright of the sexes. You better get that right, GM. They're morally more upright than men.
Well, you know, one thing I noticed.
Maybe in an upside down Orwellian type of world.
One thing I noticed, you have all these groups that claim to be oppressed, like the alphabet community, BLM, no matter what it is. It seems like liberal white women find a way to hijack it and like make it about them.
Yeah.
How the fuck, like, that makes no sense. Like, oh, this is BLM, but I hijacked it and I'm oppressed. Like,
you guys remember? You remember the songs that the kids were singing in the library at New York City, I think, in Chicago?
No, I don't remember.
The 400-pound clown XY's in disguise, they were singing the hips, and the children were going along, and the cucked out fathers and mothers were there. The hips on the tranny goes swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
What the
swoosh,
fuck?
swoosh, swoosh.
What?
The hips on the tranny. They were literally singing all together with the children. The hips on the tranny go swoosh, 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 swoosh.
What the fuck does that mean? Real talk? What does it mean?
The hips of the tranny was literally moving its hips from side to side, shaking its fucking retarded baboon ass in front of fucking children dressed up like a demonic fucking evil spawn of Satan.
Yeah.
Singing these words, and you know how the wheels on the bus go round and round? They literally redubbed it, and we're singing the hips on the tranny goes swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the tranny's shaking its fucking ass.
Sounds like a bastardization only a feminist can do.
You know Okie would have sniffed them panties, though, right?
Oh, God.
But, hey, guys, I got to jump off. I got to get up. I got to get up early, so.
All right, Hermit. It's good chatting with you.
Hermit.
Yeah, it was a good, funny stream. Nice talking to everybody.
Nice talking to you.
Hey, I'll probably do a stream and not this weekend because I gotta go to my dad's house. He's going out of town. I gotta watch the dogs and stuff. But I want to do a stream not this weekend, but the following weekend. So real talk, if you want to join me, it'll be me, you, Gray. I'll invite Father Saunders and maybe a few other people.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right, cool. I'll send you more information before then.
Oh.
All right.
After all, you're my better half, right?
Yeah. the two halves of one cuck.
Oh, God.
There's gonna be some artwork on its way. No
doubt. We gotta
definitely
get some. We gotta get Rishi to do some Dragon Ball Z art of a fucking Okie and Black Okie turning into the mega cuck.
Oh.
All right, see you guys.
All right,
Have a
bye,
good night.
Hermit.
All right. Well, I am going to call it a night myself.
Yeah.
I myself have to get up pretty early. So,
All right.
All right. You guys want to keep going? Hope you enjoy.
All right. Good night, Iridium Kush.
Peace
sir.
out, Kush. Good talking
Peace
to you.
out.
Well, you want to talk some shit about some crazy bitches?
I gotta watch. I gotta do some recaps because I know there's been a lot of battles, and I think there's a big war on its way. I think these these cucked out beta male scent mangina white knights are strategizing right now on how to sink you. Oh, we're gonna really get her this time. Like they're working on new strategies, how to infiltrate, manipulate, subvert. Probably reading fucking Art of War, 48 Laws of Power.
Right.
They're going down the line. How can we trick her?
Yeah. Do they wish for me to harm them? Because I've been doing this whole thing where, you know, I'm like, okay, the men will sort out the men, I got the women. I don't really care what the men say when they come at me because I know where the shit's coming from. They're just puppets. Like I don't take what they're saying personally, but they're coming at me almost like very masochistic. Like they want me to turn into that thing that they're saying I am.
Yeah.
But I feel like they really don't want me to go there. Like
well, they're trying to like bring out the darker side that every human has within them. They're trying to provoke you to the point where you're basically an animal that's being backed into a corner. That's their plan. And they want to see like how much fire you got down in. You know they're not ready for that kind of smoke, right?
No. No.
They're they said GM, we want some beef. And you just put your BK crown on and your manager's shirt. You say, "Hey, we're stocked up. This grill ain't gonna stop for a long time. If you want some beef, I'm the burger queen."
The burger queen.
Literally, that's what you need to do. You need to dub yourself up as like a burger queen and say, "If you want some beef, this motherfucking grill will be sizzling."
Yeah.
Because that's all it really needs to come down to is you grill. Like there needs to be a gauntlet, okay? You need to call it GM's gauntlet, the GMG. Can you survive the GMG? Like you just get pushed through this bitch, and they have to. How can I say? There needs to be a standard of your arguments, meaning like you come with X amount of points. It's either yes or no question. They can't back their way out of it. And I saw one guy on Austin Holloman's live streams kind of exposing a lot of dudes, and he was getting people in yes or no questions. He was like pinpointing their logical fallacies, and he's attacking that. If there could be some sort of order to the madness, you know, everyone they say there's a what is it? There's a saying about order out of, you know, that's the Masons, order out of chaos, but there's a magic to the madness. And if they can't catch on to your technique, I think it would be like 1 cuck down, 2 cuck down, 3 cucks down. It's going to be like quick draw McGraw. They pop their heads up, bam, bam, bam. Like you got like a double action revolver. Like you get a silver bullet. You might be able to knock 2 cucks heads off with one debate. Maybe both of them get on a stream.
But real talk, the men that are against me, they are very emotionally and mentally unstable. So they yell a lot and talk over and I mean it's so crazy bitchified because they've been terrorized. They've been terrorized by these crazy bitches and charged up and then sent in my direction. So it's like an emotional mouth vomit party for them.
Oh, I know what they are. wind-up toys. They've been wound up.
Yeah. And they're just saying things that the crazy bitches cram down their throat. So when I look at them, I'm like, that's not really you saying that. Like, nothing they say is original and authentically them. It's shit that the crazy bitches fed them. So I'm like, I can't just destroy you because you're just literally a puppet. Like, I'm sorry you're a puppet. Like, the crazy bitch I want is the one fucking behind you. Move out of my way, dude. And they don't.
So how many are there? Like, how? Okay, there's a cuck army on reserve.
Yeah.
You know, that's the National Crazy Bitch Reserve, ready to go out and fight. How many crazy bitches are there that want to, they want a piece?
The crazy bitches don't want a piece. They want to throw men. They want to hide behind the men. Because I'm like, hey, I'm on this side. I'm on the anti-feminism side. Fuck these crazy bitches. Crazy bitches are like, oh, you're on the men's side. Here's some men. We'll terrorize these men to come abuse you so you change your idea about what you're doing. It's the same kind of men the feminists complain about. I mean, because those men exist, right? But they create these. Yeah. Well, but they create these men to come at me because I'm like, here's my list of things that I believe in, right? And all the disparities or whatever, the disproportionate preferential treatment stuff. Me personally, I've never experienced all the shit that you guys are talking about. They were like, oh, well, we'll see. We'll charge up these men. We'll convince them that you're racist. And then we'll send them after you to like fulfill this prophecy. I'm like,
well, they need to paint. You have to be publicly casted out as this type of person, this radical, this extremist, this person who's mentally unsound. They basically are deteriorating any character you have, and they're painting this picture of you, and they have to stay to that narrative. That's why it's like the mainstream news. They all have the same talking points when something happens, and then you see a local news broadcast that's completely different, and you're like, wow, that local reporter got some really good footage from some eyewitnesses that are completely different from the mainstream. So people who have a logical fucking bone in their body, they know who's telling the truth and who's not. But they need whoever they can, however big an audience, they need them to think a certain way about what's going on so that they can control the narrative. And once they have the narrative, it's called I think that video I sent you where it's not about the truth, it's about the perception of truth. It's all about controlling people's perception. Reality is one thing. Those who are awake, they say to be alive is to be aware. Those who are aware of what's going on, we're alive. We're in reality. The people who are basically dead men and women walking are those who are unaware, who are having their perception carefully crafted. So this is like a tactic. The feminists are using the tactic of, feminism, communism, same fucking thing. Yeah. So they're using, these are tried and true tactics, but these are like warlike tactics. These are what you do to fucking subvert an entire nation. They don't understand. When you're trying to do this to someone, to one fucking person, that's a lot of effort. You're using military type shit to try to sink a YouTube channel.
No, that actually makes me feel really good that they see me as that much of a threat. That actually is heartwarming.
Yeah. They're using some mind control type shit to try to fucking get people to think otherwise about you. Like I said, there's guys in the space who can think, hey, no, this is the boys' club, no women allowed. Well, if that's the way you feel, I don't really have to buy into that. I don't have any beefs with anybody. I keep my shit cool, casual, cordial, and I'm not really getting into shit like that. There's no point in me getting down in the weeds. I don't really have a dog in the fight, but if someone's trying to deteriorate your character, You have to fight for you. That's the whole thing, is for these people to question, oh, why does GM have so much gas in her tank?
Right.
Because people are trying to fuck with her character, who she is, what she represents. They're trying to manipulate her verbiage, her words, what you say. They're trying to pretty much use
they're
like
also
a psychological.
They're also trying and have succeeded in doing so, manipulated guys that have come to this channel and terrorized them, which that shit fucking pisses me off. And they use this anti-women, brotherhood to fucking get in the back door there. Like these are some seriously sick fucks.
So basically, to get social acceptance, to receive social acceptance on their platform, they have to go against you.
Yeah.
That's sick, because that's like a gang. Gang initiation.
It is a gang. It's exactly that. It's funny.
It's like, do a drive-by on GM's chat right now. She's live. Hit her up. Her and her goons are on the block.
Right. And it's funny, this group of fucking people call themselves a gang.
There's gang initiations, there's hierarchy, there's orders. Think about if a gang member's given directives and he doesn't fulfill those directives, what could happen to him? There's fear in these simps' hearts that something could happen. They're not. Think about the hive mind. These simps need social acceptance and validation so bad, they're willing to do a drive-by on your chat.
Right. To go against probably the only one that totally is like actively trying to liberate those fucks. Like,
you're not.
Like, no, it's weird. It's weird. Like, that's why I'm like, what in the source code is broken? Because I think about it, I'm like, okay, well, they're listening to these crazy bitches. These crazy bitches are women. If I just tell them the truth and something more logical and rational, because these men should be standing on reason as kind of a fundamental principle, maybe they would listen to me and not this crazy bitch, because they're listening to women. I'm like, I'm a woman. I'm a woman that's actually telling them what's going on, but somehow the delusion of the crazy bitch is more what they align themselves with, which is weird, because these are men, right? These are supposed to be men that think rationally and reasonably. I mean, they say they do all the time.
These men who haven't gotten enough attention and validation from women, they're still craving and lusting after such. So if there's one woman who's speaking logically, but it goes against their need for validation and confirmation that they're a big man, right? They will do whatever it takes to feel as if they're a man from a group of women's perspective. But if one woman is an outlier, like you have been, you've gone against the hive.
Yeah,
they're looking at you. Yeah, they're looking at you like the Chad that cares about the world. You think about it, like you're as a woman in a matriarchal world, you have certain privileges over men.
Yes.
In a sense, you're kind of like a Chad because you have privileges, right? Like Chads have privileges. The cucks always look up to the Chads, and it's like, basically you're a Chad that cares about society. And they're like, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. Why would a woman who has privilege, who's higher than me, because these men think they're beneath all women, why would a woman who's higher than me care about me? A woman's never cared about them. A woman's always looked for validation. So it seems so, how can I say, it seems so like off the wall for you to be
Yeah.
in left field rooting for them, and they're just like,
Right.
but it's like the girl who runs into a nice guy Chad. She's like, he's so good looking, but he's so blue pilled it doesn't feel right. That's what these fucking cucks feel deep
Right.
down when you're over waving, hey,
Right.
the
Yeah.
answers are over here. I'm trying to
Yeah.
steer you away from this plantation, but the
Yeah.
plantation just feels so good. It's like
Right.
I don't know how to explain it. What is it called? Plausible deniability. These men have plausible deniability by going over to that sector because more women told them this was the right thing to do, right? Well,
Right.
all these women said that she was evil. Well, she's evil, right? I listened to them, right? It's like because the woman that they value so much told them that this was the right thing to do. They don't give a fuck if it's the wrong thing. It's all about social acceptance, group hive-minded thinking because these men are thinking like women. It's like I don't know how to put my finger on emasculated men because you got to think, you got all this fucking testosterone.
Uh-oh, you cut out. Last thing I heard was all this testosterone.
Fights. It's ridiculous. Like these men are trapped. They're fucking slaves.
Real talk. Oh, I know. But like a big section of what you said cut out. The last thing I heard was testosterone.
Oh, I was saying like it's weird for me to think about dudes who are bitch made, high in testosterone, that are thinking in a hive mind, thinking that they need validated. It's weird to me because I can't predict that behavior. I can predict a woman's behavior because she doesn't have this ever-flowing testosterone. She doesn't have this logical mind state. They're constantly emotional. You know, men, on the other hand, if you're a bitch-made simp, you can be emotional 1 second and then you could be logical the next. So I don't know how to deal with them.
Yeah. I don't really know how to deal with them. They're predictable though. Because they see me as the enemy, it's like a competition. So it's almost like I'm another man. That they have to, So, which is not right. Like, it's not. That's why Alice is spinning this narrative that what did she say? She found something on my Facebook that told her that I was bi. And now instead of her taking any responsibility for anything she's done, she's accusing me of wanting to date her. Like the same shit that these crazy bitches say about guys. Like, oh, you don't like me, that means you're gay or something. Only it's you don't like me, you're calling me out, you must want to date me. Which is fucking weird. After she said she was going to pray for my broken mind. So
is that like your main contender?
She's just the stupidest fucking one who's so obsessed. It's been 7 months, I guess. She's keeping track. Yeah, she's she's one of the gulags drag.
So what do they preach? Bitches. Like, what's their ideology or philosophy? What do they preach? What's paramount to them?
Freedom, right wing, patriotism, conservatism, traditional, patriarchy, SYSBM. So these guys are pedestalizing this crazy bastard factory white piece of trash that wears a grill in her mouth and saying this piece of fucking white trash is better than all black women.
Oh, so you're talking about a bunch of Linnies are running around for the white piece of garbage that the white guys threw away in the trash. They're looking around, rummaging around for a fucking what would a hood rat. She's a hood rat.
She's a hood rat. Yeah. They're
Damn.
trying to pass her off. I mean, these men take this crazy bitch and many other in their little stupid group, and they beat black women over the head with them like they're this prize. Like, oh, we have this traditional conservative woman. Meanwhile, she's been pregnant 3 times out of wedlock, multiple baby daddies, lives
She's
with her
not traditional.
parents.
She's a ran through whore. I mean, that's
Yeah,
all it is.
pretty much.
You can't.
Pretty much.
You can't. You can put as much makeup on that pig. She's still a fucking pig.
Yeah, pretty much. But she's on the campaign that I'm the mentally unstable one, and she's been collecting all this data on me, and like I think she's been psycho watching so much of my content. She thinks she's doing what I'm currently doing, which is weird.
Well, there's one of these YouTube channels, one of the great YouTube channels, goes by Dr. BOA, and he has a video. He goes, in this society standard, I would be a pretty fucked up individual. And I would say in this society's standards, because this society has no standards, it's so demoralized, I would say you, me, everyone who's on the panel tonight, we would be considered pretty fucked up individuals because we are so out there, so against the norm that it's like, okay, you have traditional values. This bitch with the grill has traditional values. But you're not faking it to make it. You actually hate feminists. You really see it as this vermin that needs to be. They need to be exterminated. So there is no fake. Like at this point, I've gotten enough. We've gotten enough conversations and or debates. To where there's no faking the funk about how much you hate the collegiate feminist propagandized, pressurized, pressure cooker of society.
How could I not? It's destroying the fucking world. Real talk. Like it's destroying humanity.
Well, that's what I'm saying is your angle is set. Like feminists tied to colleges and universities are it. Like that is your bread and butter, So someone would say, wait a second. Who's talking like this today? No one. From your perspective. Right? So they're thinking, wow, she's really fucked up in the head. She's crazy. No. Yeah. Everybody's so fucking insane. You're one of the only ones with sanity left. So when everyone's fucking crazy and you're one of the only ones that aren't, from their societal standards, they look at you as fucking crazy. I've been thought of as crazy. There's people at this fucking Panera Bread who literally people thought like, oh, this dude's whacked out or something. Me and this dude that I eat breakfast with, like the shit that we talk about is off the wall. Like we question religion, we question authority, we question things. And not until I walked in there with my girlfriend that some of these girls know did they think that I was normal. They thought I was like some monster. And it's like, she looks better than all of you. It's like, I hate to break it to you, but I've been, getting it in or whatever. Like, I hate to say it, but I don't walk around beating my chest. Look at me, I'm so fucking alpha. I don't need to, because like, I am who the fuck I am. You're gonna like me or you're not. That's just how it is. The people pleasing shit is for the birds. So if I say some things that rub you off the wrong way, you can call me crazy all you want, but I'll look down at my watch and sooner than later, what I say is going to come true. And you're going to look at me like, holy shit, he was telling the truth the entire time. And we looked at this motherfucker like he was crazy. I don't want to be in that position to know how the shit's going to hit the fan or know what's coming. Judge me how you want to fucking judge me. But sooner than later, my wisdom and my words are going to come true. And sooner than later, what the fuck you've told these idiot retard lemmings is going to come true. And then they're going to be eating crow. This shit sandwich. it doesn't taste as good as it used to. That's what one's gonna say to the other, and the other's gonna be like, yeah, I noticed this one doesn't have as much crunch in it. There might be something wrong with the shit sandwich factory that Alice was pushing out, right? And then they're gonna realize that you were trying to feed them a good juicy burger because you're the burger queen, right? You're like, hey, I got this fucking juicy burger for you.
Right.
But they're like, I don't know. That doesn't look like the shit sandwiches we've been eating this entire time.
Right.
That's all it is. They're too used to eating shit. You hit them with that good ass juicy burger, they're like, it looks too good to be true. Something's got to be in that burger.
Right. Is this the Dr. BOA you were talking about?
Yeah, Dr.
Book
BOA.
of Alpha Ronomy?
Book of Alpha Ronomy. He's how can I say? He's more like, he has like a spiritual channel called the King Ray Ray Show. But he preaches a lot of strength and wisdom within men, like how, for instance, he explains how simply cold approaching women is beta as fuck. You're automatically pedestalizing women. Like, he's basically saying, if you're going to deal with women, you have to deal with women from a position of power. And there's like spiritual tenets and principles that are paramount. I would say he's on the level of like Black Ram 313, on the level of like Hammerhand. He's like an OG. So there's certain things I've caught on to where I'm like, man, another time in my life, he preached something that was true, that I came to the realization. For instance, some of his original words. He says, if a woman has ever been exposed to a beta male scent mangina, if she's talked to nothing but, he says alpha men, men that are dominant men, if she's talked to nothing but alpha men, she's going to know how to treat that guy who's like no other. But if you come into a situation with a woman and you're at the highest, the pinnacle of who you can be, but she's gotten exposed to some weak beta male scent mangina that pedestalized her, that worshipped her, she's going to expect that even from the most dominant alpha man. He's saying, stay the fuck away from these women who have dominated men, who've manipulated men mentally. He says these women are always going to lust and crave and desire for power. Stay the fuck away from them, because they don't know how to treat you when you break through, when you elevate, when you get to that highest level. These women are still going to look at you like you got shit on your face. Why? Because these women are fucking bums. They've acquired a taste of shit. They like trash men that they can have power over. They can have the apartment and then the bum gets to sleep on the couch. They like a man that needs to be dependent upon them. But as soon as you get your shit together, they run from it because it's accountability. So he's basically saying, build yourself up. But if you think you're going to be able to interact with the women who are down in the weeds, the ratchets, the hood rats, he said, you got another thing coming. They're going to bring more detriment to your fucking life than if you didn't build yourself up. He said, if you stay bum, these women can't bring detriment to your life. But if you build yourself up and you deal with women who've dealt with the beta male scent mangina, they're going to destroy you.
Yeah.
So it's like how can I say, someone who's actually experienced it, telling you from the horse's mouth, do not go down that road. You're going to pay dearly. And
no bastard factories.
Oh yeah, no, that he calls them, he says, I only touch up on young tenders. I only touch up on women who are eating the right foods, spiritually, in line. Like, I'm not going to deal with this type of woman. Essentially, men just having standards. Yeah. More old school standards, how shit used to be. I'm not going to fuck with this type of woman. I'm going to stay away from this. Drawing the line in the sand. Because what's the PUA? What's the grifter? What's the person who's got to sell you something, telling you what makes you a man? And another thing from Dr. BOA that I picked up because he's a personal trainer. He's saying when you're a man who's lusting after sex, trying to be a pussy hound, trying to be the big man on campus, the alpha, the guy who's getting all the play, when you're going to be that Chad, that Tyrone type dude, and you're busting nut after nut after nut, he says if you're not taking a break and letting your body catch up to the testosterone depletion, your body's going to start to think that new lower level of testosterone, because you've exhausted your body, that new lower level of testosterone is your new level. And it's going to start to produce at that. He says that's a problem with pornography. The men who can't get the women will use and exhaust themselves through pornography, and they're lowering their testosterone. He says, so whether you're a man who's getting the women or whether you're a man who's not getting the fucking women, once you get played into that wasting your seed on meaningless sex or meaningless sexual activity, he's like, you got to retain your seed, not talking about that semen retention shit, like how men think, oh, if you retain your semen, you're going to get more women. No, he's saying retain your seed so you can have the highest level of testosterone, so you can accomplish the most, so you can grow the most. He says, keep grinding, keep growing. So I hold his channel at a high regard of intellect and raw logic from a masculine perspective. I don't think you get any more masculine than Dr. BOA, because he's another thing that I've understood through his wisdom that I've seen, and it's played out in my real life. Women do not submit to men. They don't. Women's femininity submits to a man's masculinity. Women can't help themselves when they're around a masculine man, not an alpha man, a masculine man, because the alpha standards can change. This week, this haircut, this hairstyle, this shoe, this fucking t-shirt is considered alpha. The next week, the societal standards change, but masculinity has been consistent since the beginning of time. So it's like essentially cutting out all the fluff with a lot of these personal development coaches, these PUAs, and leaving you with the rawest shit that as a man you can relate to and you can build yourself up to. And he'll say straight up, you can't marry any of these women here. There's really no lies. I haven't heard any lies or bullshit coming from Dr. BOA, and it's not like I'm a dick rider, but there's not very many people on the platform.
Dick rider?
Yeah, no.
Really? It's okay to acknowledge wisdom.
Yeah, no, it's just
it
like,
doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, no, that he's one of the only real ones on here. Like, it's just tough because Andy raps too. He just came out with Alpha Music, something like that. He's hard. Like, he's a good lyricist. He says he says he's the best lyricist. He's trying to make these claims like he's something bigger than he is, but he's got a mixtape that he just dropped.
So does he do the blackity black shit, or does he talk about men and women?
What do you mean, like blackity black shit? Like racist?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
No, I mean he pretty much appeals to all men. I mean, he will say that I am. He's more of like I would say he's more of like a Hebrew Israelite type dude as far as his spiritual tenets. What he prescribes to, it's going to be the Old Testament. But he's not. He's really about like money and progression, not holding money over people's heads, but saying you got to be selfish for yourself,
right?
So that you can be generous later on,
right?
You know, there's just certain things of like, you know, and it kind of goes against some of the shit that I say. He says, if you think you're going to be able to save the world, you know, you're wrong. Like, you can't do shit yourself. You can acquire some resources and build yourself up to make your world a better place. But overall, you know, it's like in this lifetime, you got to realistically look at it like, can I achieve this goal or can I not? Is this a dream, a fantasy, or can this be reality? there's certain shit that I've had to check myself, and I'm like, man, he's got a point there, you know. And then he talks about these dudes talking about. He says this, and this is a good point. He says, "What gender war? What gender war?" He says, "Who am I going to go to war with? What does my adversary? What weapon can they use to hurt me? What can women use to hurt me? Of all people, in the position I'm in, I'm not going to be getting fucking buried. I'm not getting in some child, whatever." He goes, "I know what is what. I know what's going on. These women can't hurt me if I don't let them hurt me."
Right.
He says all these men that want to prescribe to this gender war, men versus women. He says it's bullshit. It's manufactured it to a sense. And he's like, what are the spoils of this war? What am I, if I go to war, what am I going to get from this war?
Right.
And you know what this war is all about? I think SCE has touched on this. He always talks about the mass program of the ageism, you know, getting the generations against each other, the sexism, getting the sexes against each other, the social economic status, the wealth gap, you know, where rich people against poor, that social economic status division that we have in our society and our culture.
It's like a battle royale, right? It's not even left two sides. There's multiple sides doing, like, it's so fucked. It's so bad.
It's divide and control. But one thing I will say about BOA is, he'll only deal with black women. He doesn't deal with other races of women, and he'll openly say that. He's like, you can do whatever, you know, you could do whatever you want, but I only deal with black women. I don't have anything against. I don't think he says he hates white women or has anything against white women, but in a spiritual Old Testament stance, he's pretty much like, we should be sticking to our own, and that's how things used to be. Look at the black community in the 50s when they stuck to their own. Before feminism came along, they had the highest wed. You know, the white community was stronger before feminism. The black community was stronger. The Hispanic community was stronger. The Italian, the Arab, the Irish, you know, the Greek, all those cultures were stronger when they didn't intermix.
Right.
So if we just stuck to our own and solved our own problems, then society could get better. But they don't want that.
But the women don't. The women that are against the nuclear family, they're all cross-cultured.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like the grill in the mouth. She wants to bounce around from D to D, screaming we from this community to this community to this community. And at the end of the fucking day, what do you got? You got a hodgepodge. It's like you mix all the colors and they turn into fucking brown. It's a shit baby. You don't know where it came from. You don't know what shit shoot it popped out of. It's a fucking shit baby. It's a bastard fucking child. So these women, you're right. They are insatiable with their sexual desires. They want this flavor of man. It's like they're going to Baskin Robbins. They're getting all the fucking flavors, right? They got to taste this. They got to taste that. And they don't give a fuck about sticking to their own. Why? Because their own threw them out initially.
Right.
If you find, for instance, if you find a Spanish girl who's really into black guys, the Spanish dudes don't want nothing to do with her. If you find a black girl who's really into white guys, the black dudes don't want nothing to do with her. The moment that a woman has to go to other races, she burned her fucking bridges with hers. Now, there are exceptions. I will pat myself on the back. There was this girl in college. She was a fatty girl. She was fit, but for some reason, she was heavy set on the TNA. Things were just poking out all over. And I'm like, man, you're genetically blessed. But she had admitted she'd never been with a white guy. And I was kicking it with her friend, and she admitted that she would let me be her first white guy. She thought I had enough flavor. Now, I don't consider myself white. I look more like Middle Eastern. But but basically she said that, you know, she would like, she might consider letting me, you know, be her first white guy. And I'm like, this is fucking hilarious. You know, like,
Right.
this is a white girl who's never talked to a white guy in her entire life. She is like the exception.
Right.
And she's like, yeah, ever since I was like 14, when I had my first boyfriend, it's always been like a black guy. And I'm just like, well, shit, you know, this is interesting. At least I have enough swag.
Hmm.
You have not seen Iranian chicks. Yeah. Tell me about it. Like a contriver, those Persian princesses. Don't even get me started.
That's actually funny. You know that movie Aladdin? Like the live action one or whatever? Princess Jasmine, that's like my son's dream girl right there.
Yeah, my ultimate red pill was with a Persian girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like the craziest circumstances how I met this chick, but let's say if there was a way for you, say you met some guy, GM, and there was a way for you to figure out the odds of you meeting. And let's say it was 1 out of a million, which would be pretty crazy. But then let's say it was like mathematically and statistically impossible, meaning like it wasn't even supposed to happen.
Right.
I pretty much met this chick, and it was after like a crazy thing happened in my life. It was just that the timing was insane. It was basically like 1 out of like 40 trillion odds. If you took this to a mathematician, a statistician, they would literally punch out and say, yeah, it was about 1 in 40 trillion odds that you guys could have even met, how you met on that particular day. And it was the weirdest thing. And I was like, I didn't know that at the time, but something deep down was telling me like, this doesn't feel real. Like I felt like I was in a dream.
Yeah.
And it was like the second girl in my entire life that I felt something deeply towards, and it had really nothing to do with their looks. Like it was like their personality. Like I just vibed with them so well. Now she was a good looking girl, don't get me wrong, but basically
it wasn't just that though.
No, it wasn't just that. There was something different, and I knew there was something. I was like, man, I don't know what. It wasn't even butterflies. I was like, this is fucking weird. Like this shit doesn't happen like this anymore. Like this is like some old school type interaction. It was spontaneous. You know, there was no social media involved. None. No technology. This was literally, I met this person on a street corner 2,500 miles away from where I live, going to some event that I didn't even think I was going to go to with a YouTuber that I follow, like a truth teller. And I just met this chick on the fucking corner. So it was like old school, spontaneous. I was like, man, this is something else, right? So this girl was serious. Like she even brought up like marriage and all this other shit, and like I think she was like, it was some serious shit. And I was only hanging out with her for like 4 days. I wasn't even supposed to be out where I was in the Pacific Northwest. I'm not going to say the city, but I was out there for about like 4 days, right?
Yeah.
So I tell her, well, shit, I don't know. Like I've never been in a long distance relationship or anything like that. This is when I'm still a simp. Okay. All right. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
So she's like, I'm like, well, shit, I'm going to, I could come out in like a month or so, a few weeks. Cause I just started some businesses and shit, and I was fucking busy, Rick, real busy. But I'm like, there's something different about you. I'll make some time. I take selfies. I don't take pictures. None of that shit. And
Uh-oh.
I was like,
What did she have you doing?
no. So like, I basically like, I basically was like, oh, let's take a picture. Cause like, my dad knew I was out where I was out.
Mhm.
My brother and like, my cousin who was like at my dad's, and they're just like, oh, and I was like, yeah, I met somebody, because they were asking me what the fuck I was up to. I was like, oh, I met somebody and just hanging out, blah, 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 blah. So I was like, oh, maybe I should take a picture. Not that, oh, look, I've got my trophy girlfriend or something like that. It was just like, hey, just the memory, whatever. So I take this picture, and we're texting for 2 days after I get home, and it's like, I think it was like St. Patrick's Day rolls around. And I knew she was going to be with her friends. And the first thing a girl does is try to show you off to her friends. Now, I just had someone die in my life like 3 weeks before that, like someone very close to me. So I'm not like, I'm not primped. I'm not like looking my best. Like, I'm not shaved. I'm talking, my beard is out. My hair is longer than usual. I'm not dressed to impress. I literally went out there to meet this guy who has a YouTube channel pertaining to like the person that was close to me, their death. Like, it was like a crazy revelation, essentially.
Yeah.
So basically, I kind of just look like, me while I'm busy. Like, I don't have time to be up on my fucking. It's just, you're busy. And I send this picture, and I'm like, I look like, I'm like, damn, I look pretty damn good in that picture, but I'm like, I could look better. I'm telling myself that.
Right.
I don't get a response from this girl. Like, her friends deemed me unworthy.
Oh no.
And the crazy thing is, for the 2 days before her friends saw my picture. Now, if I literally turn the mic around right now, like, people would say, hey, you're not an ugly dude. And I'm not looking for validation, but literally, it was like, for the 2 days before, she's blowing my phone up. Like, I've never had a phone text message interaction be so hot, right?
Right.
She's like, oh, you said you're going to come back in like 3 weeks to a month. Oh, you got to come back in like 10 days, 2 weeks at the most. Like, she was like begging me to come back.
Right.
And then, as soon as the friends saw what I look like, or maybe the smile, maybe I didn't have the tough guy look on my face. The alpha look. I had a genuine smile because I felt a connection with this person. Like, I wasn't trying to put on an act to look a certain way. I didn't have this hard ass look on my face while I'm taking this picture. I wasn't GQ'd out. I wasn't posing for fucking GQ. I was just being me.
Yourself. Yeah.
And literally, the girl ghosted me. I didn't text her back. I didn't double text her. I said, well, that was easy. And then I come to find, we both thought, this girl and I thought it was like 1 in a million odds that we would have met. And then I looked at it a little bit more closely, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that was just like on the surface. It was actually about 1 out of 40 trillion odds of us meeting. So basically, God blessed me. He said, oh, yeah, here's the girl that you probably should meet in your lifetime. And what did she do? She just fucking ate me like a juicy burger, threw the wrapper away, and said, hey, that wasn't too bad, but I can find a better one. So let's just put it like this. I don't have to go and look for the one.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? If I can mathematically, statistically prove that I wasn't supposed to meet somebody, it was spontaneous, it was old school, it was the craziest shit you'd ever, put it like this. When I say the
stars aligned. The stars aligned.
On some blue-pilled Disney fairy tale fantasy shit, the stars aligned. And when you get chewed up and spit out of that situation, you're like, man, you've cut. When I say no one has ever done such an honest favor for me, no one's ever made my life this easy, because I'm like, oh shit, I've already met my quote unquote soulmate. The stars aligned. And she didn't think that the stars aligned perfectly enough.
Right.
So I couldn't be more thankful, because my ability to stay as this bachelor, as this high production, high productivity, high performance person, and not be weighed down by the blue-pilled fairy tale imagination world. I am so fucking blessed, because looks wise, I would say an 8 just in general, not trying, a 9 when she wanted to try. Ethnic, not too far from my ethnicity. So it's like I would be keeping to my own. Things would have been, swell. She's talking about how she's like, yeah, I want to move out to the country one day. I already live out in the country, right? She's saying she's literally saying, yeah, I want to live out in the country, and I've always like wanted to have my own chicken coop, right?
Yeah.
Turns out my neighbor at that time was trying to sell me a house that I've acquired that has a chicken coop. When I say crazy shit.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying her friends stopped her dreams coming true?
Yes, 100%.
Oh man.
Like when I try to say, out of all the text message interactions I've had with women, like before things got serious, it was the hottest interaction. Like when they say, is it a hot lead or a cold lead? This was this was like a boiling fucking lead. Like you couldn't touch it. It was so hot. Yeah. And to see it go a complete 180.
Well,
that's normal.
Wait.
The Western world.
You know for a fact she didn't just die or something?
No, I know for a fact. And you know what's sick?
Okay.
You know what's really sick about this whole thing?
What?
6 months after, and a buddy of mine called me, and he's like, it's crazy how your friends drop like some funny shit on you, because I wasn't looking. Like I said, I don't even have social media. There's no way I could even snoop on said person if I wanted to, right?
Right.
I don't have the inner workings of all the technical details. I guess this chick's mom admitted, because this chick's mom has like a YouTube channel, and I met this girl's mom, by the way.
Okay.
Right? What's crazy is like I met this girl's mom when I met her. So like her mom got to meet me, so she already saw what type of guy I was. Like it wasn't like there was any mystery about who the fuck I am. But basically, her mom had a YouTube channel, and she was saying, "Yeah, my daughter's fiance." This girl got engaged 5 months after. She's holding my hands, both my hands, talking about getting married. So this girl definitely was a fucking head case. Crazy as fuck. She was hot, but she had to have been crazy if we were talking about this simp, these simp tales. But at the end of the day, this dude, I guess, looks like my doppelganger. He looks like me, but like 3 points less. And he's probably Mr. Beta Bucks, who still believes in love. And I'm like, the better looking version, I'm not saying anything financially, but I'm the better looking version, who's the more red pill version. Yeah. And at the end of the day, I dodged the biggest bullet.
Right.
Why? Because this chick came from a broken home. Both of her parents were divorced. I think she was engaged previously, right? All this shit came back to me, because like I was like, when you feel like you're in love and all this other shit, you start to replay the interaction. You're like, red flag, red flag, red flag. You didn't see it initially. So let's just say I saved the biggest time and headache, even though I think maybe I could have popped out a little John Connor with this creature, right? Me and her could have had a little John Connor to grow up and save the world. Right? But,
with this,
but literally, like that, in my opinion, if God did want us to come together, it would be for the offspring. Both both her and I, let's just say I'm exposed to too much red pills.
Yeah.
And she's too far gone to be saved by any means. Like, she's too indoctrinated. She's too much of a feminist. So at the end of the fucking day, I think about it like this. If I would have actually went out there again and, you know, we would have had this long-term relationship and set this bitch off, I was in such a weakened state. I was in such a, I had just lost someone close to me, and I was still blue pilled. I wasn't exposed to any of this information. I would have fallen in love, and I would have given this girl the world. And what would she have done instinctively? She would have
thrown you
divorced
away.
me.
Yeah,
exactly. So no matter which way you cut it, I am extremely fucking fortunate. Extremely fortunate. So it's a long-winded story. My simp tale. The ultimate red pill. But just think, just think, if every guy in the space could mathematically and statistically put in odds of the girl that they knew was the one, because we all know there's a girl in our lives that we knew deep down that was the girl that got away. If you could mathematically and statistically put the odds on the girl that got away, I can put mine at 1 out of like 40 fucking trillion. So I don't need any more red pills. I don't need more experiences. I'm done. I'm hanging up my fucking jacket. All right, boys. That was it. I'm like one of the dudes that rides bulls. All right. I'm putting my boots, my hat, my cowboy hat, and my fucking jacket up. All right. I don't need to go on any more Disney fairy tale adventures.
Yeah.
I've seen enough. I've experienced enough. Now I need to take this knowledge and I need to help people with it.
Yeah.
So I think it's upon every man to dig deep down within, realize when their point of no return was, and propel themselves forward, because the more we distance ourselves from clown world, for instance, you creating your rut in the ground, as in, hey, I'm just going to call out the university feminists. I'm just going to call it to you just dig. You keep digging that fucking hole, right? You keep digging that hole.
Yeah, just to have a place to bury the fucking bodies. Like,
that's a good
after
point.
I behead them. Yeah.
You dig hole. Your ditch, your hole. And I'm going to dig my hole with the shit that I know. Hermit's going to dig his hole. Kush is going to dig his hole. Bullets is going to dig his hole. Fucking Chris, everybody who has a certain understanding of some sort of knowledge, any way we can throw our hat in the ring to get a hold of some other fucking simp out there, or some girl. I mean, let's just put it like this. If some woman did come across your channel and accepted your shit for what it was, they'd be like, fuck, the past 4 years of college was a waste. If you could get some women, and I know this is going to be near impossible, but if you could get them to divorce themselves from the hive and start to think more introspectively, there's going to be changes. Now, here's the thing. I've had to accept that 1 out of 20 people might hear the words coming out of my mouth. Most likely, it's not going to be more than 5%. So be it.
That's why I want to go into these universities and transition all the gender studies and feminist, all the bullshit studies departments into crazy bitch boot camps. Because I need to get ahead of this shit, because as of now we have graduates that are teachers that are fucking indoctrinating grade school, middle school, and high schoolers. So they're already fucking feminists by the time they even reach there. So that's where the deprogramming, because we have from 18 to 25 before that shit's solidified in their fucking brains.
But by 25, these women are done. Toast. Nothing. They're too hard. So this is the thing. What you just said is by far the most crucial part of who and what you represent. Why do I say this? Because boots on the ground, grassroots organization, meaning we are organizing on a spontaneous front
Yeah.
We are meeting people in person just based off of the natural order of things. When you are in person at a university, you're peaceful, but you're bringing awareness and you're having thoughtful discussions. The YouTuber that I've followed, the guy that I had met initially when I had met that girl years ago, he recently did a campaign across the country, and the support, and I think he went to Yale, and he exposed the secret society there that George W. Bush, his father, his grandfather were a part of, John Kerry. It's known as Skull and Bones, and he was exposing, how they're typically up to no good, and the students had no idea. He was blowing the lid on this shit, and the students were really interactive with him. They were really like engaging, because from 18 to that 22, 25, those people are very impressionable.
Oh,
So
big
if,
time.
So if the classroom's saying one thing, but then there's people holding signs, picketing, protesting, bringing attention to another thing, these kids are going to be like, what the fuck, right? You're going to be able to sway a percentage of the students a certain way. Not because they're weaklings, but because you're speaking truth that they can relate to.
I would just rather get these crazy cunts fucking fired and locked up for their crimes against humanity, because these radical lesbian feminist types that indoctrinate these young women and brainwash them into hating men, like they're only doing this for their own self gratification, so they have more members for their fucking stupid sex cult. So I want to actually hold those accountable for their crimes against humanity, because they're abusing their power of authority. They're taking advantage of women, really, by lying to them and then charging them a lot of fucking money for that education. Like, they're extorting them. Oh yeah, every feminist professor, every gender study, anything with studies or sciences, they've completely fucking, I mean, they're all over psychology too. Like, humanities needs a big overhaul. Any of them that push this bullshit ideology, yeah, they're all doing the same thing.
Well, if you're going to do a boot camp, you got to have soldiers. So my thought process is this: if you know specific, crazy, feminist indoctrinated professors that are paramount. Let's say you go to aren't you down in Texas?
Texas A&M University. Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
If you know of specific characters at Texas A&M who are well publicized, documented, and whatnot, and you can trace
anthropology,
trace their foundations. Go back to their sorority, fraternity affiliations. See if they have any backdoor getting money from this organization, that organization. See who greases these people's wheels, who gives them the clout, who gives them the power. See if there's any backdoor deals they've ever done. Go there specifically to expose those people that you have evidence on, and get the students' minds opened up that, hey, this person takes money from this group and this group is evil. This person's evil. If we can get the students to turn against the faculty, and spread the fucking word, then you're gonna have your minions and soldiers wherever you go and expose. That's kind of like, and it's not to say a cult following, but this is a following of truth. And you're exposing, you're putting the demons in the light.
Yeah.
So
by the way,
I don't want to say you don't have a good plan, but they will get you fucking arrested, and they will throw you behind bars if you're going for it all.
No. I've actually already had A&M cop campus security here, and one of the FBI dudes from the Joint Terrorism Task Force from the sheriff's office. They knocked on my door because these crazy bitches called up at A&M because they thought I worked there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was funny. They were like, "Yeah, we're here about your YouTube channels." I was like, "Damn, it's about fucking time you guys got here." Yeah, they were a little surprised about my response. I was like, I knew this was going to happen eventually. No, check this out though. There is, I don't know if you caught it, but University of Texas professor is suing Texas A&M over hiring policies because they discriminate against white and Asian men.
Yeah, this is the way I see it.
Yeah.
Since these psychopaths have all band together, hell, their arms are linked like a chain.
Yeah.
Those who they've committed atrocities and injustices against have to do the same.
Exactly.
Whether it's an Asian man, a white man, anyone who has felt the wrath of these fucking demons, we gotta link together like a fucking chain.
Yep.
The snakes, the chameleons, they have to be outed.
Yeah.
The scorpions, they have to be outed because they're going to be a rusted link in that chain, and the chain will break at that connection. So if there's anyone that's subverting any of the philosophy,
message,
exactly, the idea, anyone who's subverting that, they have to be outed and they have to be gone. And then the chain has to be strengthened and fortified, forged. So it's unbreakable, because what these people have done on the government's dollar is forged a unbreakable chain of insanity.
Oh, but it's not unbreakable is the thing.
Well, it isn't, but it's going to take a lot of careful understanding of what they're doing. My grandmother would always say, you have to study the evil so you can know how to fight against it. And that's what you've done and that's what they don't like you for.
Oh, I know.
They don't like people that are pioneers in a certain regard, because no one's really coming from your perspective. Like I always shout out to Black Ram 313 because people hate his channel. Simps hate his channel because he's speaking power. Women hate his content. They don't like the demons don't like to be exposed in the light.
I know.
When you come out and you expose them, it's like, well, fuck.
Yeah.
How are we going to stop her? So it is not impossible, but everybody has to know how to fight the fucking evil. You expose the evil to fight it. But if you're exposing it in one way, I'm exposing it in another. Mr. Pliskin's exposing it in another. Father, son, anyone who's doing the exposing, we have to say, okay, let's work together and blow the lid off this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Synchronize, working in concert, synergistically. You know, in certain anti-cancer medications, or actually regiments, they'll take a well-known anti-cancer with something that's experimental, and a lot of the time they will synergistically work a lot better than one by itself or the other by itself. We all can be good by ourselves, but if we are, for instance, let's put it like this. You have the craziest streaming schedule, but let's say that everyone, like a fucking news network, said, all right, this is GM's time slot. This is Hermit's time slot. This is Sir Yedis's time slot. This is Chris Mitchell's time slot. This is, everyone has their own time slot. At that point, you are saying your message, but it's being organized. people can tune in at this specific time and like, okay, I know I'm going to be able to catch GM and her hot fire. I'm going to be able to catch the Burger Queen at this time.
I can't get over. That's funny.
Well, I mean, you got to think. I was impersonating Fat Albert earlier.
Right.
Give me a cheeseburger, man. So yeah, it's all about working in concert with one another. Like we're all playing an instrument at a concert, and we're a symphony together.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a good conversation. It's good catching up with you.
Yeah, it's good catching up with you too. I'm glad to hear your have your nose to the grindstone, so to speak. And maybe all of our trenches will hook up together, and then we can fill it with water and put piranhas in it and make a big moat.
I want to do that at my place right now. Believe it or not, I want to build a 15-foot wall, and then when you scale that, it's about an 8-foot wide moat that's heated, and it's got saltwater crocs in it.
Oh my God!
And then on the other side of the 8 feet is like a 12-foot wall. So if you think you're athletic, if you've got the parkour skills, you're gonna jump from the 15-footer to the 12-footer. But you don't have enough strength in your legs to do that 8 feet jump and land it. So you're going to be saltwater croc food in no time. And like Dr. Evil says, they're going to have freaking laser beams on their heads.
Right. See, I don't know. Crocodiles are so unpredictable. Fucking piranhas. Like, you won't even have to really do anything. They're quick.
Yeah, they smell blood. It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, vicious little creatures there. I don't know. What would I couldn't pick or choose what would fucking kill me. I mean, oh God, if it's one croc, that's one thing. But if it's several crocs, forget about it.
Right. Yeah, they would both grab you and then do that roll thing and just break you in half.
Yeah, they're pretty savage, but I after seeing hippos, they're so funny. It's so entertaining to see like a helpless gazelle or an impala or a zebra where it's struggling in the water with a croc, and then this hippo's just chilling like, you motherfuckers are fucking with my bath. And then once that hippo turns around, the croc like shits itself.
Right.
The impala gazelle shits itself. They're like, not me. Like the croc's hoping he doesn't get the chomp. Yeah. The gazelle's hoping he doesn't get the chomp. But somebody's gonna get the chomp.
Right.
That's what you can count on a hippo. Like they're so fucking aggressive and territorial.
Yeah.
We need to find some hippo-like simps that can devour the enemy, okay? Like they have that laser focus on destruction. Someone got in my pool of water.
Right.
Because it seems like they've sicked the simps on you.
Oh yeah, which I feel bad for them. I mean, I don't know, real talk. I do understand these men have their own free will and they have their own agency and all the things, but if it weren't for the crazy bitches that fucked with their mind and emotionally terrorized them like the predators they actually fucking are, they wouldn't be doing that. Like, some bitches lied to them.
Well, you gotta think too, first and foremost, these men deep down, they hate themselves. Wow. And why do I say this? Because it's my firm belief that when you're stuck in the blue-pilled world, you're running off two different things. You're trying to be worshipped. That's the objective. Women,
Mm.
they get all the worship they need.
Right.
The select men, they get worshipped. The simps don't have what it takes to be worshipped, and they always want to lust and crave for the worship. But since they don't have what it takes, all they have is a deep-seated self-hatred. Then when women get out of their, whatever the years that have been dictated as the wall, whatever the fuck it is, women, when they no longer get the worship, then they start to hate themselves. This society is driven off of a self-hatred or self-worshiping perspective. That's the paradigm. That's the plan. What they don't want you to do is love yourself. Because if you love yourself, you're not going to get caught in the traps and the snares, the self-worshiping. And here's the thing. When you're self-worshiping, that's one thing. But if you hate yourself, what are you doing? You're doing self-degrading behaviors.
Destruction.
These men, exactly. This is destructive to their masculinity. Getting in online beefs, going back and forth, raising their fucking blood pressure, not thinking logically, running purely off emotion. It's a destructive, self-deprecating behavior. They have no control over themselves. All they know is, I need validation, because if I don't, then I'm going to hate myself. But if I do, then I can have a temporary time where I'm getting the worship. The spotlight's on me. Look, I was sicked on Good Mother. I was one of the willing participants, one of the lemming idiot slaves.
Right? I went and bothered her and asked her like what she's doing online.
Alice. Hey yo, Alice, girl. Did you just see that drive-by I did on her chat? I lit that motherfucker up like it was Christmas. Now give me a biscuit, girl. Give me a little simp cookie. Give me a little treat. Give me a little bit of validation, because I just fulfilled my directive. My queen.
Oh God. Shout out Contriver.
She's my queen to be. That's what these motherfuckers are singing. I need to fucking, oh my God. I'd tell these simps, walk the plank, simp. And the plank that they would walk, there'd definitely be gators underneath, okay? Don't get me wrong. But the plank, I'd pre-cut the board. So as they're walking the plank, when they get to the edge, it's just going to fall over. So I pre-cut the plank that they're going to walk out to. Walk the plank, you fucking simp.
Right.
Yeah, this is pretty funny. I just can't think about this worthless existence. Like, how fucking low do you have to be to get on a YouTube channel, to go to someone's chat?
Oh no. There's been a few, and these are married men too, mind you. Strangely, that checked with their wives and are taking their fucking wives' advice too, and going around to other channels to talk bad, like the whole reputation destruction shit. Like, I'm like, so not only do you have these strags that you're fucking worshiping in this little sex cult, this PUA sex cult, your fucking wives are idiots as well. Bravo. Like,
so
wow.
Their wives said, if you attack Good Mother, I'm going to give you a little bit of this peace leave.
Ooh.
Maybe it was a reward. Maybe they got rewarded for their activities and their duties.
Maybe. I should fucking hope so, but is that weird? That, to me, that's weird. Like, I will sleep with you if you go attack this woman, man.
Yeah, because these guys,
Like,
put it like this. If they're the type of men that would conduct themselves in that way, they are not getting pussy. They are in a sexless or near sexless marriage. They have to perform acts and
Yeah.
duties to get their biological urges and needs fulfilled by their handler. That's their wives. Their fucking handler. They're like that little monkey that gets pulled out of the cage at the fucking circus. They have a handler, and their wives are their fucking handlers. Clap, monkey. Clap. That's it.
But why would the wives be okay with their husbands attacking another woman? Like, to me, that seems fucking mental. Like,
because you're the woman that let the cat out of the bag. You're the one with the cheat. You're the one giving all the secrets away.
Right, giving the secrets away.
Because here's the thing.
Yeah.
Shout out to Black Ram 313. He says she sees you as a resource, and he's going down how women see weak men as fucking resources. A resource to treat this whore like she's something. A resource as a wallet. A resource, and it's like the men. Fuck! I just lost my. Well, we were talking about
the secrets.
Okay, he says women know how conniving, how evil, how manipulative the next woman can be to take from their resource. So if you are the woman who is exposing and bringing to light the secrets of what these creatures are actually, how they're performing their dark magic, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You're exposing the witchcraft and wizardry. These witches have all band together, and they have sick their spellbound and controlled zombies on you, because you're trying to give the zombies the antidote that's going to make them human again. That's why these married women will sick their married slave-like husbands on you, because you're the only thing that can fix their problem. Let them know, hey, you're in a sexless marriage. Hey, you're a fucking cuck. Hey, your wife is an evil feminine. Like, you could go on and on and on about all their situations, but you're exposing the secrets of their dark magic that the shitty feminists, because I was talking to I can't remember who I was talking to, but I said, as men, we would have at some point, if patriarchy was really that fucking bad and evil, and it was deteriorating society, at some point we would have looked at each other as men. We would have got together and said, "Hey, guys, this has gone on way too far."
Yeah.
But the evil within women, where they lust, because here's the thing: if you guys had testosterone, it wouldn't be this way. Men inherently have power because they have a fucking superhuman steroid raging within them. If women had that steroid, then we basically would be equal. Like, the logical part of a man's mind is because of the testosterone. There's a part of our brains that is thicker in mass, like mass tissue, where it helps men differentiate between logical and emotional thought. Women's is thinner, and it's harder for them to differentiate between logical and emotional thought processes, because literally the anatomy of the brain tissue is different, and testosterone is the only thing that makes this difference really possible. And it's not just in the logical emotional thinking process. It's in the strength, it's in the muscle bone density. There's so many different ways that this testosterone pops up and says, "Oh yeah, I made this motherfucker a man." There's so many ways. So where was I even going with this motherfucker? I'm talking in circles.
Yeah.
The secret. I'm losing my fucking train of thought. Running. I'm running. I'm like, I got diarrhea mouth right now. I'm just bouncing fucking thoughts all over. But I think that's the truth. If I were to put my finger on it in an honest way, if I were to exclude all the possibilities, I'm going to say married women would only sick their husbands on, a woman
Another woman.
on
Another
another
woman.
who's literally an outlier. Like,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying you're not important to this space, but in the grand scheme of 350 million people, like,
Right. I'm just
how
one person.
exactly. So if
Yeah.
several married men are coming here to fight you, it's
Right.
because they got the directive that you're evil and you need to be taken out. And
Yeah.
but they don't know why you need to be taken out. The why is because you're going to expose their wives and whatever fucking crazy bitch that has convinced their wives that you're evil.
Yeah.
That's all it is the secrets are being told. Shut her up, gag her and bag her. That's all it is. Gag her and bag her, boys.
Yeah, but it's stupid. It's like, yeah, I don't know. They can't win. That's the thing, though.
I mean,
I'm
what are
like,
you gonna
you're
do?
literally marching. Are you trying to? Are you trying to send your husband to death? Like that's what makes me wonder if these crazy bitches even give a shit about these dudes. Because I'm like, you guys are putting them in harm's way. Because for one, they're fucking wrong. For two, they're digging themselves some holes that they'll probably need help getting out of. And for three, if I were to actually fight back or defend myself instead of just dodging the shit, it wouldn't be good for them. And I don't want to have to do that. And I think that's part of what they would like me to see, or they would like to see me do.
I think they're all retarded, and if I could send them a personal fart in a jar,
Yeah.
in a discreet way for them to open up, like they think it's like a box of chocolate covered strawberries or something, and it pops open. It's just one of my fucking juicy farts that I have. It's like one of my juiciest farts reserved for one of the most wicked demons,
Right.
and they get it instead.
Yeah.
That would be my contribution to this battle. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll bless them. All right. They'll get the Holy Ghost. All right.
Right. Oh man, that would be awful.
It'll be wrapped real nice. It'll have a bow, and they're gonna be very unhappy outside of that.
Oh. Well, real talk. Thank you for chatting about this with me.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure still I have a hard time wondering what the fuck, why these guys are thinking like women and behaving like women. The crazy bitches that I've been saying, hey, that's a crazy bitch, don't listen to her, but then they're listening to them strangely. I don't get it. And
not
that's where
normal behavior.
I don't get from a male perspective, because I'm like, this seems the furthest thing from reasonable or rational or logical.
Well, think about it. If you're a monkey that's tied up and chained in a circus,
Yeah.
and you have to put on an act.
Uh-oh. You cut out. Last thing I heard was put on an act.
Circus who's chained up and it's living in captivity. You got to do this dance, this song. You got to do this stupid shit and wear these stupid clothes, right?
Yeah.
And at the end of the fucking day, in order for you to get some food, you have to go through this shit. And the food to men is sex. And I'm telling you, in order to get laid, a few of these men had to come over here and start some bullshit and be these attack dummies, whatever the fuck you want to call them, because that's what they are to you. They're just going to be like a warm-up snack, like a little treat. If you really will go at them, they're just like they're just kind of what gets you warmed up. They're like the opening act to the main event. So all in all, in order for them to get pussy, It's like the monkey who's tied up at the fucking circus. In order for him to eat, he's got to do all this stupid, retarded shit that makes no sense. In order for this guy to get some sex, he's got to do stupid, retarded shit that's completely against who he is and what he is as a man. But he's so emasculated that this is normal for him. I wonder, put it like this. If these men are willing to do this, think about what they've done in real life for their wives, to stand up for their wives. But what are they standing up for? Their wives' feelings.
Right.
That's the craziest part. Remember, it's happy wife, happy life.
Right.
This makes her happy. I'll do whatever it takes, babe. Yes, dear.
Right. That's sad. See, that makes me sad. Makes me sad for them.
Yeah, because they're enslaved. They're fucking slaves. I'm kind of like Doug Edwards at this point. Simp harder. Yes, she's correct. Go after good mother with all your might, simp.
Fuck.
Grab your sword, arm your shield, and slay that wicked witch of Texas. Take her out.
Yeah.
Fight like they did at the Alamo.
Fucking.
Make me happy. Serve your queen. Don't you want a little snack? Don't you want a little bit of this blown out pass around by the football team at all the universities pea sleeve?
Speaking of universities, look at this shit. This is the only, I found another tiny little clip, but this is the only thing that I found on YouTube about the dudes suing Texas A&M for their racist and sexist fucking policies. It's the only thing, and it's such a big thing. I don't know.
One channel is able. Yeah, that's how you know this fucking platform is trash.
But this is from News Nation. But yeah, I mean, it hardly has any views. But this is big shit. Like this is root stuff, man. Hey, listen to this dude.
They think that they can get away with it. It's because university administrators have been so captivated by the institutional left, by these woke institutions who think that what we have to do in this country to thrive together as a national body is to hold down certain racial minorities while they bring other ones up. And that's been illegal for decades. It's been wrong. It's always been wrong to discriminate against Americans.
It's kind of surprising, though, that this would be happening in Texas, right? Is it Greg Abbott's fault if he's the governor and it's Texas A&M?
Leland, I think that what we are seeing in Texas is just a symptom, is just a little glimpse of what's happening all across the country at other universities and other places. The fact of the matter is that
I understand that, but you'd think that the governor of a state would not allow this kind of behavior in his state, right?
You would hope so. I don't know that everything always gets to the governor's desk, but I certainly hope that.
I mean, spending big money seems. I want to get back to this though. If all of a sudden they decide that they really want professors with plaid ties, and there's not a lot of professors with plaid ties, and all of a sudden they start paying professors with plaid ties more because they're in demand. Or professors who can teach African American history, and most of them happen to be African American, or Alaskan history. Most of them happen to be Alaskan. What's the problem with supply and demand?
There's no problem with selecting people based on their aptitude, based on their skills.
And if we pay them more, if we pay somebody who teaches African American history or Alaskan poetry more than Professor Lowry, you wouldn't have
Alaskan poetry.
It would depend on how the way the program is worked. If it's being done as a proxy for racial discrimination, we'd absolutely have a problem with it, and that would be a factual determination. But what we're seeing with this instance, for our client, and what we're seeing across the country in all kinds of places, is not people saying things between the lines, asking people to read between the lines. We encourage people of certain backgrounds to apply for this position. We strongly promote these ideals of having proportional representation amongst our faculty members. What they are saying now is blatantly, we are looking to hire people of this background and the other background, and people of the other backgrounds, you're not eligible to apply. And that's flat out wrong. And no matter how you structure the program, you cannot do that as an employer. You can't do that.
It's interesting you say employer, because this is different a little bit because it's a public institution. So you're bound, the institution's bound by different laws that you all point out in your suit. There's a lot of companies, though, that have done proxy versions of this. Google, Pfizer, Microsoft, IBM have excluded white and Asian applicants from fellowships. Amazon offers Black and Latino Native American entrepreneurs a $10,000 stipend to launch their own delivery startups. We're hearing about banks offering no down payments in predominantly minority neighborhoods. Does the same rule apply?
Absolutely. And in fact, in one of those examples that you just mentioned, it's a case that we filed just a few weeks ago, or about a month ago, against Amazon for doing the exact same thing, is making programs available to people because of the color of their skin and not available to other people because of the color of their skin. This is illegal, and it has been illegal in all contexts for a long time,
right?
Especially when it involves a state or governmental entity that's involved. Private corporations are no different, although the rules are a little bit different.
I'm interested sort of how you guys picked this case. America First Legal Fund, large connection to Stephen Miller, who was formerly with President Trump, longtime advisor as well, video there. I know you were with the former Attorney General. How much of this is a proxy for Republican politics and bringing these issues up that are going to be helpful culturally come November?
Leland, I don't think that it has anything to deal with anything that's going on in November. It has nothing to do with elections. This has everything to do with doing what's right now for the American people, being willing to step up and engage these righteous battles.
The idea, I just want to understand, has Professor Lowry been hurt at all through this? He still has a job. He's still being paid as a professor, the going rate. How has he been injured?
He is being injured the same way that any other injury would come to someone if the roles were reversed. Picture yourself as an African-American applicant who wants to apply for a job at some prestigious university or at a private corporation, but the private corporation says Black people can't apply. That harm, his inability to even apply for a program, is a harm in and of itself. It's something that we recognized and widely accepted.
All right. Hey, counsel, it's good to see you. Thank you. Come back if you get an injunction, all right?
Sounds good, sir. Right. We'll do it.
What do you think? Real talk.
Par for the course. It's just fucking trash. And it's like you could go anywhere, man. I'm sorry. I'm not saying man. I'm just speaking out, but you can go anywhere and you're going to experience these places having to reach a certain quota for a certain type of person. I knew a Black dude who tricked the system at Starbucks. He dressed a certain way, like a real metro way. And I didn't know him personally, but I was like talking to this girl who worked there, and she's like, yeah, I always thought the dude was gay. Like, I didn't come out and say, hey, is that dude gay? I didn't ever say it like that, but she was just like, I was like, I noticed the dude had a name tag it said Skinny Mocha. He was like a skinny Black dude, and they just gave him some clown nickname of Skinny Mocha.
What?
And yeah. So he has this, it says Skinny Mocha, right?
Yeah. Right.
And I guess the dude like was in the air, or he was going to be in the Air Force or something. But I was like, he's not. I was like, she was like, she was saying like something about the dude, and I was like, is he gay? I was like, he's like, kind of looks like real flamboyant. She's like, no, he's just metro. But I think they hired him because they thought he was gay. And like, I talked to the dude, and he sounded straight as fuck to me, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure she's right. I don't think he's gay. Like, you talk to the dude, and he was like pretty masculine. He didn't have like any flamboyancy about him, and I'm like, man, like this is fucking unbelievable. This dude just gamed the system so he could get a job because they have a quota of dudes who have to be literally on fire to work there.
Right.
That's what's insane. Like, they have a quota of women who have to work. I've noticed it in fast food chains. You don't see as many straight men as you do guys who fucking swing the other way.
Right.
I've noticed, like, I'm thinking to myself, I've always questioned, like, the past few years, I was like, are these gay dudes?
Right. Uh-oh. You cut out again. What's wrong with your mic? Real talk. You keep cutting out.
You kind of broke up the past 10 seconds. What was that?
You broke up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. That's the third time it's happened. It just like it stops.
My cell phone they fucked up the towers where I'm at, so it's like it switches between 5G and 4G, and I'll be standing in the same place. But I don't know what the last thing you caught, but all I was saying was I've noticed at just places I'll eat food, grab a drink, there's like mass majority women are working, and then the men that are working, they don't look like they're fucking straight men.
Right.
And it's like, is this by design, or do these large corporations, are they being incentivized to hire a certain way for the workforce to be a certain way? And here's the thing. If it is a straight dude, I'm not even going to lie. That dude is working the worst fucking position at that establishment. Like this dude at a Dunkin' Donuts, he was the dude where there's a line wrapped around the building and going down the street. He's the dude who's responsible for running the like oven area and all the food. They literally have one lackey, one workhorse, and it's never a woman. It's never a gay dude. It's the only straight motherfucker in there.
Right.
I'm sorry, but like, I actually feel bad for the man. I'm like, damn.
Oh no, my son worked at this grocery store, and there were quite a few gay dudes that he worked with, and their work ethic wasn't that great, and they fucking hit on him all the time. Like his supervisor was gay, and he was getting close to like knocking him the fuck out because it was kind of boundary crossing. But yeah, no, my son's like this. I can't stay here. Like
you
like
broke
these
up.
fuckers
You said he
are
was
lazy.
You said you broke up. You said he was getting close to, and then it broke up.
Oh, like knocking him out. Because he kept making comments to him. It's like his supervisor.
Yeah, I think in today's world, because men don't really, men don't have the quote unquote, what's it called, gaydar. That's a women, they know if some dude's gay or whatever. You got to kind of go around this world like Tourette's guy, that clown who was on YouTube years ago. Tourette's guy, he was funny as fuck. He would wear a Tony the Tiger t-shirt, a neck brace, these thick bottle cap glasses, and he didn't really have Tourette's, but he was funny as fuck. And I kind of feel the same way, like about, gay people, whatever. He says, I don't hate gays, but if some faggot ever tries to touch me,
right.
So your son pretty much said he wanted to say to him, I don't hate gays, but if some faggot ever tries to touch me,
yeah.
Like I gotta find that Tourette's guy YouTube clip. It's so fucking funny. The way he says it. It's like, I don't hate them, but if they try to touch me, I'll fuck them up.
Well, yeah. I mean, because it's so damn disrespectful. Like, for one, like it's double disrespectful. If you think about it, it's like unwanted passes towards you, and then definitely unwanted because you're not gay. Like, it's like a double slap in the face.
I don't know if you've seen any of the videos of the dykes, the bull dykes, or the lesbians who were like, yeah, if I would have known that everything that I fought for, marched for, and stood for the past 20 years, and these are, women who are older, they're like, if I would have known that all this was just to lead up to children being indoctrinated and sexualized at a much earlier age than they should be introduced to this type of information.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, these dykes, bull dykes, lesbians, whatever you want to consider them, they're all saying, and I've seen several videos now, they're like, I would have never campaigned and been out there locked
Really?
arm in arm with my fellow, person. They said we would have, they all collectively have said we would have never been here and fought for this if we knew that this is what it was going to turn into. I've seen a lot of YouTube shorts, and it's like, you realize that those
are confessions.
Well, and that's the thing. They're telling you that I can't help that I feel this way. It's abnormal. I am who I am. Like, I'm a dyke. I'm a bull dyke. I'm this. I'm that. This is who I am. And I got sucked into this movement. These are the type of people that don't force their sexuality on society, right? But they believed that, hey, we're being oppressed. If we get together, we can help make life more comfortable for us abnormal people. But they realized that their movement got subverted, and it was all a fucking lie. So these people are just like, I just got duped. These these women who are gay pretty much are like, I was just they just said, they all admitted, like, I was a fucking useful idiot.
Nope. They created these people. What do you think is gonna happen if you spend 20 years campaigning that men suck, demoralizing men, infantilizing men, causing them such shame and guilt that they turn to fucking porn, and then it goes that way, and then they find themselves in very dark areas. Like, these crazy bitches fucking made these people.
Oh, I'm saying, like, the gay women
it's
standing up for gay. What I'm saying is the gay women standing up. The L's.
Yes.
What do you mean the L's?
The L's and the LGBTQ, they started this shit. They created this shit.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying is they admitted that they got sucked into a movement that they thought was something. But just like the people who started communism, like the Bolsheviks, after the revolution started, they admitted that, like, they drank the Kool-Aid. These lesbian bull dykes are all admitting, we drank the fucking Kool-Aid, and now kids are getting sexualized because of it. They're admitting that, like, I was on the wrong side. Like, they realize, like, I fucking drank that Kool-Aid.
But that's good. They need to go that little extra mile and say, I'm sorry for these people that I nurtured and had a hand in fucking creating. Because these crazy bitches did. Like, I have a local church, a Methodist church that I went to that recently went through a split. Like, the super traditional folks wanted to separate from the LGBTQ folks, right? So they did. They went through this big split. Meanwhile, these super traditional ones are all the fucking old school retired feminists, university indoctrinated feminists that burnt their bras. They're married. They had children. But their bullshit created those people. Then they wanted to fucking separate themselves from their creation. I was like, no, you guys created these people. Like, you nurtured this. Like, how are you going to walk away from your abomination like that? Blame it on something else.
You're saying I would consider, if there was a group of straight women that pushed the lesbian, the L, whatever, if they would be like the Margaret Sanger types.
Yep.
They would be those women who are at the tip top of the power structure, who have backdoors into, let's say, the secret societies.
Yep.
Like, for instance, Margaret Sanger was rubbing elbows wasn't she lovers with Otis Huxley or one of the Huxley brothers who wrote Brave New World?
Right.
So she was rubbing elbows with the high ups, the culture controllers, the Henry Kissinger types. They're all a part of the same team, and that's, Team World Revolution. We got to change the world in our way, in our fucked up way, right? So those people you're describing, yeah, they a lot of decisions,
They were
a lot of plans.
oh yes, you're so stunning and so brave. You can be whatever you want to be. You can destroy your life. I'm okay, but you do you, boo. Here, let me throw some money at your bullshit. Yeah, those women, those feminists. Yes.
Yeah, see, you don't really hear about the women that were, I don't know how to explain it, the pioneers.
Mm-hmm.
You basically have to go, if you want to get a grip on this, you got to identify the pioneers, and then you have to work your way backwards into the modern day and see in between, like, for instance, if you want to look at who's running the world, look at all the world leaders that have been created out of thin air at the hands of Henry Kissinger. For instance, Vladimir Putin, according to the actual head of the KGB, he said, yeah, Putin, he was one of my laziest spies. And you got to think, like, how could one of the if Putin was one of the laziest guys in the KGB, and he's running Russia, or supposedly the head of Russia, then where's all the good spies at right now?
Right.
Like, what the fuck are they up to? Like, it's like, it makes you think, like, wait a second.
Yeah.
And you do some digging, it turns out that there was an associate of the KGB that got linked up with Henry Kissinger and was like the back door for Henry Kissinger into Russia. And Vladimir Putin was selected by Kissinger and that whole faction to, like, be the front man, to be the man that would, be the head of Russia, even though there was much more capable people. Putin was a person that they could use as a good front boss, who people think is running the show, but he was actually one of the laziest spies in the country's history. They don't tell you that. Everybody in the media tells you that Putin, he was the head of the KGB. No, he wasn't. He was one of the laziest people in the fucking KGB, but someone made him who he was. So when you look at Sanger, when you look at these people who came up with the L's, those women are the new age queen makers, right? Margaret Sanger passed her wickedness on to other women.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
I saw
if you
identify
their power structure, that's how you unlock this whole fucking thing.
Oh no! I found the root. It's a network of what's it called? I've pulled it up a couple times before.
Yep, Contriver Contriver's. I'm sorry, go ahead.
potent?
My bad.
No, I'm just talking to myself.
Yep. Yep. It's Chabad. Yep. Contriver just called it out. Yep. That's the religious extremist group. They're posing as religious extremists. This group that actually Kushner's a part of, but they're not actually a religious extremist group. They're actually a drug smuggling, money laundering group of gangsters. Like, really? The world sees them. Yeah, there's a lot of information on this. They have all these diamond smugglers, these diamond miners that all are a part of this religious extremist group. These guys who've been gotten caught in the large ecstasy drug trade. It's insane when you see the dirt that these groups, these public groups that are meant to be religious or meant to be good, you dig up enough dirt and you see how fucking wicked and evil they really are. Because here's the thing about the whole diamond industry. Besides romance and industrial use, they're not very practical. But
hold up. Grinding. Diamond grinders, they're very practical for that. And cement polishers, yeah.
Well, yeah, for sure. In industrial use, diamonds are like the best tool. Their ability to cut is like no other.
Yeah.
The only other use besides romance and industrial use is money laundering. Why? How can you launder money and smuggle money with diamonds? Think about trying to get $40 million in cash from one country to another. How difficult that would be. Now think if you took that 40 million, you put it in diamonds, could a veil of $40 million worth of diamonds be smuggled up someone's insides? Easily.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So that's what literally all these diamond miners, that's why all the diamond miners in the huge, like the De Beers diamond group, that's why all these people have gotten caught up in blood diamonds. They've all got caught up with money laundering, drug money, and all this other shit, because you can easily transport millions of dollars in diamonds on someone's person, but you can't do the same with cash. That's the biggest usage that these people who are running the diamond trade of the world, they are literally teamed up with all of the fucking drug manufacturers, and they're working together. It's sick. Like, it is like you. So that's why I think you're on a really good track.
Here is who has been pushing most of it. This is a main this group right here. This group's connected to all the other groups. And this has the most radical man-hating feminists in it. And they are let's see. Yeah, Women's Declaration International.
Damn.
So
Stasia handing.
And they fucking love these webinar things, but they love the technology because look, they signed more than 3,000 people from 157 countries and is supported by 418 organizations. This is the group all these women are involved in. They have their hands in all the things, all the fucking politics, all the things in 157 countries. And they travel via university.
100. Wait, you said 100 in
57 countries. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's
yeah.
What's crazy is like the biggest secret society, or the one that pretty much runs all secret societies. This is like a military order that Kay Griggs, in that long interview I posted on your Discord a while ago, she's talking about this military order that's been running shit out of Paris for a long time. They're in 112 countries worldwide. For these women to be in 157 countries, that's more reach than secret societies, which is like a huge reach. So
yeah.
It's insane.
This is ground zero right here. Yeah. No, they connect. They have this whole internet thing. They have all these different rooms where all these different feminists can be recruited. They even have I never got accepted. I tried to apply to become a member, and I think they told me to fuck off because they never fucking responded to me. But I wanted to get into their rooms because they have this one room where they'll like traumatize people and traumatize young girls and tell them all these terrible fucking stories, and then they'll pretty much send them to a recalibration type room where they talk about the trauma and how to, you know, get through it. And it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird, real talk.
Oh, it's like a professional victim training course.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's gaslighting.
Oh, a big time brainwashing. Emotional terrorism is what I classify it as.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing is the hive. I think who's ever come up with the game plan,
Mm-hmm.
they've really used the hive mind as their greatest tool to tap into.
Mm.
That's what's crazy is they're actually using the biological hardwiring of women to appeal to women, and it's like how can I say? It's a not just it's a mechanism that it's like a, you know how a slinky can go down a set of stairs and it just needs one push?
Yep.
That's what it is. It's like a self-feeding mechanism.
Yeah. Well, because this shit's contagious. Crazy bitchery is contagious. So as long as they have a voice, they're like the you hear into the mythologies. What is the thing that draws the people to him with the voice thing? Is there
I know
creature?
exactly what you're referring to. Yeah. Fuck. Because
One of those creatures. Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're referring to. I'm trying to think about it in Greek mythology, but there's like I don't know if it's Cyrus. I'm pretty sure.
Mm.
Mermaid,
maybe.
There's like
I don't know.
There's like soothing sounds that like people. Yeah, as I remember, I haven't looked at mythology in a while. I've actually been looking at some different mythology I didn't know much about, but that is that's a good way to put it, because it's like music to their ears, but they don't understand. The more they listen to, the more their soul
Terrorized.
is being captivated. Yeah.
The more they're fear mongered. That's why it's like with the media, same shit everywhere.
Yeah,
same messages.
And you know what's sickening? The one girl that I've connected with most recently, I've always caught her thinking in extremes. I've always caught her up to where it's like every fucking time their mind races, and it's like that professional victim mentality. It's crazy you're touching on this shit, because now that I think about it, that probably has to be the biggest obstacle for men to have a healthy relationship with a woman, because if she's constantly fearful, she's never going to truly trust you.
Right. And okay, speaking of hive mind, say the Borg are all connected. Why in the fuck would they trust you? You guys are all technically unstable. You can have your livelihoods taken from you. I mean, these women know how fucking treacherous women can be. And left unchecked in a society where women can do whatever in the fuck they want, there has to be some kind of deep-seated, rational fear there, where I can't trust this guy to not be trying to build our house on fucking quicksand. Like that's a real thing. I mean, there are some men that are self-employed, if they don't fucking get a lawsuit or, whatever. I mean, there's so many avenues where women can fucking destroy lives that I think subconsciously a lot of women have that fear. But the catastrophizing, like going to the worst case scenario, right?
Yeah, instantly
Yeah.
going to the worst case scenario, thinking in extremes, letting the outlier be to define, like, they say never let the exception define the rule.
The rule.
Every
They do.
fucking time when they think in
they do.
extremes, they're letting that exception be the rule. And it's like, no, that's not how it works with your subjective stinking thinking. It's fucking stinking, rotted thinking, and it pollutes every relationship that they're going to have from there on forward, because they're thinking, what if it's just like that one guy? Because why? What do these feminists also get them to believe? All men are the same. They're all evil, patriarchal, suppressive. It's like, get the fuck out of here, you retards.
Right. Yeah. Shit, man, Topia. Sorry. Man, Topia cracks me up. Yeah.
I couldn't imagine what that room would smell like.
Oh. Like fucking vomit and ham.
Oh, Jesus. That'd be a since she's a vegan, she couldn't do the eggs. It'd be
cabbage.
It'd be a it would be a vomlet.
Oh.
It would be a vegan throw up omelet. A vomlet. Not vomit, a vomlet.
A vomit. Vomino effect. Did you see that bullshit she was doing with her Instacart orderies?
That's fucked up.
Right?
That basically she's like a PETA person.
Mm-hmm.
You know where the celebrities wearing the mink coat that's $20,000 and they come out and bring that fucking gallon of paint and just throw it on it. That's literally she's the type of person that will go that far. That's what's fucked up. Extremist. She's a fucking vegan extremist. That's what they need to start calling themselves. They need to start being honest. Hey,
the extremist.
I'm a vegan extremist.
No,
I'm
they're
extremely vegan. Yeah. Straight up.
They're fascist.
I'll burn a motherfucker's house down.
Yeah.
If they got a bunch of meat in that house, I'm gonna burn that bitch down.
Right.
Literally, what did Tony Montana say in Scarface? For a green card, I'll carve them up real good. It's basically like she's willing to say, for a cupboard full of vegan goods, I'll clean them out real good. Like, I'll take that entire dude's food supply and I'd light it on fire so it could be replaced at 10 times the cost with a vegan alternative. And it's like, well, the guy just had you just threw away all this food, and then you took 10 times the amount of money that it took to get that food, and you took it from that guy's pockets.
Right. And then you replaced it with a bunch of bullshit. Expensive bullshit.
How much more more can you take someone's choice away from them?
Right.
How much more could you be like the fucking government?
Right.
She's a tyrannical vegan. That's her. She's literally a Tyrannosaurus vegan.
Soft authoritarian cunt.
Insane.
Yeah.
Anyone who does that on camera is willingly insane. Like, they're letting you know, I'm batshit crazy. And I'm not going to lie. You know, she can post her little sexy pics all she wants. She would be fun for 30 minutes. Fun for 30 minutes. Yeah. She would get farted on. and she would get put right back in her place. Unfortunately, the only power she has over men is by fucking with their
Manipulation.
Instacart. Literally. That's all she can do is change their Instacart from fucking regular food to vegan food. That's the only power she has, because she knows that there's a 19-year-old just waiting to take her spot. She's just going to be thinking about a 19-year-old girl for the rest of her life, taking her lunch money from her. Like, give me that lunch. That's my lunch.
Yeah, she does have some power. She gets to torment and torture men online.
That's true. That is true. I don't like the first time I had a conversation, the only time I'll ever have a conversation. I don't think she's a terrible person. I think the vegan shit was over the top. Some of her ideology is sound to what other people in the community think and understand. I don't, like I said, she's not a demon, but it is questionable on why
She's a demon.
person.
She's a fascist. She's an emotional terrorist.
I don't know how to explain it. Like, she's only a demon if you like let her enter your dreams. That's the thing. Like, you can't give her any way in.
Yeah.
That's just the type of person she is, because if you do, she puts on this tone. She has this weird tone when she feels like she's high on the interaction. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck it is, but she's so full of herself. Yeah. And that's the thing is, if you actually interact with her, she puts on this tone that she's like she has all the power.
Right.
She's in control. It's a gaslighting tactic that she uses to make herself feel as if she's running the stream. This is her dialogue. You're just here, and she's really in control. And then when you fart in her face and you laugh, and you're like, ha, come on, stop playing. You're like 39 years old, you're washed up, and you just got your lunchbox taken by a 19-year-old. Stop playing. Then it's like, shame. Let me bring up this shit that I have no evidence about. Hey, you had an OnlyFans that was promoting your channel, your YouTube channel. But it was still an OnlyFans. Now, I have this sexy, slim bikini photo.
Right.
I am not objectifying myself.
Right.
I'm pure.
Right.
And that was the first thing I called her out on when she was calling Hermit a simp. I was like, well, how are you not a worldly Christian, a worldly woman, with your tits being squished together and then the fucking lens of the camera zooming in on your tits? Right. I don't understand what is so celibate about tits. Like tits, literally tits in a can. What is so celibate about tits in a fucking can? Not sardines, but tits. You pop open that can, and then her tits are squeezed together in a fucking tank top. Yeah. But she has this. I mean, it's like, how double-minded, how duplicitous can you fucking be here? You're either one or the other.
Hey, real talk. Will you monologue for a second? I have to really pee, and you're gonna make me pee my pants laughing. Okay.
Let me read the chat. What up? What up? What up, Mr. Oh shit, that's great. The trash can symbol. It's 19. Ghost Cog. Is she pushing the bug narrative yet? Cricket flour, not meat. I think that's next. I really do think that's next on the agenda. You know, it's such an easy transition to go from vegan to insect. I mean, come on now. A bug's life. Let's be real here. I think that was really a vegan's life, preparing them to eat the fucking bugs, right? Live in the pod, eat the bugs. Live in the communal UN smart city habitat which is like the fucking ant colony, and now you're going to eat the bugs. So, not very far off there. Let's see here. Damn. Lego. Damn, that's fucked up. Oh, shit. Yeah, there's definitely no cure. Let's ban taxes, bills, rents, and other corrupt government's shady idea. Vegans don't cure anything. They just fucking make this world a lot harder for everyone. I was telling Hermit earlier, with the food that I eat now, if someone told me, hey, you can't eat chicken or red meat or pork or anything like that anymore, and I had to go vegetarian, it's possible. But fucking vegan, that shit's nearly impossible. It's so difficult to even get those foods and to have that regimen continuously. It's a burden on the fucking food supply when you think about it. It's just wasteful to even have to go through such practices to produce such produce and goods, how they're against eggs and dairy and all this other fucking shit. It's like, get the fuck out of here, man. But see what else you got here. Stinky Pinky, Yellow Fever Patrol Unit 96. That's pretty good. Get caught up. Shout out to the homie Doug. Yeah, I've been meaning to get back to you, Doug. If you're still on the stream, man, been busy as shit. I'm gonna give you a call. I've been definitely meaning to catch up with you, brother. Lawrence, she didn't admit to eating bugs, not yet, but I think soon enough she's gonna. Once the vegans make the transition to bugs, she's gonna be pushing this bug shit hard as fuck. She's gonna be out here, you know, like Hakuna Matata, fucking like Timon and Pumbaa. She's gonna have that fucking that bug buffet, right? Trying to show everybody how juicy and succulent these fucking insects and creatures are.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, I really do think these vegans are going to be the first to be on the bug diet, without a doubt. It's so cult like.
Is Nicole Kidman a vegan? Because I thought she was eating bugs or something. I think I saw a clip of that somewhere.
There's a chance, but I think when they use the power of celebrity to convince the slaves to do something such as take the hokey pokey and turn yourself around, that's what it's all about, right? No.
Yeah.
What they use these celebrities for is usher in the retards to do the bidding that they need to move the masses for their agenda. But really behind closed doors, if Kidman is a vegan on camera, as soon as that camera goes off, pass me that Big Mac. She's just pounding her face with all the fucking carnivore. She's probably on a carnivore diet behind the camera, but on camera, she's a fucking the most tried and true vegan you can come across. That's how I think the celebrities really are. Like, they promote this lifestyle that they're not, and then they get people to like buy into the shit. Once enough people bought into it, there might be, like, for instance, they could get people to buy into this new workout program or this new piece of workout equipment, this celebrity. Once enough of the workout equipment is sold, that celebrity gets a bonus. So that's how it works with, like, Nicole Kidman.
Right.
Based off social media engagement, if she convinces enough people to become vegan, she gets a bonus. She gets a new movie role. She gets a whatever she does. I've never studied her career, but whatever she does, however she's a celebrity, she's going to get a new album. If she's an artist, she's going to have a new hit album where she breaks these records. That's how they use these pawns. Like LaCon James. He's a con, not LeBron, LaCon, all right? LeBron is the biggest fucking crybaby ever. Just the shit that he talks, he's detrimental for the black community. He's a fucking piece of shit retard. He shouldn't be able to say anything. He's a fucking loser. He can't ever win a finals. He's just a loser, all right? He's going to lose more than ever wins. But at the end of the day, he has to be incentivized to say the crazy shit. You can't really believe in the shit that he says. No man can. It's asinine. It's like, what the fuck are you even thinking? Who's paying you to say this garbage? So it's fucked up because the lowest, person on the totem pole who looks up to celebrities, someone who's a worldly person is going to look up to celebrity. Someone who's like engaged with the fucking shitneck retards that value the new Jordans that come out or the new Beyonce album or something that's just so, it's just so like down in the weeds. It's so vain. Worldly people get sucked into the power of celebrity because they live vicariously through the celebrities. The worldly person wants the $1 million home, the $1 million car. Who has access to that? The celebrities. And what are people trying to be like? The fucking celebrities. So these piece of shit retards are getting kickbacks to steer the slaves a certain way. And once enough slaves are on board, hey, you know that role we promised you? You're finally going to get to restart your career because enough kids chopped their wangs off.
Oh, that's so terrible. Okay, Contriver wants to know. I think he's been looking for somebody to talk with about this. I don't really know the details. Nord Stream 2 pipelines got sabotaged by the U.S. Act of war? Do you know anything about that? In Germany?
I gotta research it or put it like this. Okay, Germany, Russia, China, and Israel are all working together to fuck the United States real hard. I'm talking about not fist deep, not elbow deep. I'm talking about shoulder deep. They're going shoulder deep on us, right? So back when you go back to 9/11, Germany had a part in it, just like all these countries I just listed. So basically, I need to look into this deeper. I need to do some more digging in the occult knowledge that I know about. And if I find Blue's clues, which I'm pretty sure their fingerprints are all over it, this is definitely going to be an act of some secret society. Someone like Contriver listed earlier, that group that extremist religious group that is connected to drug money, diamond peddlers, and all this other shit. Most likely some secret society that's controlling the governments of Russia, that's controlling the governments of the United States. Their fingerprints are going to be all over it. There's going to be it happened at some particular time and some particular location and all this shit is going to be synchronized. So I'll look heavily into this because it seems as if this is going to get the United States really, really involved. Any time in the past that they want the United States involved, they do shit to get the people of the United States, the politicians, the media, the talking heads, they get everybody engaged. Oh, look what just happened. What are we going to do? We're the United States. Aren't we the police of the world? Aren't we going to do something about this? Because what do? We're a bunch of
police.
We're weak, pathetic weenies who need to virtue signal all across the world for democracy.
Yeah.
You know what Ukraine's all about? No one really knows this, but guess where the first UN smart cities are going to be?
The UN.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
Guess where the first country that's going to be all digital currency? Ukraine. Kind of seems like this is the testing ground for what's coming. So expect that if this pipeline did get hit and it was sabotaged, I'm going to look deeper into this. Expect that the next thing that's coming is a blockade of Taiwan. So all computer components, all electrical components that are primarily made in Taiwan, the fucking price is going to skyrocket. If you're going to build a gaming rig, you better get your hands on a fucking graphics card ASAP. Because if this pipeline shit just happened, expect the Chinese, because the Chinese have been practicing these drills for a while now of doing the blockade on Taiwan. They've been flying fighter jets, buzzing Taiwanese airspace for years now. And there's videos of this. There's a lot of documentation. So the next thing is going to be the Taiwan blockade, and then it's going to be all-out Cold War 2.0, and there's going to be a shit ton of money, taxpayer money, that's going to go into spending to keep up with China and Russia and how much money they're spending on their military. Once again, us as tax cattle slaves are going to get the fucking life sucked out of us,
right,
for a banker's war. But yeah, I think Contriver, I think he's really on it. I think he's identified, what they're going to try to use to scare us into joining this worldly event of war, and it's the wars and rumors of wars. And once they get that speak going, that thought process, then everybody's mind, the fear takes place. Once they got the fear going, I think Contriver touched on it earlier as well. The Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. They've been using this shit for a very long time. It's their bread and butter, and they will not stop using it until we, the tax cattle slaves of every color, every race, every ethnicity, we get together and say, hey, kind of seems like they keep using this fucking bread and butter over and over and over. Why break something, or why fix something that isn't broken, right? That's all it is. That's all these people work from. If they are able to trick us 1,000 times using the same trick, why would they stop using it?
Yeah.
There's no point. You use what works, and if that works, hey, we got these fucking retards right where we want them. Now, I don't think anyone on this in the chat is retarded. I don't think your mother's retarded.
Yeah, we're not talking about us.
We're talking about the people that want to fight us, want to hate on us, want to talk shit about us, that we actually are trying to open their eyes, but hey, it don't matter. No matter what we do, we're going to have haters.
Yeah.
But I've accepted I'm most likely going to be able to affect maybe 1% of those haters, at tops 5% of those haters. 1 out of 20, I might be able to get them to think otherwise. Yeah. But 95% of the fucking time, they're going to fight me tooth and nail. You don't support this guy? No, I don't believe in any of these fucking banker bot retards. That's what you do. You can't fight people who drank the Kool-Aid. You're like, yeah, man, I drank that Kool-Aid. It's got antifreeze in it. You don't want to drink it. And then they're looking at you.
Yeah.
It's green coolant. They've got a green face. I just drank 5 gallons.
Right.
There's nothing that you can do for them.
Well, I mean, an alternative plan would be to spike their Kool-Aid, and since they love being in these stupid fucking cults, they can all drink the Kool-Aid together and fuck off, like, for good.
Yeah, I see. You know, you might have an advantage with like the water supply. My
Yeah.
advantage would be tapping into like the air supply. You know, like I would duck toxic farts into all of their indoctrination camps, like the large rooms that they teach these kids. What are they called? The auditorium type rooms that the large classes take place in. You're just gonna have.
Would that be considered chemical warfare?
Yeah. I hate to say it that way, but
biological warfare.
Biochemical warfare. That's what it would be.
Oh.
I gotta make jokes because I think Contriver saying World War III is here is real. Yeah, I think they're building up to it for sure. Oh, I forgot to mention.
What?
Who else is a part of this pact against the United States? It's Germany, China, Russia, Israel, and Iran. It turns out the two leaders of Iran are bought and paid for by the bankers. They're all fucking twisted. So every single time that the news is trying to tell you, oh, beware of China. Oh, beware of North Korea. Oh, watch out for Iran and Russia. All of these countries, we're controlling. We installed these fucking people.
Yeah.
The people who started the United States are the same people who are behind all of these evil nations that are trying to take our rights and freedoms. It's all, it's called the report on Iron Mountain, or the report of Iron Mountain. It was a parody document. In 1967, the Pentagon ordered 5,000 of these parody documents. And it basically said that in order for people to be in line, in order for them to control the society at large, we need to constantly be in a state of war. And if there isn't a real physical war going on, we need things to simulate like there's a war going on. They listed literally in 1967, we will use alien invasions, climate change and disaster, and all of these random things that they use to control us, to make us fearful. They wrote about in a document in 1967. It was supposedly a parody, but why would the Pentagon order 5,000 copies of this parody document on how they're going to continually keep the public's perception in a state that thinking, oh, we're always at war. We need to be in war. Why? Because the war efforts make the bankers more fucking money. If we think that aliens are going to come and get us, oh, we need to get more money down to Area 51. If we think that the fucking Earth's climate is going down the shitter, oh, the slaves need to be carbon taxed. This is just ways to keep us in a constant state of fear and perpetual, what Contriver was talking about, Hegelian dialectic. They keep us in problem, reaction, solution based off of something fearful, whether it's war, fears of war, rumors of war, alien invasions, climate change, drag queen story time, anything that they can get us. They're coming after my guns now. They're going after the kids' wieners now. It's like from one thing to another, we're fucking in a constant state of fear, confusion, and we don't know what the fuck's going on.
Right.
It's insanity, but I got to go back to Contriver's point. I went off on a tangent, but I'm pretty sure Contriver has got a solid lead, and things are going to start to escalate because the price of fucking food, I think, is going to go up another 30% like within 6 months. I've got a fucked up feeling that like if a say a Big Mac meal right now is $10, it's going to be 13 not too fucking long from now.
By the way, Contriver loved your rant. What does thesis, antithesis, synthesis come from? I've heard it many other places. What is that from? A movie or a book or what?
I would actually say thesis. I got to look more into it. I think I've heard it before, but this reminds me of alchemy. These people use old world knowledge to craft and form us. So that would be like thesis, antithesis, synthesis. It reminds me of alchemy. You know, like you have to break something down to like rebuild it, to recreate it into something more useful. Yeah. It's like these people are using, it's like alchemy, but social alchemy. You're not doing chemical things, but you're doing things socially. And you're working with the mind of the man. It's like these people, it's like a form of alchemy that they have down, how to reconstruct, rebuild, and recreate something for their new usage. Like, oh God,
well,
these fuckers are so, they're advanced.
No, that's not any different than I'm doing back to them.
And that's, see, this is a strong suit that you have.
Right.
You know how to study their evil and then re-engineer it, reverse engineer it.
Oh yeah.
To use what they use against them. And that's the only way that you can wage this war. And a lot of people I'm not saying a lot of people hate on them, but a lot of people, you know, have said things about this guy, and this is like the first conversation I had with him. Gray, or he goes by the Gray Ghost.
Yeah, I like Gray.
He's been on Yeetus' stream a lot. We talked about this, and he was pretty much identifying that, like, you know, we got to use what these people use against them. We have to understand what they're doing, and then we have to use their tactics against them, because if you can't bludgeon someone, if you can't use force, if everyone's a soy boy or everyone's in their feelings, you're going to have to use what was used against them to fix them. And that's a solid point, and I think you're doing that exact same practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good combo we had about that. So I was like, I think you're right on this, because I've always thought, okay, how, like he was saying, you know, look how good the Jack Murphy situation worked out. Like how he shot himself in the foot, and then there was all those funny memes afterwards. Rishi made some really funny memes. A lot of people made memes about Jack Murphy, and the whole internet woke up to cuckolding overnight. Like people knew what a public cuckold was. Right. It was out and it was exposed. So by memes and unconventional ways, like for instance, all throughout TikTok, you have women embarrassing their boyfriends. It's like a trend of playing this prank on your boyfriend, playing that prank on your boyfriend. It's been like this for years. So
like public humiliation.
Exactly. So if memes can be made to counter any so something happens online and a bunch of people are doing it. If there can be a counter to that, you're always going to be able to balance the playing field.
Yeah.
So that's all it comes down to, is how do you balance the playing field? And I think you've successfully used their weapons against them.
Oh yeah.
So
I seem to have colonized these crazy bitches' minds. They're literally obsessed. And I've been
It's
trying to
good.
figure out how to decolonize it without a fucking bullet. Seriously. Because I'm like, these crazy bitches are insane with obsession. Like, it's weird.
I gotta study it more.
Yeah.
I think I can give you, or I can say this or that, but it
Yeah.
might be so over the top that I would get lost in the sauce. I'd be
Yeah.
like, man, I don't want nothing to do. That's a
Yeah.
viper's den, man. I put
Yeah.
my hand in there, bro. I'm about to get my shit bit off. Like, I'm
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
It's probably that bad. It
Well,
probably
but
is that fucking bad.
yeah. The thing that I noticed that, like, I don't care if they're crazy, psycho, obsessed, talking about me. I don't care about that. It's their ability to terrorize other men and having the crazy bitch infection spread and jump species, because they terrorize these men, and then these men go around and make terrible life choices that
So you
only will
said
result in their harm. Yeah.
So you're saying it's super concentrated and now it's mutated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't have my fucking hazmat suit. So I don't know if I can jump into this one. I'd really
Right.
need I need a hazmat suit, and then I need an astronaut suit on top of the hazmat suit. And then
Yeah.
I might go into that shit.
Well, and it's easy to see the guys that are infected, because it's like, you're saying the same thing that crazy bitch over there is saying. Yeah, I can't be bothered. But you
What was
can
that
see
one
like
song? That rock song. I'm down with the sickness. Down with the sickness? They're fucking down with the sickness.
Yeah. Well, they've been emotionally, they're being held hostage emotionally, though. It's something. I think it has
And
to do with,
sexually.
yeah, which is unfortunate.
But yeah, it's been a long conversation. I'm getting pretty tired myself.
Me
It was
too.
definitely good catching up. But
Yes. Thanks, Real Talk.
I'll try to hop on something soon. Contriver and I will we'll postulate on how the world's gonna fucking crumble.
Yeah. That would be a good one, for sure. All right, Real Talk. Thank you for all your wisdom and for allowing me to pick your brain on this subject.
Well, I appreciate the time, and I'm gonna look into the archive and see how down Schitt's Creek this whole thing is floated, because it kind of seems like if men are getting involved, then it's something's gonna break here. Something's gonna break. Something's got to give. That's all I know. So best of luck to this, because oh man, like I don't even know if a 50-foot pole with an astronaut suit and a hazmat suit might work. I might need to hit it with like the first ladder, like ladder 1. I might need to be on top of like a 300-foot ladder, shooting the water down from like 300 feet. All right, I think I'm far enough away from this fucking shit show where I can't get burnt.
Yeah, with one of those fireman hoses, high pressure.
You got some new age fucking Iron Man suit that has all the fucking resistances. Like I'm not up to tech. Like somehow you have resistances to their fucking toxicity. Like the acid that spews out of their fucking mouth. Somehow, like you can just dodge the shit. I'm just a normal human being. You know, I don't have that fucking that Stark Industries type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm year 2000. You're in like 2060 right now. So.
Billy called me the T-800. Because apparently to kill a Terminator, you need a Terminator. The T-800 is like the original. Yeah.
And these sucker simps are the Ed 209 from RoboCop. They're malfunctioning and now they're just shooting up everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
No doubt. Well,
All right,
have a
real
good
talk.
night, good
Thank
mother.
you.
It was good
You
talking
too.
to you.
Yeah,
Take it easy.
good shooting the shit, man.
For
Bye.
sure. Peace out.
All right. Well, Gray said something. Contriver, I know you're still listening. Gray said something about doing a stream next month, right? To talk about this and those papers and all kinds of shit. So I don't know. The email he sent me, I sent to you. I didn't even really read it because I'm like, this is man stuff. I don't, it's not my fucking business, really. I care as far as figuring out which crazy bitch is behind it. That's about it. So. All right. I'm gonna piss off. It was a good stream. Good conversations. Have a good night, Mr. Pliskin. Okay. This Saturday. All right. I will listen in. That sounds like a man stream to me. I won't have anything to contribute. So I like listening to you guys, though. Yes, Miss Elite is one of them. She is on my fucking list. And if she isn't fucking careful, exactly what she's trying to do to these men, I will fucking do to her. So I don't want to have to go there, but if she doesn't fucking stop, I will. All right, Douglas, have a good night. The Burger Queen. The Burger Queen. That's funny. Good night, Ghost Cog. Good night, Lego. Yeah, almost 7 hours. 'Tis child's play, really. Yeah, I've heard that before. I don't know. Yeah, Lego. Illegal war crimes. It's treason, as far as I'm fucking concerned. Crimes against humanity. Treasonous. All right. Later, y'all.